equipment side, and also bring the human part of the element. I mean, look at in this conference room today, the amount of energy and the indoor air quality required is very different what you would be looking at tomorrow. So having that real-time data and those data utilizing at the right level of analytics and bringing that output to those individual equipment level is an important part. That's the first big technology which we are working on. So how AI, which is artificial intelligence, machine learning, can be utilized to make building much more efficient, energy efficient, and much more healthier environment. It's possible. It's two competing needs, but absolutely it's possible to do that. Second one is your, how do you bring the supply side of the equation into this? Because it's not only the demand, the supply. Energy is a very kind of a one part of it, but if you have a supply coming from renewables, if you have a supply coming from a coal, power generated out of coal from utilities, you will have a very different output in terms of carbon. You may have similar energy consumption, but the carbon generation, the balance sheet, what will look like is very different. So absolutely, that's the second technology which we have, where you can think about that how do you use the right source of power at right time of the day and at the right level, which will help you to really building operate and meet their KPIs, but use the right power. And finally, I think the scope 3, which is the extremely important, where the technology is really digging deeper into that. We need to start the journey. We can't be kind of having the perfection in that, because it has a overlap between the scope 1 and the scope 3. My scope 1 could be your scope 3. Your scope 1 could be other scope 3. And there is a level of overlap. There is a level of dilemma. But my suggestion would be we need to get started that and start measurement system, start putting the data into that and having the specific action to achieve that. Net zero is the journey, it's the capex investment, is the opex investment, and there is a huge value ROI we are getting because of the government regulations and the government standard which is coming out for us to use and leverage that for all the promotion which is happening. So it's a very interesting time, and the best time for the technology and the engineering community.
Can I just bring that alive a little bit more? Because we too are very focused on data and technology. We've got hundreds of different types of technology, and we've not only developed our own, we've also spent hundreds of millions working with prop tech companies to try and take their innovation and scale it, because we need to get on this journey quickly. So maybe just a few examples to bring it alive. One of the most popular things we're seeing is sensors in the ceiling. VergeSense provide these sensors where you can tell who's in the room, how it's used, and that allows you to control things like lights and heating and all of those good things. Turntide have been definitely very much in demand, particularly since the energy crisis. They have seen around 35% reduction in HVAC energy use by retrofitting with new technology HVAC systems. And then Infogrid was one that I found really fascinating. Because of Legionnaire's disease and the requirement to test water taps regularly, actually if you put sensors on those taps, you can make sure that you don't have to test all the taps, because many of them are used, right? And just that gives you a huge reduction in water usage and heating for that water that's all being wasted as you run the taps doing all the testing. So I think the question was really what technology, what have you seen that's good? So there's just a few examples, but there's many, many more, which is great, and we need more to come forward to make this successful.
Yeah, my point was similarly around having the sensors to find out what's going on in the building, but then actually just quickly to employ that to actually improve the knowledge. Yes. And on the next building, we're involved in either designing or retrofitting, being able to incorporate both the information from the technology, from the sensors, but also with the feedback from the occupants, because there is that balance about the information we get from data, but also the richness, in terms of what people have to say about how well it operates for them. And if we can get and combine those two, we can continue to improve the buildings we create.
Sure. Is there a question in the room? Because I'm very focused on the screen, because I can see the screen, but I can hardly see any of you. If you make yourself... No, yes, oh, I can see a hand.
A question for the lady from Bureau Handhold. You mentioned that efficiency and the justification for retrofitting will often come through the efficiency of the people working in those buildings. How does that marry with working from home? situation is then so crucial and so difficult in terms of getting on the property ladder that big employers are going to end up becoming developers of their employees?
That's a fascinating question. And actually, you know, whereas I just, you know, 150 years ago or 200 years ago, many employers were the property developers for their employees, you know, Cadbury's just being one of them. Yeah. You know, if we, you know, I think it's sometimes going back into history and thinking about what's happened, I'm not sure that that's a step that many of us are going to make in the immediate future. But it is a real challenge. You know, we've got to, you know, and someone else is asking a question around, you know, around empty office spaces and how we can reuse those, you know, potentially. I think we will see an increasing number of people in offices, because whereas it's brilliant to have that flexible working, and certainly that is going to be part of the mix post-COVID, I think people do want and need to be together. Creative solutions are often best, you know, developed whilst we're together. So it will be a balance of the two, you know. And you know, in terms of private houses or where people live away from the office, I think there are huge developments that are going to be needed in the UK and internationally in order to modernise and make more efficient and make more sustainable the places we live and work. I'm not, you know, 100% sure that's going to be the responsibility of employers. I don't know how social things will change in the next couple of years. But I see it being something that, as business leaders, we're going to need to support. We certainly, Bureau Happold, support our staff. We've got, you know, apps in place so they can measure their own carbon footprint, that we can, you know, through understanding what's going on in their own houses, they know what improvements they can potentially make. We're supporting them on a more sustainable journey as part of that relationship. And I think that will continue to evolve in the next 10 to 15 years, as we all need to push together to go on this journey.
I think one point I will add here, there are kind of two areas to look at. What you mentioned, this is a very important point. This is a trend going on. Companies are operating the organized 3+2 model, 3 days in office, 2 days at home, and 4+1, 2+3. I mean, you know, multiple experiment has been going on as we are going forward, and those are the real life experiment happening in all over the world. The first point is, I think as we talk about that data is so important, by keeping human in the loop, not just the data alone about the temperature sensing and then you do something, but how do you bring the data in the system to use that information to take the real-time decisions and real-time outcome, and remote connectivity, remote operations, remote maintenance, remote self-healing. I think these are becoming a real norm, real need now. So first is that's absolutely important as we go forward to take the decision. You don't know when you do 2+3, who comes in 2 days, who comes 3 days. It's a very challenging equation which we are going through right now. And the second part, which I believe the trend which is already started, and I was connecting with ASHRAE, and we had a kind of a little bit of a white paper we wrote together, is all about the hybrid workspaces. The future is going to be, how do you repurpose the same space for a different outcome? You would like to see that the same space can be repurposed for a conference hall, same can be for office spaces, same could be for a collaborative discussions or business meeting or business outcome. How do you see that hybrid workspaces are going to be growing more and more? We have seen the dynamic example during pandemic time. A lot of hotels have been converted into kind of a hospital bed because of the need, and then hotels, nobody was going to stay, and hospital was struggling that time. So I think there is an element of shifting the hybrid workspaces going forward to repurposing that existing spaces there.
I was just going to say, if you just do the maths, it can never be as efficient for people to be working at home and heating those homes as it can be for them to be in one office building. So I don't know you get there on an efficiency or a focus on saving the environment. But it is a challenge because most of the residential properties are just not in a place where they are energy efficient at the moment. And we know that. So we know we have a challenge with offices, but we absolutely have it with homes. I actually think it'll only be regulation that drives this. I don't think employers will start doing that because you know, you can't actually get the maths to make sense, but I do think that regulation will drive it. But the biggest driver at the moment is because people want to see change. People are worried about the climate. They're worried about the changes that we're experiencing. And that's a real positive because when we all work together, we can actually make things happen, but you need human desire. And what we've seen is that desire shift to delivery now, which is a very exciting time to be.
It raises a really interesting point, that question, because for the high-end employers, then they're likely to take exactly the sort of responsible attitude that we've just heard. But there are many employers of much smaller companies with much less priority on welfare of their staff and so on, where a lot of that burden might be shifted onto working from home and the costs associated with that. Of course, in the domestic context, as Stephanie says, our homes, particularly in this country, are not well suited to high energy efficiency. And indeed, we did some work a few years ago to show that if we were able to persuade everybody to turn down their heating by 1.5 degrees on average, we would reduce the national emissions of all carbon emissions, by 9%. And it's a very, very sensitive control, but we are going in the opposite direction where we're heating more rooms in every home and we're heating every room to a higher temperature. So there are conflicts within this overall movement towards a real drive for improved carbon performance and improved sustainability, but behaviour is not always in line with those ambitions and aspirations. This clock in front of me has just gone red, so I think I'd better not take any more questions, but I'd like to thank all the people from around the world who've asked the questions and our one questioner in the hall. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you to my colleagues on the panel.
Thank you very much to the panellists. And for our next session, we're going back to the live stream for an interview sponsored by Covation Biomaterials. The session is titled The Hidden Fossil Fuel Lifeline, and your speakers will be Mike Salzberg, the CEO of Covation Biomaterials, and Liesl Truscott, who's the Corporate Benchmarking Director and Industry Accountability at Textile Exchange.
Hello and welcome to the Hidden Fossil Fuel Lifeline live stream. My name is Liesl Truscott. I'm the Director of Industry Accountability at Textile Exchange. And for those that don't know who Textile Exchange is, we're a global non-profit with a membership representing 800 plus textile and apparel brands, retailers and suppliers. And our mission is to positively impact climate, nature, and people through accelerating the use of preferred fibers and materials across the global textile industry. And I'm delighted to be here today with Mike Salzberg, CEO of Covation Biomaterials. So Mike, welcome. So let's start with you. You come from DuPont Biomaterials and have always been attracted to this innovation space in textiles. So why did you start Covation and what is your vision for the company?
Oh, thanks so much, Liesl. Really glad to be here. Yeah, as you mentioned, in one sense, Covation Bio is a new company. We started June 1st, but in another sense, we've been around for 25 years and we've been, as part of the DuPont company. So we recently spun out and formed Covation Bio. And we've always been a company that's been investing in new technology to make materials from plants rather than petroleum. And in our new manifestation as Covation Bio, we have a new owner and a new renewed interest in investing. So really what we want to do is to bring out plant-based materials with a much stronger sustainability profiles than the petro-based materials they replace, that are both high performance and also priced at a point that they can have a real impact at scale. And that's really what Covation Bio is all about.
Great, thanks. Well, biomaterials, they sound sort of new and and sort of futuristic, don't they? So can you spend a little bit of time unpacking and demystifying the term for us, and perhaps share some of your experiences of working with biomaterials over the years? Since, as you say, they've been around a little while, but how different is the conversation about biomaterials today than it was, say, 20 years ago?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, it is a little confusing. When we say biomaterials, what we specifically mean are, chemicals and materials that are made from plants rather than from petroleum or natural gas. So, sometimes people use the same term to mean, products that are used inside the body or medical products. That's not what we mean. What we mean is, large scale chemicals and materials made from plants. And I have been around a long time. So I've been in this industry since about 2006. And I would say the biggest change that's happened is really the demand from the world, the recognition of the importance of climate change and the need to make changes to the way we're doing things, what materials we're selecting for, not just for textiles, but for everything we consume. It used to be a while back that if you brought out a new material and you tried to sell it with a sustainability feature, people would say, hey, that's great, but I'm not willing to pay more, 1 penny more for that material than the petroleum-based material it replaces. That's really changed. And honestly, I think that's the single biggest thing that's causing the upswing in the use of both biomaterials, recycled materials, lots of other sustainable products, is the demand that comes starting with consumers back to the brands and everybody in the value chain to try to make a difference on climate change.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And when you think about the whole life cycle and sort of think about these things holistically, which we try to do at Textile Exchange as well, but when we focus in on the raw material stage, particularly the sourcing and production practices and the impacts associated with that. So can you give us some insights into how Covation Bio sees the opportunities in this space, especially, as you say, converting from fossil-based materials, and tell us what role Covation plays here and where you see biomaterials in the circular economy?
Sure. Yeah. So obviously, in an industry as complicated as textiles and garments, there's a lot of players. And so what we do at Covation Bio, we're all the way back at the very beginning at the materials that are selected to go into whatever the product is. And so we're big believers in the approach that the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and others are taking to circular economy. And if you look at the way that that's been analyzed, one of the most important decisions that gets made in terms of the climate change impact of a particular product is what materials are selected at the very beginning to get into the circle. So that's really a very important decision. That's where we can help. Now, that's not the only thing that's important, right? Designers have to choose the right materials. They have to design their products for longevity. There's lots of other ways that we as a society need to work on making our products more sustainable. But again, that's where we really play. And so what happens today is the textile business, lots of other businesses are huge consumers of fossil-based products. And so not only do they help that industry to bring more oil and gas up out of the ground and affect our climate, but the materials part of the industry creates a huge amount of profit for oil companies. And so not only are we having an impact on the materials that are actually selected directly, but there's also a huge indirect impact whereby making that barrel of oil much more profitable by making materials from it, we also encourage the use of fossil fuels in the energy sector. So there's a big role, I think, particularly in climate change, for working together to move off of these non-renewable resources, fossil-based resources, and move us towards products that are based on renewable crops. And that's really what we've been trying to do.
No, that's a really great point, and just where we need to take that decoupling from fossil-based materials and make that connection between energy and fuels and transportation, and obviously all the materials that we're using that are less visible and less sort of easily connected in. I wanted to ask you about what you're doing in the regenerative ag space, where if we're moving towards plant-based, land-based, biomaterials, what do we need to do in that space, and how are you getting involved?
Yeah, so what are the real key things we have to deal with? If we were to start using more crops to make materials, which we're going to do, we have to be really cognizant of what is the impact on land use, right? And so, for example, it's really not enough just to say, hey, this is a plant-based material. The material has to have a positive impact on the environment. And a big part of that is the way that it's grown. And so we just recently announced that we have we're participating in a program called True Terra. True Terra is a program that works with farmers, and all the corn that we source that's used to make our BioPDO and our Sorona products, all that corn is grown regeneratively and is guaranteed to be done in that way by this program that works directly with farmers. So I think that's a really important thing. The other comment I'd make about this question of how we use our arable land is, again, there's a lot of pieces that have to fit together, right? So what's happened over the last 20 or 30 years is farmers have gotten much, much more productive in terms of how much they can get from an acre of land or a hectare of land. But at the same time, we, especially in the developed world, have changed our diet so much that there's a huge amount of dairy and meat being consumed. Almost all the crops that are grown, the corn, the soybeans, they don't go to feed people directly. They go to feed animals. And so there's a big interplay between how we eat, maybe non-intuitive, but there's a huge interplay in land use between how we choose to eat, what's in our diet, and how much arable land will be available to make the raw materials we need to make more sustainable materials. It all kind of fits together.
Yeah, no, that's so true. I think those connections between how we use our land right through to the innovation in biomaterials is a amazing narrative, Mike, the way you've connected the innovation in the technology, but actually the innovation is also on the ground, how we use the land, connection to nature, which tells an amazing story. So I have a question for you about how we get from ambition to action. And I think you've already talked a little bit about that, but, you know, we're a little bit paralyzed by this overwhelming need to change. And, you know, there's a lot of talk, a lot of ambition. And of course, that's brilliant. We want ambition, but we need to now, you know, scale and move more concisely into action. So I want to ask you if you can give me the three key ingredients for how the fashion industry and perhaps other industries as well can move away from petroleum-based materials and towards the renewable source alternatives that you've been speaking about.
Yeah, I think your comments are spot on. It really does feel overwhelming, right? If you look at how many different materials are used in the fashion industry, and it's the same thing in any other industry. We'll just use fashion as an example of all the other industries that are out there. It really can feel overwhelming. You look at this and you say, oh, there's so many things that have to change. And I really do believe it's going to take a lot of different kinds of solutions. Biomaterials is a big part of the solution, but so are recycled materials. And I think if you want to pick the top three things to work on, the first thing is we have to consume less. If we really want to reduce our impact on the world, the first thing we can do as an industry is promote consumers consuming less. And the way we do that as a material supplier is we have to make sure that the materials that we're bringing forward for designers to choose when they're designing a garment will promote longevity of that garment. So let me give you an example. One of our products, Sorona, it can be spun into a fiber that can replace spandex. And one of the issues with spandex, everybody loves the stretchiness and the comfort of it, but after it's been washed a number of times, very often you sort of lose the stretchiness. And so people throw it out and buy a new one. With Sorona, again, not just the fact that it's bio-based, but the fact that it has high performance, it will allow the stretchiness to persist longer through more washes, and you can keep that garment longer. Well, those kind of decisions have to be made over and over and over again, where we can use our garments longer. And of course, designers have a huge piece in this, right? If you design a timeless pair of jeans or a timeless little black dress, doesn't typically end up at the landfill at nearly the rate that a lot of other garments do that are designed for obsolescence. So I think that's a big thing, is we have to consume less, and we can do that by having better material solutions and better design and I think better communications out to consumers. I think that's a huge thing. Another piece to go in a completely different direction is governments right now consider energy to be a national security issue. And so, of course, they support the fossil fuel industry, and it is a national security issue. Energy matters. But as we move towards more renewable energy, I think we could take a hard look at all the subsidies and all the support that the fossil fuel industry gets that we in the biomaterials industry don't get. It creates an uneven playing field. And I think that government policy piece is a big piece of it. And I think the last piece is Again, not to try to force false choices, right? I think recycled materials, biomaterials, lots of different solutions can all be part of this. Let's work together as an industry through the whole chain to make those right choices. Every time we have the chance to choose a new material for this year's collection, let's pick a more sustainable one. Take one step forward, one step at a time, we can get there.
Yeah, I think those are amazing suite of options and places that we need to move forward together. I think you're right that the policy and the financial instruments all need to be flowing in the same direction, as you rightly said, whilst we transition to this massively needed culture shift on how our experience with our clothes. And part of that, as you say, is how designers approach for longevity and durability and the way communications are transmitted to sort of, create a culture where we appreciate clothes longer, and that's something to be proud of. So I think, Mike, an amazing sweep through biomaterials and where we need to be focused going forward. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. So you've been listening to Mike Salzberg, CEO of Covation Biomaterials, on the Reuters IMPACT live stream. I'm Liesl Truscott, Director of Industry Accountability at Textile Exchange. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to all of you watching on the live stream to London. Next up, I would like to introduce your next panel, your next interview. It is going to be a new blueprint for green and sustainable building design. And your panelists are Kinya Sito, CEO of Lixil Corporation, and my esteemed colleague, Liam Dowd, Industry Lead for Sustainable Business at Reuters Professional. If you'd like to put your hands together, please.
Take these two in the middle.
Okay.
Hello all again. We well? Okay. So we have 15 minutes on this next discussion, and we've heard several times already this morning talking to the impact of our built environment. I think the panel prior to that interview then was mentioning 40% of emissions are accountable within the built environment, and we've heard a few times the discussion around buildings themselves and how we need to address the impact of current buildings, future buildings, and there's a whole swathe of in between around that. So I hope over the next 14 and a bit minutes we'll dive into some of how Lixil itself is helping to address the impact within our built environment. And as Gareth says, I have the pleasure of talking to Kinya Sito, the CEO of Lixil Corporation. And before we dive in, and this was a bit of an education, I have to admit, when I spoke to your colleagues about Lixil, and I'm sure there's many in the room here who would like to know more about your organisation. So Kinya, if you could spend 60 seconds or so to outline a bit about the company and your time there, please.
Lixil is a building material, toilet, window, roofs, and then faucet shower manufacturing company operating over 150 countries. Every day, 1 billion people are touching one of our products. And a few of that famous brand you might know was Grow Hair, American Standard, Inax, and Tostem.
And if we can, I'd like to dive in. We haven't got time. I want to dive into some of the actual actions within the business itself. And across your website communications, I could see sustainability was central. The purpose of the business, how you're looking to take action. I want to get into how is this desire, this focus on sustainability and subsequent goals, how is that influencing your CapEx decisions? How much are you actually investing to address the impacts of your business versus business as usual?
Well, I think that definition of that, those purpose-related CapEx is probably difficult to define. However, our purpose is to make better homes reality for everybody, everywhere. And all of the employees are aligned with that purpose. So from that perspective, that all of our capex, for example, last year it's like $500 million, was somewhat related to that, making that society and the world better, because it's to make our home better for everybody, everywhere. So, but if we just precisely talking about that capex, because that it's including like a digital, like a maintenance of the building. If we all exclude those kind of things, probably at 100 million or 250 million are somewhat related to that improvement of that world.
Okay, that's quite an investment there.
Yeah.
Numbers to talk to. And something I do in build up to these discussions are, when speaking or going to interview a company that's talking to action and leadership on climate change, a litmus test I have is I go to the Science Based Target Initiative website and see if they have a science-aligned target around net zero. Thankfully, you passed that test, so congratulations to yourself and your organisation. But to many that I speak to, it's a challenge to create such a target, communicated and verified by experts in the field. So for those that are maybe undergoing this challenge or looking at having that target aligned to their or associated with their organisation, what were some of the big challenges or hurdles that you had to, or maybe you were aware of? There might have been others that maybe they weren't informed of, but what were some of the big challenges that you had to work through to get that target?
We have committed, as you mentioned, that 1.5 target, which is scope 1, scope 2, 50% from 2019 to 2030, and like 30% for the scope 3. And speaking about that difficulty when running, was the cost of such kind of effort is different from the country to country. For example, that green power's cost in Germany is 48 cents megawatt hour, but in Thailand it's $1.76. And in Japan, $2.76. Our 65% of the production is in Japan. So that obviously costs more to us. However, if we shift it to the production to the Thailand, it's not necessarily good for the us, because that, we have to carry the product from Thailand. And also that this is that we are trying to that support the Japanese economy too. So that's one challenge. And the second running was SBT is a great target. However, it's not comprehensive enough for us, and it's not exactly reflecting our effort. For example, in Japan, most of the house are just single glass glazed, and unlike Germany, which has like a triple glazed for the 62% of the family. So that means that single glazed, if we change that single glazed window to triple glazed glass windows, then 80% of the heat loss will be saved. So if we change that all the Japanese single glazed window to the triple glazed window, that means 15 million tons CO2 will be saved. But that cannot be counted in that SBT. Or we are creating a new product that can replace concrete. But because we are not making concrete, that's not counted as our SBT target. So in a sense that SBT is not comprehensively grasping at all of the effort of the company.
Yeah, I might emphasise, I use it as a litmus, a baseline. Obviously, there's other things I looked to, and there were other things I spotted with your organisation around that. But to take that one extension on, so how are you using this commitment and subsequent others to help spot new opportunities for the business? Realise, let's put on the positive, realise the opportunities abound for Lixil rather than potential risks.
Yeah. Risk was as we experienced that recently that our main materials, aluminum and copper, increased the price sharply. So that aluminum was on March 2020 it was like $1,500. In this March it became like $4,000, and copper was in the same period increased from $5,000 to $10,000. That volatility was caused by that shortage of the electricity and more consciousness about green energy. But I think opportunity is much bigger, because that now people are more encouraged to create a better home, and the government is also interested in that supporting us. So as I show that example of that changing the windows. So if Japan is considered as an environmentally friendly country, however, our residence was different. And almost 32% of that energy outflow is from the building, and out of that 32%, 58% was windows and doors. But the Japanese windows are single glazed. It's not well heat insulated. So if we change it from that single to triple, so that's again that 40 million save of the CO2. At the same time, that it could be at market of like 2 trillion yen to like a 6 trillion yen market. So that's a huge opportunity. And we also have at different. We have also generated different materials. As to your earlier question, that our new product investment is concentrated on that improvement of the environment. So that gives us lots of opportunity.
And I want to touch upon one opportunity, because before we came on stage, you shared with me this block, and it's on Born from Waste, and it's got Lixil brand, and I'm sure your colleagues will be able to share it to anyone of interest. But you shared this with me before we came in and said this is a new innovation that you guys are working on. Unfortunately, we can't get the scoop on it because you have a launch in a couple of weeks' time around it, so I can't push you on certain aspects of the product. But can you explain some of this and why you're so excited by this is one of many innovations coming from the business, but obviously you want to touch upon this. So
yeah, so we know that plastic waste has been increasing. Plastic production became at twice in that these 20 years, and also that we are creating almost like 400 million tons of the plastic waste every day, but only 9% of the plastic is recycled, and 16% was insulated, so to speak, thermal recycling, and also 30% goes to that landfill, but the others are going to somewhere we don't know. Maybe just burned, or maybe just going to the sea, ocean. Ocean plastic waste is 8 million tons every year. And we are Japanese, eating fish almost every week. If you are a typical Japanese, you are eating one plastic credit card every week. It's that bad. So fish are eating those smaller plastic particles. But if we try to collect all of those plastic, what can we do? So we just thought about we need something for the use of the plastic, and that was this material. These materials can use any plastic. PE, PP, PET, PCB, or ocean plastic. You really don't have any idea of what plastic it is. And with wood chip, and it can be a replacement of the concrete. So it can be used for like a pavement. It can be used for like some floors. It can be used for the furniture. So we created this material, and we believe that this can save lots of the plastic waste in the world.
And I'm conscious of time, and I like to get into sometimes the how rather than the what. So how, you've created an innovation here, and there must have been challenges on the way. When I ask you what was one of the biggest challenges that you had to overcome to produce this, what comes to mind?
Well, as I said that this can absorb all the different types of the plastic. That's the biggest challenge, because recycling that industrial plastic is easier because you know what it is. If it is a PP, if it is PE, you can make that specific use of that. But this is absorbing. This can absorb all the different materials. So that means that plastic waste from the home is usually having you have a difficult time to know that what it is. And also just taking the example of like potato chip bag, that potato chip package usually has not only plastic but also like an aluminum surface to show the shining surface. So that kind of things is very difficult to recycle it. So, but with wood chip and some other binding materials we developed, we can make it at a very low temperature so that you are not going to generate CO2 in producing it.
I imagine you sharing this with me before we come on stage, and obviously sharing, there must be a message here that are there people or organisations that you more than obviously take this to scale? Is that one of the hurdles going forward now, making this a reality? And is there a call for others to grab you and speak about this? Are you okay with that? Because I see a great solution here. And are you going to be around after this discussion to talk to companies? Because obviously this is coming out of, I imagine, from operations in Japan. Is there a need to try and take the scale?
This needs, requires a partner, because that ecosystem and the collecting system of the plastic has something to do with this cost. So that in New York City, if you collect plastic waste, you have to segregate it and decide where to use. But if those guys are just bringing those plastic and saving the cost, and maybe because of that, they should be able to subsidize us to give us this material to make, then we can make the perfect recycling system. We just make some calculation. If we use this plastic material, new plastic waste recycled material for Japanese pavement, 24% of the Japanese plastic every year will be consumed for that. And maybe country by country that the consumption and the demand of that pavement is different. But if I assume that London is a similar type of the consumption of the plastic and a similar type of the demand of the pavement, 1/4 of your plastic waste can be used for your pavement.
Can I quickly ask? I should have asked this before. Concrete's hard to reuse again.
We can try that. 5 times. We could recycle it, and we didn't lose that any strength. And but this can be used almost permanently. Only thing was when you keep working on that, then that it's probably a little bit reduced some weight, but many years like if that concrete is like 10 years, maybe at 20, 30 years, it shouldn't have any problem of that.
Brilliant. I see this flashing next to me, and I thought I could have put even more questions around that. It's great, and this is what I love. A company that I wasn't aware of. Got to be honest, I knew you spoke at one of our events last year, but innovations like this, we need to see more of it. And thank you for doing this. And many in the room, please take the time to speak with Kenya and colleagues here. And also, there's many innovations that we need to see. So obviously, let's keep thinking outside the box. Please join me in thanking him for the discussion.
Thank you very much for covering such an amount in such a short amount of time. Don't worry, it's nearly time for a very well-deserved lunch in London. But before that, we have one final interview sponsored by ST Microelectronics with a session titled Technologies Driving Tomorrow, Accelerating Society's Transition to Cleaner, Safer and Smarter Systems. And with that, I'll pass over to the live stream.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this Reuters IMPACT Fireside Chat. My name is Nicholas Lefebvre-Martin. I'm Managing Director for Sustainability Solutions at NG Impact. NG Impact is dedicated to accelerating the sustainability transformation of large global companies, and I have the pleasure of being joined by Jean-Marc Chéry, President and CEO of ST Microelectronics, also known as ST, to talk about just that, how ST is accelerating its sustainability transformation. Jean-Marc Chéry, welcome. It's an honor to have you here for this conversation.
Thank you. So I am Jean-Marc Chéry, President and CEO of ST. So ST is a corporation at the size of last year, about $12.7 billion with 48,000 fantastic employees. And we are on a trajectory to go to 16 billion with well above 50,000 fantastic employees, all committed to focus and deliver carbon neutrality within 2027.
Thank you very much, Jean-Marc. Very helpful context to set the stage for this conversation. I'd love to start to really zooming in on this ambitious carbon neutral target by 2027, which, if I'm not mistaken, will be an important milestone for the company, the 40th anniversary of the creation of ST. And one thing which you did not mention in your brief introduction is that ST is truly a global company. You operate across all continents. You serve industries really across the globe. And so my first question is really around how have you engaged the business, ST business, collaborators, clients, other stakeholders in this transformation journey around carbon neutrality within ST?
Well, that's obvious that leadership is critical to drive real change through the organization. Well, our environmental goals are shared across the company, rather than the preserve of the sustainability function. So at ST, we are looking at our climate impact since early 90s. It quickly became clear that investing in tools, in equipment, and policies to reduce energy, water, and gas consumption was not only the right things to do for our planet, but also profitable because saving would pay back quickly. It's a famous concept of quality is free, environment is free. On average, in less than 3 years. Since then, okay, we have continued to steadily reduce consumption, waste, and so on and so forth, year after year. Above all, it has generated a corporate culture aimed at carefully considering every tool or process for achieving saving. So here, similar concept that lean manufacturing is lean environment. Even small one, I say, to contribute to the company objectives.
Very interesting. Just to go a little bit deeper on this question of engaging the company, the role of governance is particularly important in a global organization, and in particular in our experience, really driving change throughout a company from the corporate to the local entities, particularly given that they operate in different contexts, different regulatory environments, can be challenging. So can you share a little bit more as to how you've linked the corporate to the sites on the ground from a government's standpoint?
But first of all, okay, I would like to highlight as well that the long-term incentive program and short-term incentive programs of the management, so means the top 300, okay, are encompassing corporate sustainability and responsibility objective. For LTI is 1/3 of the weight. So then we have put in place sustainability governance to deploy the strategy. So some sustainability committee, sustainability council, network of local sustainability and environment, hygiene, and safety champions with sustainability committee on main site, because you know that ST is organized around important site. So two examples of, let's say, different approach at ST to avoid to be only theoretical. So Singapore first. In May, we announced the adoption of a district cooling system at ST, which is the ST's single largest wafer fabrication site by volume globally in Singapore, in partnership with SP Group. Basically, we can say that we have an elimination of up to 120,000 tons of carbon from the environment. So which is equivalent of 30% of ST Singapore's carbon emission in 2021. It will help us to achieve 20% saving in cooling related electricity consumption annually. Another important example, Buskura. I will be this afternoon in Buskura. Buskura Wine Farm. With an annual output of more than 80 gigawatt hour of green energy, the wind farm should supply at least 50% of the power needs of the site and help reduce the Buskura facilities CO2 emission by about 50,400 metric tons per year. So it's huge.
Thank you for sharing. So really around these incentives programs, these engagements through different governance councils and governance program, and then really a focus, laser focus on your core sites, which account for the bulk of the energy consumption, if I understand correctly.
Yes, correct.
I'd love to shift gear a little bit around the how decarbonization and climate has really entered into your relationship with your core customers. You operate in the consumer electronics space, you operate in the automotive and are a key enabler of electrification in the automotive space. You also operate in industrials as well as in the communication industries. All of these have well-known brands and companies which themselves have taken on bold decarbonization objectives. All of this in parallel, you see the growth and demand for semiconductors to be increasing rapidly. And of course, there are some challenges that we've seen over the past 12 to 18 months. So I'd love to get your inputs and insights onto how decarbonization is really impacting your relationships with your key customers and client segments.
So correct. I would like to reinforce first that we focus on, let's say, the two main market is automotive and industrial, and we address more selectively the consumer market, what we call standalone electronics. But our business strategy stems from three long-term trends. So first of all, the smart mobility. So electrification and increasing autonomous vehicles. Second, power and energy. And third, the Internet of Things and connectivity. So semiconductor technologies are key enablers to accelerating society transition to cleaner, safer, and smarter systems. So driving higher efficiency on one side, lower power consumption, predictive maintenance. They are at the heart of this transition to electrical vehicles, to advanced manufacturing, automation and robotics, and very important, the renewable energy. Better power electronics is becoming far more important as much of our economy switches from fossil fuels to electricity, and the world endeavors to expand usage of renewable energy and lower dependency on oil, gas, and coal. Well, I think, okay, all the recent developments are important demonstration. So semiconductor technologies are enabling industries to increase energy efficiency everywhere. Without semiconductor, no energy efficiency. Example of adoption of wide bandgap technologies like silicon carbide and gallium nitride. So for electrical vehicle, I will not mention the customer, but I give this example of technology. So for electrical vehicle, okay, the silicon carbide is enabling longer range, above 600 kilometers with our technology, increase in driving mileage up to 10%. Another example is a faster charging time from 16 to 7 minutes, so 80% capacity. So today, more than 40% of battery electrical vehicles are adopting the silicon carbide. So plus 31 compound average growth rate 2021-2030. And ST has been the pathfinder technology provider for this silicon carbide. Why? Because we were convinced about the electrification of the mobility. Another example, for smartphones and laptops, so in the consumer world, ST1 smart chip paired with ST master GaN charger based on GaN semiconductor technology enable a significant energy savings. If every power adapter achieve at least 1% higher efficiency, which is possible using the ST1 energy recovery circuit design, the world could save about 93 terawatt hours of energy. So basically, it's the equivalent to the output of 15 nuclear plants, 15. 4 times smaller than average chargers. If 1 billion chargers worldwide were to use our technology, 0.2 million tons of plastics and raw materials could be saved. So you see, you have a good balance between energy saving and waste.
Very interesting. Concretely, so clearly you are at the at the heart of the as a part of an enabler of the energy transition fundamentally, and but in terms of the relationship with these key customers, and we don't have to name any specific ones, but how has decarbonization seeped into their strategic agenda, and how has that influenced your relationship with them? If I'd love to, it'd be interesting to have some examples.
It is clear that ST as an important partner of, let's say, our top 20 strategic key account, we are committed on carbon neutrality, and we are committed to support this transformation at scale. So first of all, with massive investment, so both R&D and CapEx. So to develop, industrialize, manufacturing in very high volumes, the technology enabling our customers. In 2022, basically $3.1 billion of CapEx will be spent for new technologies, supporting mobility industry, industrial system, manufacturers large and small globally. So you see, we put a huge amount of CapEx on the table. On the other side, we have ambitious programs to make our own fabs the cleanest in the semiconductor industry. In July, together with Global Foundry, so we announced a new manufacturing facility in Crolles, France, south of France, and we have ambitious targets for these new facilities. Energy consumption and greenhouse gases emission, 10 to 20 times less emissive in terms of greenhouse gases than similar facilities. Air quality, using the latest and highest standards to reduce solvent air emissions. Water quality, additional liquid waste treatment plant to manage the treatment of wastewater. Our target is to reuse more than 50% of the water used. So you see, all these targets are the state of the art in terms of aggressiveness, to reduce our footprint for environment.
Very clear. I've got one question regarding the tension between a growing demand for your products and a very ambitious carbon neutrality objective. How do you manage this growth in terms of materials and energy demand with this ambitious near-term carbon neutrality objective?
2027 is still 5 years away, and of course it requires a lot of focus and work within the company. So we will remain very focused on this goal, and that's the reason why, this goal must be fully encompassed in the strategic plan. You cannot say I have this goal disconnected from the growth. So I confirm that the ambition of ST is to achieve $20 billion plus with related volume between 2025 to 2027, and by 2027 to be carbon neutral. Of course, we continue to work on all the other aspects of the sustainability. So for example, we have an eco-design approach, so to reduce products' ecological footprint, ensuring that when designing products, we systematically take into consideration the environmental impact of the device during its full life cycle. So it's what we call similarly quality built-in design. It is environment built-in design. So it's exactly the same concept in terms of approach, structured approach. So I can say that 63% of new ST products are labeled responsible products, with approximately 20% of total revenue derived from responsible products. We communicated that 37% of our sales come from products that aim at substantial greenhouse gas reduction across the product life cycle, according to the European Union taxonomy standard. But our big focus in our carbon neutrality goal, and there are a lot of work needed to make that happen. So it's not only to raise the bar and wishful thinking, it is really a KPI which is completely part of the strategic plan of ST for the next 3-5 years. And as a president and CEO, I am fully committed and engaged in it.
Thank you, Jean-Marc. One last question on this ambitious carbon neutral goal. What would happen after that? We have full confidence that you will achieve this carbon neutral goal by 2027. What would come next for ST?
That's a very good question, but I think it's not only intrinsic to ST. It's more something which is related to the world. There is a war. There is the two biggest economy decoupling. Okay, what is important is we are committed on this goal. We are committed on our economics. We are integrated, so we control our own manufacturing. So when I say we are committed, I'm controlling the manufacturing. So beyond 2027 is we will continue to grow. We will continue to grow organically, and we will continue to improve continuously our environmental footprint as a basic total quality mindset that the management is driven for.
Thank you, Jean-Marc. I think we're coming to an end of this conversation, but I'd love to, if you have any other messages that you wanted to share with the listeners today. This has been a rich conversation around the ambition, the challenges of growth, the governance structures, but if there are any parting thoughts that you want to leave with our listeners.
Simply that ST is a fantastic company to join because, as you see, we have an aggressive organic growth objective. We are totally dedicated to the corporate sustainability. We have our own manufacturing. We develop our own technology, our IPs. Everybody who wants to support this ambition goal for the future is more than welcome, okay, with all the diversity to join us. Looking forward to see you soon.
Thank you, Jean-Marc, for this rich conversation. Really appreciate the exchange and your thoughts and experience. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
For those of you in the room, I'm sure you'll be very pleased to hear that lunch is now being served just outside of those doors. Extremely well deserved after a long but very, very interesting morning here in London. But for those of you watching on the global virtual broadcast around the world, we keep going, and we have a panel discussion on the future of food hosted by Tetra Pak, and we'll see you back in London in just under an hour at 1:40 p.m. Back to you.
Welcome to Reuters IMPACT Food Systems and looking to make our food systems sustainable over the next several decades. I'm Eva Goldborn. I'm CEO and founder of Littlefoot Ventures, which is a food systems and food waste consultancy. And I am joined today by absolute giants within the food system. We have incredible panelists, part of our discussion today. Aya Ietovo, who's the Vice President of Public Affairs for Tetra Pak, and Tetra Pak is graciously sponsoring this panel for us today, which is very exciting. We have Philip Loring, who's Associate Professor and Errol Chair in Food Policy and Society for the University of Guelph. Hello to our Canadian colleague. Johan Rockstrom, who's the Director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and Chair of Tetra Pak Sustainability Advisory Panel. And then we have Robert de Vried, who's Chief Marketing and Business Development Officer of Nutrition for Unilever. So I would say we've got a pretty stacked panel today of people who know a thing or two about the conversation that we're going to have. We're talking today about how we sustainably feed around 10 billion people, as it's estimated, by 2050. How do we do this in a way that's sustainable, safe, and nutritious for people that we actually need to feed? And then how is it sustainable and safe for our planet? How are we going to do this within planetary boundaries that exist today and possibly as our climate evolves over the next several decades? So that's the primary focus of our discussion today. So without further ado, I'm going to ask our first question. From your perspective, what are the top 3 things that we need to do today to sustainably feed 10 billion people by 2050, knowing that there's new innovations that are needed, knowing that there's new research that we might need to transform our food system over the next several decades. But if we had to solve it today, in your mind, what would be the top 3 things that we would need? And Aya, maybe I'll start with you.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think, last year we joined the UN Food Systems Summit as Tetra Pak, and it was really the first time we started thinking of these big system change topics. And I think we have a long list of things that we came up, and just picking 3 from that list is a bit of a tough one. But if I just look at the kind of the side, which is really the people who don't have food, I think fixing access, affordable access to healthy nutrition would be one thing that I'd really like to fix, and I think finance, finding those kind of financing solutions for that would be my pick 1. The second one on my kind of list would be to actually, and I think this is an area where we as a company work a lot, is the circularity in the food systems. So in our kind of framework of solutions, we actually now invest a lot in looking at where the food is lost, in particular in the food processing, for instance, and how you can fix that. And I think that's an area which has tremendous impact. And then last but not least, I think it's the call for collaboration on some radical innovation, and I think I would really put the alternative proteins into that bucket. So I managed to get a bit more like than 3 just into that, but it's a tough one to choose.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's a great answer. Phil, what about from your perspective?
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind builds quite a bit, I think, on that answer, and that is attention to our supply chains and shortening and making our supply chains more resilient. And I'm saying that coming off of studying for 2 years impacts of COVID on seafood supply chains and how alternative supply networks, direct marketing strategies in Canada, the US, and also in multiple countries in Latin America, people responded to international interruptions of seafood availability and supply by using alternative local or regional supply networks. And so there's a lot of complexity in our supply chains that is making them less resilient, impedes access to food, right? It's not that there isn't the food, it's that it's not getting to people that they can't afford it. So that's one. A second that I would say is, I fully endorse this emphasis on innovation, but I would argue that it needs to be paired with an attention to the risks of further enclosure. One of the reasons that people can't get food, again, is not because there's not food there, but because there are features of our food systems that lock people off of land, lock people out of intellectual property. And there's so many trends right now in global food systems that are about further enclosure, more foods being produced in the labs by large organizations, less food sovereignty in places. And I think that that's a real risk for people's access to safe, affordable, healthy, and culturally preferred foods. And finally, I'll turn the third one into a bit of a more philosophical response, which is that we face these immediate 10, 20-year challenges in our food systems as in the context of issues like climate change. And I think it's important in thinking about the actions that we take today that we don't necessarily want to design the food systems of the future based on the challenges and pathologies of the present, right? And so I want to be sure that we are eyes wide open about the fact that some of the solutions we need to mount right now are not solutions that we want to see in our food systems. They're not designed for the future. They're designed for the crises of today, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll look forward to getting into that with you a little bit more too, in terms of, immediate needs and immediate reality today, and trying to actually, be the change that we want to see moving forward and what that looks like for real transformations. And I love that too, the concept of food enclosure. So when we talk in a moment about sort of consumer mindsets, I think it'll be interesting too, in terms of, food justice and food sovereignty, how these large global migrations of people based on climate crises is happening, who's coming out on top, who's able to actually access this food, who's, really at risk. So I look forward to exploring that more. Good answer, Phil. Johan, please, curious your top 3 actions we need to take today.
Yeah, Eva, so big question. So you'll get a big answer. I mean, we have so much scientific evidence that there is no safe landing on climate, nor delivery on the sustainable development goals of lifting all people out of hunger and supplying healthy and sustainable diets, unless we have a transition of the global food system to nature positive. So that would be my ask number 1. And the sub goals there is really halt expansion of all agriculture into intact nature. We must end expansion of agriculture. And number 2 is invest in sustainable intensification, or what often is also called regenerative agriculture. Number 2 would be to adopt science-based targets for healthy and sustainable diets. We have the science behind this. We call this the planetary health diet. And number 3 is really to finally internalize costs, the true costs of producing, consuming, and wasting food. I mean, we know that the planet is basically paying a significant share, not only through carbon, but also through overuse of fresh water and destruction of nature. So there's a big element of factoring in the true cost of producing food, which can then provide the incentives for a transition towards more sustainable food systems along the entire value chain.
Such a good answer. Thank you. And I think that's sort of a perfect invitation for Robert from the nutrition side, in your perspective, especially maybe for regenerative ag. What do you feel like we need to do in the immediate future?
No, I agree with the earlier panelists. It's good that you're allowing us to pick 3, because if we would focus on one thing alone, we're not going to do too good of a job. Yeah, it's a complex situation we're in, and we can't allow to focus on only one thing. I'm totally with Johan that we need to get regenerative agriculture to become the norm. We need to improve the resilience of our global food system. We've seen with COVID what can happen if the food systems get a shake. But I think what too little people realize is that the way how we're farming today, we're actually depleting the soil's capability to also feed the generation after us. So we have to immediately intervene, and we need to make sure that we're getting, the soil back to be able to also provide future generations after us. The other thing that I would choose is to incorporate more plants into our diets. And we have to significantly change that. Why? Because currently, if you're looking at the amount of greenhouse gas that is coming out of the animal agricultural, it's more than 60% of the total food chain. Yeah. So if we have to come to positive climate, the ambition that Johan also calls out, the best starting point is actually to reduce our dependency on animal agriculture and have much more plant proteins and plant-based nutritional elements into our diet, starting today. And last but not least, and it sounds a bit funny because many think food is always nutritious, but we need actually to have food to become more nutritious, ensuring we can provide consumers with food products that are tasty, affordable, accessible, and nutritious. And specifically in regions like Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, many consumers out there are still lacking sufficient nutrients, and they're not having access to foods that is giving them the right kind of nutrients. And we need to intervene and actually, looking into fortifying more of our food products and helping them to change their diets in an accessible way that is fitting with their own habits and cultures. And that's also a big intervention we need to take. So those would be the 3 of my choice.
Such a good addition there, Robert. And I think, we're going to have a lot to talk about on the cultural aspects of this as well in a few minutes. So, so this is getting me excited for this conversation. Aya, maybe going back to you for a second. Tetra Pak is a processing giant, is a packaging giant. How is your team sort of looking at that paradox of, again, making sure that we're feeding this amount of people, we're doing it, in, as Robert was saying, in this, nutritious, dense way, while simultaneously trying to move towards this closed loop system? There's sort of, the resource aspect that we need to make sure that we're accommodating, land, water, fertilizer, dollars, whatever it might be, carbon. And then on the other side, making sure that we actually meet this extraordinary goal, if it's even possible. So curious your perspective there.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that if we now look back, of course, the food systems, they've delivered a lot of good things in the past. All this efficiencies and productivity and all that. But then if you, like I think Johan mentioned, the true cost of food, if you start looking at the hidden costs, I think the FOLU initiative, I think they came up with a number which was like 12 trillion per annum on this hidden, all these externalities, which of course, in addition to nature and climate, there's all the health aspects to count in. So I think it's fair enough to say that obviously we have a problem. And I think, again, I was referring to the UN Food System Summit, and I think there's that what was positive there and what I found really particularly inspiring was that there's a lot of willingness to address these changes. And I think that the fundamental issue is that just how the different stakeholders can get together to work on this, because fundamentally, I think we need to look into what we eat. So it's basically, it is the food stuff itself. And I think a lot of mentions were here about the proteins. So what should be the source of proteins in the future? It is how we source whatever, like whether it is alternative proteins. Also, how do we source them? Not all alternative proteins or plant-based products are just healthy because or good because they are plant-based. And then we have the production and processing and all of that. So including transport, packaging. So there's a kind of a chain of things. And I think our company is an interesting position because we are kind of in between. So we do have technologies and all of that. And what we've done really is that we've looked at different pathways in terms of our type of businesses. So what could we do to enable some of this change? And I think that healthy foods for a healthy planet, which is really, I think in my mind, it's the very much of that is looking into the alternative proteins and the new foods that could feed the people in Africa, etc. So that's definitely one track that we're very much engaged on. Then it's the circularity. It's and I mentioned that for instance in processing, you have a lot of food waste, food, coming from the processing, which currently goes out. So, take brewery business, for instance, they, nobody wants to have proteins in beer. So what happens is that waste is thrown away. And actually just today, you and I, we were tasting some alternative protein products made of these kind of this type of waste. So that's the second thing that we're looking at. And then, of course, we have the sustainable food packaging. So, what if we don't have cold chains and all that? So our type of packaging and the future kind of even better packaging has a role to play. But then last thing, where we as a company are in a very interesting position is that we obviously are probably the world's largest company involved in the dairy chain. So how can we define our role and what does responsible dairy look like? Because I think the future is also like, we know that animal proteins also, they have a role to play, and as well as the plant-based. So those would be the pathways that we actually are working on and really believe where we can make a difference.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'm curious, because in your first response, you mentioned the role and importance of investment and financing solutions in this space, and sort of continued on that and mentioning the true cost of food. Somebody's got to pay for it. Who do you think, how do we sort of, in this very, new way of thinking, who's footing the bill? Is it the consumer? Is it, the suppliers along the way? Is it the brands, the retailers? How do we sort of distribute the true cost of food in a way that people are actually going to be accepting to it?
I'd say that it's if we look into the true cost of food, and of course I come from the corporate affairs perspective, I mean, these are there could be policy instruments which just bring that transparency of the true cost of food. And so it's when you actually have that, I think it changes the commercial model and the pricing model, and I think that would naturally create that change. But then in terms of the broader financing models, I must say earlier last week I was attending my first ever, because I haven't been at Tetra Pak for that long, and my first ever kind of a big meeting with the dairy industry. And there's a platform which is called the Global Dairy Platform. And there was one bank in particular that was very much there in looking and helping with innovative financing solutions for the dairy industry, different kind of transitions, and that was Rabobank. And it was interesting to hear how a cooperative bank can kind of find, solutions to the cooperatives, the dairy cooperatives, and how they can also help in some transitions in bringing that big, very challenging area move forward. Where in the developed world we have certain issues, and in the developing world, if we look at countries like India, where dairy is a gender issue, where the dairy, it's women's empowerment. So there's no simple kind of a financing mechanism, but if you build into that some of these, context-driven models, and you look at economic empowerment and the local, whether it's microfinancing in the case of India, I think that's the type of solutions that we need to look. Not just like generic models, but they need to be very context-driven.
Yeah. I think that's an important framing for that as well, because you're right, the context is everything for that, especially geographically. And I love the shout out to upcycling, and I would love to see a protein-rich beer or something similar. Sort of also highlights the fact that there's so much, nutrients in what we're perceiving as waste. And so what are those innovations that we can actually capture this really valuable food? Good. Phil, from your perspective, consumer mindsets. We know that, we've got businesses and climate scientists and anthropologists on with, and brands with us today, but inevitably consumers drive markets. How do we empower and encourage the eater to be part of this conversation? What do they need to know? But doing it in a way similar to even what Aya was just saying, in cultural contexts and heritage contexts that are appropriate for different regions of the world.
Right, and that's I think the really important point there is that there's not just one right diet, right? Diets are very place-based. They're very important to us. They're linked to very powerful traditions and memories and stories. What I've seen, and so because of that, I get, frustrated or concerned when people talk about, say a global move to eliminate animals from the food system, right? Which, but avoiding the silver bullets and recognizing that people actually are very motivated to make the changes that they can in their diets. A lot of people talk about consumer behaviors being very slow to change, or preferences being slow to change. It's actually it changes very quickly. It's only been, a few decades that people in North America have eaten as much meat as we do now. We need to change that relatively quickly. And I think people are actually keen to change that, but there's a lot of reasons that they can't. And those include the economics, right? We're sort of stuck in this double bind, right? Because we know that our food ought cost more, that it does cost more ecologically, right? But we've spent so long subsidizing it and keeping that food cheap, right? And not attending to economic well-being in our societies in a way that would make it so that people can afford the kinds of food that would be better for climate and the environment. I also have I have a hard time thinking about putting the burden of people who are just making it by from paycheck to paycheck, putting that burden of dietary change on them, right? When they're just accessing the foods that they can afford. And so there's this tricky double bind of how do we keep food affordable for people, or address the economic reasons that better food is not, while also changing the way that we price our food and include that true cost accounting into our food. But I do think, I would close my answer to that by sort of reiterating concern that, consumer change is really important. We do need to shift diets, but there's a lot of things in the way of that. And I think there's a danger of that becoming a distraction to the structural change in our food systems that we need to see in terms of how our food is produced, what food is being produced, and so forth.
And Phil, I'm curious to the sort of the importance of making sure that, one, even sort of maybe even understanding the privilege that we have in asking the question in that way, and what you highlighted of, people not having the choice always to do, to sort of transform their diets. What are those nodes of influence or areas or stakeholders that consumers, universally might be able to get their information from. You know, we obviously have the traditional marketing context, but because food is so connected to our identity and embedded in who we are as people, are there other, maybe even in your research or your observations, other nodes of influence that should be empowered to be part of these discussions that may not be a traditional player in the food system that could actually really support this change in a way that's, you know, respectful towards different cultural norms?
Well, I mean, in my experience, a large amount of nutritional and culinary information is held socially. It's held within your immediate social networks and your friends and your elders and your grandparents, right? And there's a lot of self-fulfillment and happiness related to the things that we eat that are a result of that sort of intermixing of our cultural and personal identity and our nutritional and knowledge about cuisine and food and food practices. You know, I think these things, they are durable, they last, they reach back into our past and previous generations, but they're also very easy to change, right? People are very adaptable and flexible if they need to be, when they need to be. I don't think it's any, I don't think there's a paucity of understanding out there that we do need to change how we eat. I think it's a matter of opportunity, a matter of mixed messages to some extent, that results not because there are not good solutions or advice to offer, but because so many different interest groups are promoting their solution as the right or the single most important dietary change that we need to make, when that has to happen in dialogue with where you are and who's producing your food and what the ecological challenges are there. And are you in a community that historically has relied on fisheries, and what are the issues in the fisheries and so forth?
Such a great answer. And I think continues to highlight sort of the nuance and need for a lot of place-based solutions for all of this. Robert, from your side, you know, coming from Unilever as a large sort of, you know, multi-brand, you know, CPG company, what can food businesses do to work together to sort of avoid the environmental harm caused by the production of food, and really create this this positive impact? And what is the role, you know, given your role in nutrition, what is the role of nutrition innovation play in that? I'm curious your perspective on that.
Yeah, good question. Look, for me, it's not a matter of how we can work together as businesses, but realizing that we have to work together. You know, only via partnerships can we unlock the significant changes that the food system requires. And it requires connecting farmers, governments, suppliers, manufacturers, all working together to drive to some of these changes that, you know, I myself and the other panelists have called out. I think then there's two things to be really important. It requires all the players to set bold targets or ambitions, being vocal on what they want to drive. And I think building to Phil's point, it's also about being transparent. Yeah, I think way too often we see that messages are getting blurred, not the real truth is being told, not the real cost is being shown. And as a consequence, we see too little movement from consumers. I don't think, you know, forcing consumers to drive a change is a smart thing to do, but I think educating them, having them understand what the impact is of the food they're eating, whether it is for their own health or whether it is for the health of the planet, for themselves and for the generations thereafter, is something that is still lacking a lot. And I think we're underestimating the power that transparency can bring to drive that change. On that partnership, I think our Global Innovation Center that we with Unilever have here in Wageningen, we call it the Hive, and it's for a reason. I'm actually here today. It's a great real life example. We've got, you know, 500 scientists, chefs, analysts working tirelessly to innovate. But the real magic is actually in the fact that it's located in what is called Food Valley. So it's a bit of a link towards Silicon Valley, but it's actually Food Valley here in Wageningen. And it's offering a connection with academic researchers, startups, external partners. And only in these connections do we actually see that we're able to innovate in a food system area that is much more impactful in driving the changes needed. And innovation plays a critical role to reduce that environmental harm that the current food chain is, let's face it, is causing. Yeah, and think about innovations like we're doing with our brand, The Vegetarian Butcher. It's products that look like meat, they taste like meat, you can cook them like meat, yeah, but they don't contain the animal protein that is causing such a significant greenhouse gas emission at this point of time. We do need to make it accessible in terms of the price. And unfortunately, animal proteins are still sold cheaper than actually plant-based proteins. Part of the reason is, and again, transparency lacks, because many governments are subsidizing the animal protein and not the plant-based protein. And being real on that would actually help to do some of the conversion. The other part is actually, we need to make sure that products taste good. Otherwise, it will never get scale. Algae is a great solution to provide more nutritious foods with less greenhouse gases. The downside of algae is it doesn't really taste that nice. Yeah, we found a partnership with a company called Algenuity, who have actually cracked that. So they are able to bring those nutritious benefits and those environmental benefits, but they've cracked a way in how they can take that nasty kind of taste out. And that allows us actually to increase the nutritiousness of our foods and to improve the environmental impact in embarking on a partnership with them. Yeah. And what we need to do, big partners like ourselves, but also involving the small players in the food chain. I'm deliberately speaking about smallholder farmers, and we've got quite a lot of them around the globe. We need to be able to link them in because they are just as important in the scale of the totality to drive this change needed and to come to a more inclusive and a much more sustainable food system across the globe. So that would be my commentary there, Eva.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And it sounds like too, maybe we need to do some fundraising in Silicon Valley to get some investment in dollars into Food Valley at Wageningen.
I was just going to suggest that we need to build a good bridge because we're actually with Johan in Lund and we have our little Food Valley here. So I know that Wageningen is a lot bigger, but maybe that's where the collaboration can bridge immediately.
I love that, from Silicon Valley to Food Valley. One follow-up question for you too, Robert, on the algae example. Because you're right, like mouthfeel, taste, and all the things, we eat with our eyes, all these things have to still be there, even if we are making, choices that are more sustainable for our planet. Are you looking at algae products as standalone products or as additives and sort of like nutrient boosters to other products in your innovation?
Well, we need both. And I think, honestly, I'm expecting most actually from including it in food products that people already know and realize and use today. It's much tougher to get consumers to move to a completely new product. It's not impossible, but it's much easier if you're able to bring the power of what algae can bring to food into food products that people are used to cooking with today. Yeah, and that allows the conversion to be much faster. Right. So I would not exclude by making sure that we also market the benefit of algae and including that in a diet. But I think the real scale will come by making sure that it's part of the ingredients we use, but not changing too much of how food looks and how people are used to preparing it. You need to keep it as simple as possible to get
not too funky, too fast.
Exactly.
That's awesome. Johan, from your perspective, you've heard everyone else's sort of thoughts here. So I'm curious if there's anything that you want to add on to, but inviting you to share any new research that you've been doing or any sort of things that are top of mind, just given the work that you do in this space, and also how you sort of see the opportunity to empower governments and the international community to actually, and even businesses arguably, to actually action on what you're finding, and what is the pathway to actually get sort of more urgency from these international communities and governments from the work that you're doing in creating that link.
Yeah, thanks. And I think all the inputs so far have really been very encouraging because they kind of point at all the win-win solutions and synergies we have if we can accelerate a pathway towards more healthy and sustainable food systems. But just to put that in the context of a reality check, I mean, that is part of the latest science that you're kind of asking for, Eva. I mean, we just submitted the third scientific update on the planetary boundary science, so it's now still in review, but I can share with you that 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries are in the red. And if you look carefully at those 6, the global food system is the single largest cause behind the transgression of the safe boundaries that keeps the entire life support system and the stability of the earth intact. So we're talking about the primary cause of loss of biodiversity, largest consumer of fresh water, number one cause of over-eutrophication of nitrogen and phosphorus, the number one land system transformer and degrader, and even the single largest sector in terms of all greenhouse gas emissions of both nitrogen oxide, methane, and carbon dioxide. And this happens in a world where we have still 1 billion people malnourished, 3 billion people undernourished, and we're losing 10 million people's life are shortened every year due to unhealthy food. This is a larger number in terms of rate than the COVID-19 pandemic disaster. So we are in a fix here. So I think we need to place all these innovations on alternative proteins, for example, and the subsidies that we provide into all the unhealthy processed food that people are sort of say, locking themselves into the context of how do we accelerate. And that's what takes me at least to your second point, Eva, that what's the role of government? I think we cannot let consumers alone. And I mean, I don't think that was what you were suggesting, Robert. I think that individual choices are fundamentally important. It's exactly as you say, Philip, that food is so culturally local and so incredibly rooted in our personal life experiences and the realities of communities on the ground. By the way, our planetary health diet of the Lancet Commission that we published in 2019 is now being scientifically updated in a second Eat Lancet Commission, and we will be working with local case studies to translate them into local conditions. But all of this said, I think we need to recognize that governments needs to step in and provide what you can call regulatory means on both deleting subsidies for unsustainable and unhealthy food production and value chains and support healthy and sustainable diets, but also put in legislation to forbid higher than healthy levels of salt, higher than healthy levels of all forms of unsustainable food items in the food plate. And I know that this is very controversial, but I think we are at a point where we cannot allow ourselves to continue just losing both people's health and planetary health because of a failed food system. So I think there's a lot of experimentation going on innovations, really fantastic, but I think we also need to, in a way, experiment and start scaling policy interventions that can help this transition in a way that does not undermine the integrity of people, but gives us chances of taking good choices. I mean, just to give you a final indicator here, I mean, how many countries in the world have really sustainable and healthy food guidelines? Well, there are only 3 countries, and these are the Nordics. There are no other countries. They have health standards, but they are barely known by the broad citizenship. So it's how do we get a more kind of anchored understanding and attraction of healthy and sustainable food? I mean, that still remains a major challenge.
Yeah, such an important highlight, and I'm curious your perspective too. We in the U.S. just had the first food summit, food and food security and nutrition and hunger summit in the White House, first in 53 years, and it looks like finally we're getting some revised nutritional guidelines there. I'm curious if, in addition to Nordic countries, does the U.S. have a role to play as sort of a cultural magnet to be able to positively influence what goes on in other aspects of the world? And if we sort of get it right in the U.S. context, is there some hope for us?
There's definitely hope, and of course the U.S. was a big disappointment in the sense that you have your nutritional guidelines, but there was a refusal to integrate sustainability guidelines in those guidelines, which is of course a real step backwards. But I think one shouldn't single out the US and specifically. I think what we need to do is along the lines what I understood from you, Philip, also, which I totally support, which is to recognize the cultural diversity and the need to adapt diets and the dietary traditions with local conditions. And that's, I think, a great opportunity we have. And in so doing, we have to also distinguish between cities or urban citizens and dietary habits with rural and more countryside consumption patterns, and understand that for people living in West Africa and Burkina Faso, for example, you cannot just adopt the same dietary patterns as you would do in urban regions in the US or in Europe or in New Delhi, for that matter. So I think it's a question of really having local adaptations, but aligning it with science and recognizing the win-win outcomes of health and sustainability, and how do we get that to become an attractor?
Yeah, I think if you allow me to add to that, because I think we need to dare to de-average also, yeah, because you can't expect the same kind of change. You know, when we say, for instance, we need to have more plants in our diets, it's a bit unfair to say that to some of the people living in Africa, versus if you see what many of us in the West are eating in terms of animal proteins, yeah. And it's the same point. And yes, so I agree, we need to also work on educating, yeah, but we also need to understand that, you know, again, if you're struggling to come by, and if your bigger problem is actually to feed your children rather than to feed them nutritiously, I don't think we should expect that these people are willing to invest to change the benefit of the planet, right? Their struggle is to actually survive and to have a meal tomorrow before the kids go to school, yeah? So I think we do need a combination of these kind of factors. And just allow me, you know, as one last comment, Johan said, you know, about processed food. And I think the industry is partly to blame. Many players in the processed food industry were too slow to realize that, you know, processed food wasn't always designed to give you the best nutritional value. But I do believe processed food is definitely a required solution to be able to feed the planet sustainably in 2050 and onwards, because we're already today throwing away 30% of the food we globally produce. And if we want to feed more people nutritiously, processed food is critical to play a role there. But we need to make sure that it's done in a healthy way and in a tasty way, because otherwise consumers are not going to buy it.
No, and I'm not questioning that, Robert. I think you're right there, and I would even go one step further, actually. That I draw the conclusion today that to have any chance of a safe landing for humanity on Earth, where we need to transform to have a decarbonized world economy, staying within the planetary boundaries on water, nutrients, and biodiversity within the next generation, we need to get people to choose food that is healthy and tasty, nutritious, without them even recognizing that they save the planet in their choices. I think this has to happen almost just per design, so to say. You don't have to expect every citizen in the world to be on a quest to save the planet. We know that doesn't work. We have to simply make it more attractive. That's what's making us successfully now scaling the electrification of the automotive industry in the world, the transition towards more renewable energy. And it has to be the same thing for food. Food simply must be attractive and cheaper to do the right thing.
Yeah, and we need to be transparent about it. Yeah.
And I was going to say exactly back to what Robert was saying about transparency of message and blurring, and just sort of the overwhelm of information and trusted resources of information. And maybe that's one that can go on the back burner, where, you know, consumers just assume a degree of environmental stewardship that's happening, but they're focused on their taste preferences. Any other thoughts here?
Well, I was going to say, you know, on the question of consumers and what people are buying, and I think the point about this shouldn't need a degree how to eat sustainably, right? And I think that part of that is what people are buying, but right now the only test we have in our food system about whether a product should be on the market is whether people buy it, right? And the ethics of producing certain foods ought to be a question that also happens pre-consumer, whether that's a policy matter, whether that's a corporate matter, or both, right? Because, you know, the voting with your dollar is it's one way to affect change, but it's right now it's where we're putting a whole lot of emphasis, and that has ethical issues, justice issues, and also it's just questionable in terms of a theory of change.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. And I think we have to watch out that we need the governments to intervene and to make legislation. My worry, and it would be really helpful, but it takes way too much time. We see that also governments today, they're depending on popularity vote, yeah? And some of the changes required are not beneficial for getting that popularity vote. So again, that's why I think we have to call on all the partners in the food chain to start to begin, yeah? And to start to accelerate in that space. And if we all wait for the legislation, it's probably going to be too late for some of the needle shifts that we need, or to get them out of the red, like Johan already said. Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to kind of point out that I don't know if you know, but EU is working on a regulation which is about sustainable food systems, and I think it's yeah, like you say, nothing happens overnight, but at least it's there are things in the making, and there's also a regulation related to food waste and loss that is also in the making, and I think it is recognition that this is happening, and with this frame, I think that is a really positive sign, and the other positive sign that at least I would take, and maybe this is me being optimist, but the fact that we were talking with Johan earlier about COP27 and what to expect about that, but there's going to be, I think, like 3 or 4 food system related pavilions, which is bringing together the different stakeholders, and obviously the governments are going to be there. So there's a lot of at least kind of ideas and push for collaboration and getting trying to get the governments on board this agenda, because I think everybody sees that the food system solving the food system
on the live stream, but for those of us who are here, it really is great to be able to make contacts and really come up with solutions, learn from each other, and chart a way forward. This afternoon, we've got some brilliant sessions coming up. We've been speaking earlier today about land use, transport, energy, and we've got sessions about all of that coming up over the next couple of hours. But first of all, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you back for the first session after lunch, and we're looking at, is a true circular economy achievable? And we have with us Andrew Morlett, the CEO of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and Dame Jo Da Silva, the Global Director of Sustainable Development from Arup. And they are going to be moderated by my colleague, Terry Slavin from Reuters Events. So Terry, take it on, please.
Great, welcome back, everyone. As we said, I'm Terry Slavin. I'm Editor-in-Chief of Reuters Events Sustainable Business. Dame Jo Da Silva of Arup, and Andrew Morley from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So we've got we've only 20 minutes to tackle a very big subject. Is the circular economy achievable? And so we're going to focus on building emissions, because that is one very big part of the circular economy. Andrew, just how big and how important is the built environment to this agenda?
Well, I think the built environment is a really huge part of the agenda, and I think it's firstly important for people to really understand what we mean when we say a circular economy, because many people think of it as a waste and recycling agenda, when actually it's a much bigger idea, and it incorporates the way in which we look at materials and products in the economy across their life cycle and how they're designed. And it's really based on 3 principles that we want to be designing out of the economy, the waste and pollution that we have in the products and materials that we use in the built environment as well. We want to design for keeping products and materials in use for as long as possible at their highest value. And this is a really crucial topic in the built environment, because most buildings are grossly underutilised. and they are increasingly designed for shorter and shorter life cycles or lifespans. And Joe can elaborate on that, but that's the second principle. And the third principle is that we actually design with a positive natural intent. That is, we're designing into the economy positive outcomes for nature by intent. So the circular economy is a way of thinking of the design of the products and materials, products and services in the economy to eliminate waste and pollution, keep them in use, and to have a positive impact on nature. So it's a system solution, and it's about upstream thinking, not just what we do with things after use.
So what does this do, this agenda, how does it tie to the climate change agenda?
It's a really crucial part of it that people haven't quite cottoned onto yet. The majority of the discussion that we've heard this morning and in general is about how we actually make the transition to renewable energy and how we think about energy efficiency across all three scopes. But that's only about 55% of the answer if you look at the 1.5 degree target. In actual fact, the way in which we make and produce and use things, how long we keep them in productive use, is about 45% of the answer. And that includes food systems, as we just heard about earlier, but also the built environment. And it's a really crucial thing to understand that the invested energy, the energy we invest in making things, is a really big deal. And we want to maximize the return on invested energy, and we want to maximize the return we make on the materials in the economy, because that's a huge part of the energy solution.
I think that's what we heard this morning, about 40% of emissions are related to built environment.
Yeah, it's a very big part of it, and it's not only 40% of that energy part, but the embedded energy, the energy that goes into making buildings and making steel and glass and everything that goes into a building. That energy we want to use for as long as possible. And obviously the built environment is, a very massive part of the economy. It's also a really massive part of the waste, because the majority of municipal waste is construction waste. We have a huge amount of waste in the making of buildings. Then we refurbish them very often, and as we do those cycles of refurbishment and refit, we basically throw everything out and replace it with new stuff. And then the end of life, at the end of the building's productive life, or what is now an increasingly short effective life, all of that construction waste, the demolition waste, is wasted as well. It's not repurposed and used typically. And that's what we have to get to. We have to get to all three of those things: the way in which we design for utilisation, the way in which we think about the refurbishment and the reuse of buildings and assets, materials in buildings. And we need to think about the end of life of buildings and how we effectively utilise the embedded energy and materials that go into them.
Okay, so Joe, to what extent is this agenda on the agenda in terms of on climate and on cities and governments?
It's right on the agenda now because of this shift in focus to Scope 3 emissions. So if we go back a little while in terms of people's net zero commitments, businesses were making their commitments in terms of their Scope 1 and their Scope 2 emissions. Now businesses are making their net zero commitments in relation to Scope 3. Scope 3 is about being responsible for all the stuff that you use. And so every business occupies a building, has some sort of building that it occupies. There are some businesses, it is their business, developers and investors, but it's relevant to absolutely every business in terms of their account sheet for their carbon emissions. And so whether as a building owner or as a building occupier, as a building investor, everyone now needs to be thinking about not just the operational energy in buildings, but what we call the embodied energy in buildings. And that is the energy that is locked up in the materials that make a building. And that includes the structure, it includes the building services, it includes the fit out and the finishes and the furniture. And so what this shift that we're trying to make is to say, how do we reduce the energy and emissions involved in those materials. And the way to do that is fourfold. The first is quite simply, don't build. Don't build unless you absolutely need to. Andrew mentioned the fact that we tend to build for the short term. So we need to change that also and say, if you are going to build, build for the long term. Build on a foundation where you're looking at the whole life costing of your building in terms of dollars, but also in terms of carbon. And build your building so it's adaptable for the future, rather than a very bespoke building that works for your business for the next 5 years and that's all. We're also saying that what you need to do is to build much more efficiently. The construction industry is one of the most inefficient sectors. We haven't modernized in the way many other sectors have. 80% of materials from construction sites go to landfill. Digital fabrication is only just getting going. Industrialized construction has huge scope to create radical reductions in the amount of materials that we use in buildings and the amount of waste that comes off. And then the last part of it is actually thinking about what are the materials we're using. And so moving towards biomaterials, we've seen a shift already from headquarters buildings for companies like Google. Instead of being glass and steel, they're now leaning into mass timber construction, which is a form of biofabrication. And if you look at the way the EU taxonomy is going, that's trying to incentivize using recycled and reused materials, salvage materials. And there's really progressive pioneering projects going on, which are building new buildings from materials salvaged from other buildings.
Okay, but we heard this morning, something struck me, that the NHS, 75% of lights in the NHS aren't LED. The business case for LED has been out there for years. What's going to drive the uptake of these technologies that are much more expensive and upfront cost than an LED light?
I think, when we were in the same position with photovoltaics, 10 years ago. It was like, how are we going to get photovoltaics mainstream as part of the energy transition? They're more expensive, no one's going to switch. And actually what's happened over the last 10 years is that the price of photovoltaics has tumbled much faster than anyone anticipated. So it is very much a supply and a demand equation. And one of the big challenges when it comes to the built environment is the fragmentation of that supply chain. And there are so many disconnects in that process. And so we need to get to a position where the people who are creating the new materials, the new technologies, are in touch with the designers. But what's most important is that the designers are able to respond to investors and clients who are demanding this. And at the moment, the biggest bit that's missing in creating the shift to a circular economy is the demand side at the top end of the value chain, with people saying, this is the direction we need to go. And the incentive for that at the moment, the biggest incentive for that at the moment is this emphasis on scope 3. It's not just about the light bulbs, it's actually about every single bit of material that you are investing in. So if you refurbish your buildings, that's on your balance sheet as either the occupier or the owner of that building. And that's a big shift.
Can you give an example where, a client has decided not to, where you've convinced a client not to build, they were going to build something, you're saying?
Yes, so a very good example is 1 Triton Square, which is a development just north of the Euston Road in North London. That's a very significant high quality office building that was designed and built in the 1990s. And unusually, Arup were appointed to provide full service, architecture, structure, mechanical, electrical, everything was all within one organization. What that meant is that actually all the data associated with that building was in one place. When British Land, 27 years after the building was built, thought, we need more space. We can get more space on that site. Their starting point was, we're going to have to knock down and rebuild. But because the building had been designed for adaptability, because all the information existed, we were able to double the floor area of that building by putting extra floors on it for half the carbon associated with a new build. And that work included taking 3,000 meters squared of facade off the building, refurbishing it locally, putting it all back on the building, which was a saving of 60% in cost as well as carbon compared to a typical facade replacement. So there are projects like this that are groundbreaking, but what enabled that project was the availability of data. And that's one of the other things that we've got to come to terms with, is recognizing that buildings need to be seen as repositories of materials. So every component in the building has a material passport, that the owner of the building has all those records of what it was made of, and there's provenance behind those materials, so the buildings can be dismantled and materials can be reused.
I'd like to add to that. I think that, in the work that we've done over the last 10 years, and I would say we've been working with Arup directly since 2015. What we have seen with the hundreds of companies that we're working with, that there's really two things that play into these types of decisions. The first thing is the mindset. Really, the understanding of the whole life of carbon, the systems solutions that are needed, the fact that these things are interrelated, the materials that are in the building, the way they're used, the energy efficiency, the economics, they're all interrelated. The impact of the building on their place, so the impact of the building on, and possibilities for the building to contribute to the natural ecosystem around it and the community. It's a ecosystems type of way of thinking. So the mindset, what are we trying to solve for here, is not just energy efficiency, it's not just renewable energy, it's thinking about the building in the context of its system and the system over time. That's the first thing. The second thing is getting the economics to work. And getting the economics to work is a combination of private sector innovation and working across value chains, so changing the relationships of the various actors across the life of a building, because it's very, very fragmented at the moment. But it's also the role of policy and the enabling policies to help us to think about these buildings across time in place and their contribution to the system in which they sit. So how we think about it and how we get the economics to work is the key to this.
And also, what about biodiversity? You mentioned,
yeah.
But the impact of buildings on nature and how they can be part of a circular economy. What do you mean by that?
Well, again, come back to the principles of a circular economy. It's not just about circularity of materials. It's about the role of that building in its ecosystem. So buildings can contribute a lot to the nature around them. So green facades, green roofs, the infrastructure around them, the car parks, the way they capture water, the way they can clean air. You can provide habitat in buildings for insects and for animals in the city. So, I mean, buildings are part of the natural world. They can be part of the natural world in which we sit. And this is super important because, and this is the distinction between the way in which we think about a circular economy and the way a lot of people think about sustainability. Is a lot of the discussion this morning has also pointed to efficiency as being super important, how we lightweight, how we reduce the energy demand. These are all how we reduce the impact of effectively a linear system. So we can reduce the impact of a product or a solution that ultimately is going to be disposed of and can't be reused or can't be refurbished. You can make it less harmful. But what a circular economy really tries to do from the outset and by design is to say, how do we think about products and services and solutions and buildings and their contribution to nature. So how do we make space for nature and how do we positively actually contribute to it? So the conversation before this one was talking about food systems, and a big part of this is to say, how do we design food products that are not only healthier and taste better and people want them, give people better choices, but also contribute to the built environment, the natural systems, contribute to biodiversity and again, we're designing with the intention of having a positive impact on the ecosystem rather than just reducing harm.
So I was just going to say, there's already really good examples of this, particularly in the Netherlands. So when we talk about nature, we're talking about land and water, biodiversity, and the quality of the air. Yeah. Now, in the Netherlands, which is a very water-stressed country in terms of flooding, they've really been pioneering new building forms that are integral to nature. So, an example is what are known as water squares. And it's just landscaping that captures and attenuates water when there are extreme flood events. Green roofs are becoming the norm because they capture water, they reduce runoff, but they also can be used to grow food. They can be used to enable local communities to have access to open spaces and to be able to grow their own food. So this is the real intellectual shift for all of us. Is instead of thinking about buildings as just one reductionist component of the world that we live in, is to recognize that actually buildings are part of the systems that enable us as humans to live and other living things to coexist. And that's a very big shift. And I think where we are at the moment is we're beginning to realize that the impact of the built environment on our planet, both in terms of carbon and in terms of the take from nature. And what we're moving to is actually saying we can get to net zero buildings, but we can also get to a position where buildings are part of the solution. And they are integral with nature. They're not just using nature as a resource. And that's a very fundamental shift from where the industry is now. But because the industry now is so behind in terms of modernization, there's immense potential to make a lot of change in a very short time.
What's going to tip it, though? I mean, what's going to accelerate this? If you had one thing that would accelerate this agenda?
I don't think it's going to be one thing. I think it's, as Joe said, we've got an increased focus on Scope 3, and as we start to look into Scope 3 emissions, you start to see that things are, interconnected, and you can design in a way that actually solves multiple problems at once. And I think that the leading companies that are looking at their contribution to sustainability are starting to look at all of these things. And as Joe said, everybody in the room works in a building, more or less. Every company has infrastructure and footprints. And there's a lot that can be done that can have a really positive effect, and people are waking up to this.
Do you think COVID's had an impact?
I think it definitely has. I mean, when we did the work in 2015 and we did the analysis on the built environment in Europe, we found then that really in a working week, most buildings are only occupied 30%. And that's massively gone down through COVID. And I think anybody that works in commercial real estate today is really wondering what's going to happen with all of the capacity that's out there, because the work practices are massively changing and people are questioning, how do we use this stuff and how do we actually rethink the existing footprint and the future footprint?
I'm afraid we don't have any more time to dive into this. A final thought, anybody? Or
the final thought is, for me, is really that, fundamentally, where we're trying to get to is a rebalance between the fact we've got one planet's worth of resources, and we've got to think much harder about how we use those resources, and that's this fundamental shift that Andrew's talking about that needs to go on, but it's not optional; it's necessary, because we've only got one planet. And the circular economy, which the Ellen MacArthur Foundation have now been pioneering for 2 decades, is the key to getting a sustainable future. Climate change is one bit of the problem. This shift in terms of the way we think about materials, we think about what we take from the planet, and we're always thinking about giving back to the planet and moving to regenerative thinking in everything we do. That's the fundamental change. And it's not really optional. it's necessary, and it's a question of how fast can we go.
Very quickly, I mean, I think the way to look at this today is that this is the growth opportunity. We should be not only talking about the need for growth, but we should be talking about regenerative growth, circular economic growth. You know, how can we really create a growth that moves us to a fundamentally different place that can actually run in the long term, rather than just extracting and growing systems and economies now that are depleting and destroying natural systems and wasting finite resources. So it's a massive opportunity.
Great, massive opportunity. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Terry, and thank you, Joe and Andrew, for an inspiring and an exciting session. Our next guest is Alistair Phillips-Davies. He's the CEO of SSE. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here in person, but we will be switching on the cameras, hopefully, live. He is speaking to our colleague, George Hay, who's the finance editor for Reuters Breaking Views here in EMEA. So hopefully, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Hay. I'm EMEA editor of Breaking Views, Reuters commentary and opinion arm. This segment is called The Electrification of Everything, Bridging the Infrastructure Gap. And it's about the challenges of shifting from a fossil fuel economy into one powered by electricity generated from renewable sources. We've got a good person to discuss that with us, Alistair Phillips-Davies, who's the CEO of SSE, one of the UK's leading electricity generators and network operators. Alistair, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And sorry I can't be there in person, but the North is back in today.
Well, we haven't got a huge amount of time, so I'm going to launch into the first question, if that's all right. So, I mean, last November, just after COP26, SSE outlined its CapEx strategy to invest over £12 billion by, I think, 2026. And that was a kind of rough split between what you do, like 40% renewables generation, at the same upgrading the network, and on 20% maybe on carbon capture and new stuff. I suppose what I wanted to ask you first of all is just quite a lot has happened since then, fairly obviously. There's been the Ukraine war, we have an ongoing energy crisis. So has anything kind of changed to make you kind of change your rough plan, or like, how would you approach how things have changed?
So thank you for that. And yes, we set out a plan, 12.5 billion in the 5 years to 2026. I think since then, we've probably seen more opportunities and accelerating opportunities, one on the back of government policy, things like the British Energy Security Strategy. And secondly, obviously generally the tragic events unfolding in the Ukraine are making people focus even more on energy resilience. We're going a little bit more from just in time to just in case, and trying to build up that homegrown resilience. So we can see more going out further in terms of spend. A lot of the things that we're going to spend money on are big infrastructure, whether that be pumped storage, offshore wind, batteries, big solar farms, things of that nature, and importantly, all the networks to connect those up to the customers that need to be there. So we've upped our guidance we expect to spend £25 billion this decade. That's part of meeting our 1.5 degree carbon targets, our science-based carbon targets. Also, I think it's really critical in terms of reducing the UK's reliance on very expensive imported energy, and particularly gas. The crisis we've got at the moment is a gas crisis. Every time we put up another wind turbine, we can reduce our reliance on that. And certainly in the latter part of the decade, I think that will also drive our desire to invest more and more in carbon capture and storage, and in building hydrogen plants, both demonstrators and full grid scale ones as well. So I think everything we've seen there has been positive, and even in the last 2 to 3 weeks, with the latest incarnation of this government talking about becoming a net energy exporter by 2040, again, that gives us more confidence to invest going forward.
Right. I mean, I was going to ask you about that, obviously, but I mean, the previous government, they used to talk about being the Saudi Arabia of wind, and really put it front and centre of what the UK is trying to do. So your sense, your initial sense is that that's how a similar kind of dynamic is going to happen with this government.
Yeah, I think what we've seen with this government is there've been more words about some of the fossil fuels. I think we need to remember that the UK committed to decarbonise by 2035 the electricity sector, and therefore gas is still going to be needed for at least a decade plus. So looking for gas seems the right thing to do. And certainly we've had a lot of success in the North Sea. Newer areas like west of Shetland can provide a great deal of opportunities. So I'm sure there's a lot that we can do there, which will go forward. Part of this decarbonisation, it's about using the vast resources that we have in the UK. So we've got an awful lot of wind here, both onshore and offshore, but particularly in offshore. We've got opportunities to use more and more of that if we start to invest in things like floating offshore, which will be the next incarnation of that technology. And when it comes to flexibility, so when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, how are we going to cope with that? Initially, things like carbon capture and storage are there. The UK's got a huge reservoir of storage sites, depleted gas fields offshore to do that. Our ability to build businesses, we've built the biggest offshore wind market in the world. I think we have opportunities to build one of the biggest carbon capture and storage markets in the world as well, because of what we happen to have on the back of the North Sea, and that we're very adjacent to Europe, which seems very committed to going into the sort of hydrogen economy and carbon capture areas as well as we are. So I think that's a huge opportunity for us. I think this government will continue to commit to those things. That's what's going to reduce our dependence on certainly Russian gas and even gas from friendlier places, which is proving very expensive currently.
Right. Well, I mean, another thing that this government has done, which is everyone is kind of obsessing about at the moment, is what they've done fiscally. And I suppose just from your perspective, it's quite important, I suppose, for international investors to be interested in investing in the UK, because ideally we want them to help pay for our transition and invest in infrastructure, all the stuff we're talking about. I just wondered, obviously seeing what's happened with the gilt yields and sterling. From your perspective, are you worried that there would be people who are less, the average international investor would look at the UK and think it's a bit uncertain, I'm less likely to want to invest in these kind of projects, or do you think it doesn't make any difference?
I think it's important that government continues to try and provide stable regime and a regime that international investors are attracted to. I think they've done that with their policies. They've done that with their commitments to renewables investment and to infrastructure that'll bring more and more low carbon energy to the UK. Obviously, it's more difficult with things like interest rates and currency movements. The UK could become more attractive to people who've got dollars to invest, because mean reversion means that maybe the dollar will go back down and sterling will come back up at some point, and now's an attractive time to invest. On interest rates, that's obviously going to push up things like cost of capital, but I think they're going up everywhere. The world, or a lot of the Western world, is either in or very close to being in recession, and most central banks are looking to increase interest rates. I think that the key thing for the UK is not to introduce new risks and give uncertainty about the actual course it wants to take overall, because then that will push up things like the cost of equity. So legislating for things that people aren't expecting, unexpected taxes, unexpected caps on things, I think both of those things could be damaging. But I know the government to date has been thoughtful, and we continue to have, I think, sensible discussions about how the UK looks to deal with issues in the wholesale market, similar to how Europe's done it. Europe's done it with caps. I think here we put forward some suggestions about utilising more CFDs. We'll see where the government gets to in the end, but I think we all want the same thing, which is to have fair, reflective prices in the wholesale market that reflects the investments that were made.
Yeah, I mean, the cost of capital point you mentioned there, I mean, that's quite important in the net present value of these renewable projects, wind and solar projects. Presumably that has an impact on that. But is that something to be concerned about, or is it just, as you say, like a kind of a natural thing that's going to happen anyway?
So I think it's all around risk for putting equity in, and it can also be around interest rates or long-term interest rates. To the extent the long-term interest rates are lower, you're going to be able to borrow more money cheaply. But we're building the world's largest offshore wind farm at the moment, and close to 70% of that, or just around 2/3 of it, is funded by debt. And so the cheaper you get the debt, the better off you are. And I think on the equity side, it's really around certainty. We've got a review of the energy market going on at the moment, the REMA process, and that's really going to give people a clear indication, hopefully, of what markets will look like in the late 2030s and early 2040s, because that's the sort of timeframes people are interested in when CFDs finish. And you're essentially running merchant, but you've still got plant that's got maybe 15 or 20 years of life left. As we move forward to look at how we deal with short-term issues in the wholesale market, I think we've got to make sure that that process runs. There's a very thoughtful piece came out from government a couple of months ago that starts that process off. It will take a year or two to get all those market issues looked at and sorted out. Whatever we do in the short term, we must just be careful not to spook investors and to not make people think that there are risks, suddenly new risks in the UK market that weren't there before, that made this market so attractive to invest in.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the other thing that is arising from what's going on with the government at the moment is that they do need they will probably going to have to kind of cut spending or raise alternative taxes. Now, the other problem for the energy sector is just whether they are perceived to have these big windfalls, and just whether the government says, right, we're not going to do this particularly delicately, we're just going to take some money from you. How much of a concern is that? Because you've been at the forefront of some of the ideas about how you might deal with some of the kind of unusual factors in the market at the moment. So, like, how do you think the best way to kind of get at those kind of rents is, and are you worried that the government is going to kind of come in and do something rather brusque?
So look, we've seen this government say beforehand that they weren't keen on windfall taxes, and they weren't keen on unexpected taxes. So again, to me, it comes to consistency in what they're doing. I think that those sectors where people are doing significant additional share buyback programs, i.e. just handing back surplus cash that they don't have, they would probably be under more scrutiny. With us as a company, and there'll be fellow companies, I think, in the utility sector, we were clear that we'll be investing more in this decade than we're actually making in profits. We're actually selling down some of our businesses in order to fund all that expansion that we've got. We'll need to do that. We've also been clear that if we do make more money than was expected, it'd be our intention to invest more money in infrastructure going forward. I think those sort of commitments are important. I think when the government did impose the windfall tax on the oil and gas companies, and I'm not au fait with all the details, at least they were offering them some tax incentives to do so. So if there was more investment, there was some benefit that they could receive back from that. And I think that's the important thing. We've got a very investable market. People have spent years getting it to where it is, and therefore we just need to be thoughtful about the way in which that is done. But as a company, we're very clear that we should all pay our fair share of taxes and make our fair contribution to getting us out of this crisis.
Okay. Are you worried that, I mean, obviously there's a lot of money going into the electricity sector, or kind of to support the electricity consumer. You saw what happened to bankers after the 2008 crisis. I mean, are you worried that people will look askance at the same way at the energy sector, or do you just see it as two different things?
I'd like to think we're two different things. I'd like to think that certainly SSE and many of our companies here are part of the solution. I think most people would agree that some of the things that were going on in the financial services sector in the run-up to the financial crisis were probably wrong and not appropriate. And a lot of governments and committees came out, and I think we're fairly clear on that. I certainly hope that the energy sector won't need as companies, bailouts of the sort that were required in America. I think the TARP scheme ran to $3.5 trillion. And in this country, obviously, a number of big companies were bailed out as well. We have seen a couple of those in Europe. So both EDF and Uniper have essentially been renationalized or in the process of being renationalized. I think in the UK, we've obviously seen some fragility amongst the energy retailers where a number of them have ceased to trade. But I think generally what the government's done on introducing liquidity into the market so that people continue to trade with counterparties and things of that nature. I think most of the companies here have certainly managed to date, and I've not seen any speculation about people disappearing. I also think a lot of what we do is focused on trying to make sure that in the medium term, the big investments we're making are going to sort these problems out. We're here looking to quintuple our renewable demand over this decade, which is going to substantially reduce the amount of expensive imported energy we have. It'll take off even if you go back to last winter, some of the big wind farm projects we've got would be taking 60 plus pounds off consumers' bills, and that's just one individual wind farm that we're building. So those are the sort of things. Hopefully, we can be seen as part of the solution. We'll continue to work government on that basis.
Okay, and just lastly, the big deal with RWE this today buying something in the States, and the US has probably a bit more regulatory clarity, arguably, with the Inflation Reduction Act. And I just wondered, is there a kind of dynamic where we'll see more of those kind of deals, do you think, kind of happening and fewer in Europe, or do you think there's enough to go around for everyone?
So the States has been an interesting market. We've certainly looked there. We've bid into auctions as well to do offshore wind over in that market. It is a very, very large market. Indeed, the world's largest renewables company, NextEra, is based over in America, and they only do onshore wind and solar there. Just giving you an idea of the scale, whereas the big European people tend to be a bit more multinational in what they do. I think America is a very different market to Europe. America is not suffering anywhere near as much with high prices. They're relatively energy self-sufficient, particularly on the back of their fracking industry. I think for America, if prices are getting to difficult levels, they can frack more, and indeed they're probably also willing to dig more coal out of the ground. I think in Europe you've got less sources, and therefore I think Europe is probably the place in the world which will pay the most for a sort of a green electron or a green molecule, and therefore that seems a really attractive place for us to invest. We've recently bought a business, 580 million euros, for a development business in principally onshore wind and potentially solar in France, Spain, Italy, and Greece, and we'll continue to look at other opportunities in Europe as well.
Okay, well, I think we'll leave it there, but just wanted to say thank you very much for joining us, and be good to speak again.
Okay. Thanks very much, George. Take care.
Thank you very much to George and to Alistair for that. It's nice to get back in real life, but sometimes people can't quite make it. But we are delighted to be joined by our next two guests who are here in real life. And we are going to be talking about making climate a priority in transport and infrastructure. So please welcome Sean Donoghue, the CEO of Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, and Øystein Jensen, the Chief Sustainability Officer for Odfjell SE. Gentlemen, please.
Thank you. And have a nice afternoon. Welcome. Welcome to this 15 minutes fireside chat. We missed the fireplace, but we have some good lighting here. The topic of this conversation is about sustainability in the transporting sector. This is a sector that represents one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, about 20% represented from the transport industry. So shipping and aviation, they are about the same size, about 2% of global CO2 emissions. So it's certainly a part of the picture, and part of the problem, and also the part of the solutions. So the demand for transportation and infrastructure is certainly increasing in order to keep up the pace with other global and economical development. And that means that the pressure is really on for our sector to develop in a sustainable way. So that's what we're going to talk about today. My name is Øystein Jensen. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer of the ship owner Odfjell SE. We are headquartered in Norway. We operate a huge fleet of global tankers. And with me on the stage, all the way from the US, Sean Donoghue. He is the CEO of Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. And that's actually the first carbon-neutral airport in North America and the largest carbon-neutral airport in the world. So Sean, maybe you can kick this off by explaining what efforts you have done in order to reduce emissions and to be more sustainable at the airport.
Sure. Well, thank you, and appreciate the opportunity to be up here today. As many of you know, and you wouldn't think of Texas as being a state that focuses on carbon neutrality, being dominated by oil and gas. But what a lot of people don't understand is the state of Texas is the largest generator of wind power in the U.S. And what we've been able to do at DFW Airport is to tap into that. So as an airport, you can imagine we use a lot of power, use a lot of electricity, and we purchase 100% of our power through wind. And that has enabled us to be successful on our carbon neutrality journey. The second point is every airport you ever go to, and we're a prime example, has way too much traffic, car traffic, buses. In terms of all of our vehicles at the airport, 90% of them are powered by renewable natural gas, and we work with a local partner, and we take the methane out of a landfill, we introduce it into the gas, and we use renewable natural gas. And then the last point in one of the earlier panels was on circularity, and we do a lot of construction at DFW, and last year we were able to recycle 2 million tons of construction materials at DFW. That's allowed us to, again, help on our sustainability journey. And Øystein, I know shipping has its challenges when it comes to decarbonization, but your company's made a lot of progress, and maybe you want to chat about that.
Yeah, so shipping is one of the hard to abate sectors, right? Because there's really no other commercial available alternative than a fossil combustion engine. It will be in a short period of time, but then you have all the other elements as well. You need the infrastructure in place, which is not there. You need all the legal frameworks for on alternative fuel. You need the price parity on fuel, and you also need the infrastructure on renewable energy in order to produce that. And that is also another thing, and I think it was also mentioned earlier today, to use energy, renewable energy, to produce a fuel that has to be burned in an engine is not the best optimal way of using that energy. So that means that it is quite challenging to drive and make the real going to zero change for shipping. And that's why we need to focus on all the small steps as well, the incremental, the decarbonization and reduction of emission, and improve energy efficiency. So that's what we have done so far. The International Maritime Organization sets out targets in order to reduce that with 40%. We have set a target to reduce the intensity with 50%. But then again, the environment doesn't really care about intensity. It's care about the number of molecules in the atmosphere. And that's why we have also set a climate neutral target for 2050. Hopefully we'll be able to push that going forward, but that depends on a lot of factors that's difficult for us to control. So we have been doing a lot of work with what we can control to improve the efficiency of our vessels. And we have been able to reduce that from a 2008 level, where's the starting point, to where we are today with more than 50%. And that's, of course, good for us because we reduce the fuel bill, but it's also good for the environment because we emit less. less. And also, going forward, we will also see the emission trading scheme. There will be a tax on CO2. That means that our customers will also benefit for that. But coming back to customers and partners, Sean, what kind of benefits do you see that they will have of the positions that you have done and actions that you have taken so far?
Sure. And I believe whenever we're talking about climate change and sustainability, too many times we don't look at the positive business outcomes. And since we went to 100% purchase of wind power, in the last 15 years, we've reduced our energy costs by $20 million. When we went to using renewable natural gas in all of our vehicles, we saved $1 million a year. And the other aspect of it that I know everybody's focused on is how do you build more resiliency and more efficiency into your buildings, and especially from an airport. So there's a lot of great partners out there. We've been working with a partner that has developed what we call dynamic glass. And this summer in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we had 70 straight days over 100 degrees. And you can imagine what that does to a terminal and the concourse. And this dynamic glass product automatically tints during the day. And it reduces the temperature in the gate rooms by 20 degrees. And obviously it reduces our power generation and our power load substantially as well. So like all of us, there are some great partners out there that can help us on this journey. And the whole view on resiliency and efficiency is just so critical.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. A lot of people talking about the cost of the decarbonization, the cost of everything that we need to do, but it's also an opportunity, right, for vendors, for the glass producers. Right. And we have also seen that because it's not only just changing the engine in our vessels, it's also those small things. You can do small adjustments. You can optimize the way we are operating it. We are routing our vessels with regards to the weather. We have retrofitted the vessels with some smaller and bigger devices. And a very small element is actually that we send out a diver that's actually cleaning the propeller. Those small things, and it actually improves the energy dramatically. So I think that is also, we are looking at, we have also adopted new technical solutions, startups coming up with new ideas, everything from a digital, from a very operational. So I think that we also try to look at this as this major transition as a great opportunity as well. So we mentioned targets here. We were talking about the targets that we have set for 2050, which is still far ahead. And is that ambitious enough? For us, it's very ambitious because we don't really know how to get there. How about targets? Have you set any targets on that?
Aviation has a target of getting to net zero by 2050. We believe at DFW we can get to net zero by 2030. And our big opportunity is our power plant, which is gas turbine generated right now. Over the next several years, we're going to turn that into electrical power. And again, because we purchase 100% wind power, that's going to help us on our journey as well. The other aspect and opportunity we have is how can we do a better job in terms of waste diversion. And we have a target by 2030 to divert 90% of our waste away from local landfills. We're doing a very good job on the construction side, but now we have to work with our partners. You can think of all the food service partners in an airport. We have got tremendous opportunities for recycling with those partners, and they're starting to work with us, and they're starting to understand the benefits as well. So 2030 is our target right now.
No, that's good. We also see a lot of companies setting out ambitious targets, and they use offsetting as one of the measures. We briefly talked about that earlier, Sean. Maybe you should just share our views on that one.
Sure. Well, I know you've got some comments as well, Esteen. So carbon offsets, we understand, are a tool in the toolbox. But pardon the pun, they're not sustainable. They are not going to get us to where we need to be in terms of necessary climate actions we have to take. And aviation, obviously, the single greatest part of aviation in terms of carbon emissions are aircraft. You're starting to see more and more commitments by airlines for sustainable aviation fuel, and that is great to see. The challenge is sustainable aviation fuel is at least twice the cost of Jet A fuel, and the airlines are struggling to work with the producers to narrow that gap. But it has to be done, because 4 or 5 years ago, aviation was saying they were going to achieve the 2050 goals through carbon offsets, and shareholders won't accept that. Obviously, I don't think any of us who have a passion and a commitment to the environment will accept that. So we've got a lot of challenges to get to how we can use sustainable aviation fuel, because that really is the key for the industry moving forward. But at least in the US, and one of the recent bills that got passed by Congress, there was a recognition of the importance of sustainable aviation fuel, and they started to create a tax credit. So between private and public and governments, we all got to work together to narrow that gap. And I know you've got some thoughts as well.
Well, we've been approached by a lot of companies that wants to sell us or have solutions for carbon offsets. And I think that if that was the solution, if that would kind of reduce our incentives to do something with the actual problem. So for me, it's almost like a license to pollute. You pay somewhere else and you don't think about it, and then you continue with your business. It's not really driving. It's not really driving the transition. So that's our view on that one. And I know some probably do not agree that, but there are also evidence that a lot of these kind of offsetting project is not really carbon neutral either, because you don't see that they're out of sight, out of mind. And then I would better support almost like insetting, where you do it internally, looking at your own circular system, where you pay up for a tax, like a CO2 tax, and that goes back into the industry to drive the transition, not fueling any other economies. Like the emission trading scheme, as I mentioned, that will be implemented also, or is implemented in the European Union, but shipping will be implemented there. And that means that we have to pay carbon credits or carbon tax. If that money just go into fuel the EU economy, it will not drive the transition. And so that's why we're looking at it from a global scale. We wanted to have the IMO, or the international system, to have that tax, because then it can go not only to the developed country, but also the developing country, and leaving no one behind, because that's what's hampering the IMO's ability to be really tough on this one. So there's a lot of challenges ahead, but who should pay for this, all the transition? And one thing is the opportunities that we mentioned, but there's a lot of cost here as well. Who should pick up the bill?
There's significant capital investment that needs to be made. Similar to the comments I made about sustainable aviation fuel and how the private-public partnership. What we've also found at DFW, though, is there is plenty of partners out there who are willing to help you on this journey. Plenty of opportunities for grant funding. We work with the Department of Energy in the US. They have a national renewable energy lab. We have been working with them for many years. They're helping us create digital twins of all of our facilities at DFW that will enable us to be much more predictive than reactive, improving our efficiency, improving our, really reducing actually our energy usage. So I find that there is plenty of research, development, grants, and other companies out there. But at the end of the day, Øystein, to your point, each organization has to be willing to make the capital commitments necessary on this journey. Just like a board of directors would look at other capital investments, the investments for sustainability have to be at that same level.
Yeah, and also from a transportation perspective, it's all, as I mentioned initially, we're talking about the demand, because every one of us wants something more. We want to travel, we want to have another pair of sneakers, and in the end, I think it's the end consumer that needs to need to pay this one. So it means that the cost has to be distributed through the value chain. Sean, it's been, we're out there, so I just saw that it started blinking. So it's been great having these conversations with you. And thank you everyone for listening in to us.
Felt really guilty having to wind them up. I could have listened to that conversation all afternoon. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. We're moving on now to hear from one of our sponsors, from Shell. We're joined by Anna Mascalo, who's the Executive Vice President for Emerging Energy Solutions. She'll be speaking to the head of Reuters Events, Mike Setters. Please take the stage.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
Very good. We all good? Lovely. Anna, welcome. This is Anna Mascalo. She's the Executive Vice President of Emerging Energy Solutions with Shell. Anna, you've got a background as a physicist. Do you want to take us on a story from then to now and tell us a little bit about your background?
Yes, I have a background as a physicist. I moved to the UK for my first job, and then, which was in the energy sector, a little bit by chance. And I was driven by the energy sector because of the challenges around bringing energy and progress to society. Clearly, I started with a much more practical remit of getting my next job. But over the years, I've gained experience in different parts of the energy sectors, from gases to oil to sustainable products, most recently in one of the jobs I had in aviation. And I'm also an independent non-executive director for Rolls-Royce SMR, where they do look at small modular reactors. So I think a keen interest in renewable solutions and renewable energy. In my current role, I look after a number of products that are key to decarbonization: hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, nature-based solutions, ammonia, direct air capture, as well as looking at different business models and investments in startups through ventures.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. So we're here to talk about energy transition, what's at stake and what will it take. And you mentioned a moment ago progress and powering that progress. So in your own words, energy transition, why does it matter?
I think it matters to all of us. It's a rational question as well as an emotive one. And I think there are possible two angles to look into this. The one that is most talked about is climate change and the need to make sure that we limit temperature rising by taking away the carbon when we are consuming, in this case, fuels, for example, in the energy sector. So the need to decarbonize and lowering carbon emissions, to take carbon away. I think there is a second aspect which is not to be underestimated, which links to progress and enabling progress. You and I enjoy the access to energy that we have today allows us to have a certain lifestyle. For me to come over here in a taxi, everything in this room has got something to do with energy, fossil fuels, chemicals, power. So it allows us to continue to progress as society, and in some of the emerging markets, this is actually a license for real improvement when you have your school, I don't know, next door versus having to travel miles away, or when you can study in the evenings with the lights on and not having to fight for even basic needs. I think these are things that actually enable society to progress. And I think that's a second very important aspect. Now, what we also understand is that when we're looking at the energy systems of today and where do we need to move, I think we will have to a little bit construct a bridge between the two elements.
Lovely. Well, bridging that gap, there are many terms for this transition. So we've got net zero, decarbonisation, NZE, energy transition. Is there a simpler way to describe the challenge, and perhaps what type of language you use internally at Shell to describe the challenge?
I often use the word transition as the simplest one because it has different elements in it. There is an element of you are in transition, so you're moving away from where you are today, which often brings challenges around the fact that you know what you're leaving, but not necessarily you know exactly where you're getting to.
and how to get there. There is an element of action in the world transition. And I think when we are looking at the energy transition and changes from the energy systems of today to the ones of the future, it's fair to say that it's not going to be linear, that the path is going to be having different pace for different sectors. There are certain sectors where renewable power is already a solution. If I look at light-duty vehicles and development in batteries, but there are other sectors like aviation, we've heard earlier on, shipping, commercial road transport, heavy-duty industry like steel or construction, where there is not an easy option immediately today to be used. And in some cases, you can, I don't know, if you're looking at aviation, you can use some sustainable aviation fuels. But you're also looking at other mechanisms. For the heavy-duty industry, you would look at carbon capture and storage as an intermediate step to actually capture the emission from industrial processes as a way of tackling emission today and then moving towards a lower carbon solution later on. So it's I would say a journey of 1,000 steps.
Understood. Please take the next question in the spirit it's intended. Shell is perhaps an unlikely net zero partner based on history. So take us on that journey a little bit. Why should people trust Shell to be part of the energy transition process?
Yeah, and I think, look, it's a fair question, and let me try to explain it with a couple of analogies and examples. I think, as I was mentioning earlier, this is a transition. You're not flicking the lights on and off on net zero emissions in 2050. So you will have to go towards a path which is in itself challenging. Now, and it requires for us, if I use the plane analogy, to redesign the plane and redesign the engines whilst we are flying, because we still need to provide energies today whilst changing the energy systems for the futures. Now, companies like Shell, what do they bring to the table? I think we bring 150 years history in understanding how energy is produced, how it's scalable, the ability to put large capital into the energy systems. Also, we have a history of technology and innovation, a large portfolio in terms of global reach, and a good customer footprint. So we are already serving customers today that need to transition to the new energy systems. So if I take it back to the analogy of the airplane, whilst you are rebuilding the engines or redesigning the airframe, would you not want to have on the plane the people that have actually helped with constructing it? Because they would have a clue on how things work and what would it take. So in a similar way, I feel like Shell would have to have a role in that transition. Now, I also want to say that we keep humble on this, because we are not the only players that need to play a role. And we will welcome, and we do welcome, other players coming to help, because this needs everybody help. And it could be traditionally energy company as well as new startups. This is why, for example, we invest in venturing in new technologies to make sure that we also bring new ideas to the table, as well as what we do ourselves on research.
Wonderful. You mentioned a couple of really important phrases there. You talked about scale, you talked about pace, and we have this element of collaboration. We need government, we need industry, society, we need businesses. We need to make that shift from linear energy industry businesses through to a more future-based energy system. You've got the hard-to-abate industries you mentioned earlier, steel, mining. These are big industries to turn around. So to satisfy the world's energy demands, can we have zero-emission energy solutions to reach that scale? Can we move at that pace?
So I think the solutions, some of them are available today, which is good news. So if you're looking at biofuels, if you're looking at renewable power, you're looking at carbon capture and storage, you can argue that it's largely de-risked technology. Hydrogen is on its way. So you have some of the building blocks for the future. I think where it comes to the tricky piece is actually bringing these solutions at scale in at a fast pace. And if you allow me to talk a little bit about scale at the beginning, I think when you're looking at scale, you are challenged with two things: a little bit the affordability question, but also, can you bring supply and demand? It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Can you bring all the players together at the same time. So if I stop for a moment and I talk about the affordability, now in the current environment with the current energy prices, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky discussion. Because clearly we are coming from difficult period with COVID, energy prices are at record levels high, following also the Ukraine war. We have an economy that is picking up or not, and the pace is difficult. So clearly, bringing affordable energy and secure energy is a table stake for companies like Shell, and we will continue to invest in the energy of today, because still the world needs energy in the current form. What we must not do is get distracted by the short term and not invest in the future, and making sure that we also look at the energy trilemma, which is bringing lower carbon energy to the table. Now, is that, and this is again why we continue to invest also in lower carbon solutions, and why, frankly, my organization exists to move us forward in that space. The cost will be challenging. If you're thinking about the infrastructure that is needed for a net zero world, we are talking about 3.5 trillion per year for the next 30 years, up to 9.2 trillions. I mean, per year, it's just mind-blowing, frankly, the size of the investment. And we will need everybody's help. We will play our role, and we do play our role, but we will need everybody's help. I also feel like, at the same time, even if the scale of the challenge is high, there is almost an element of looking into history and saying, hey, we have other times managed to move towards more affordable energy and lower carbon. If I look at the solar industry, within a 10-year period, 1 megawatt hour of power, the prices went down 80% between 2010 and 2019 to 68 euros per megawatt hour. So if power is built through solar is an example, I think we can actually hope that some of these solutions will become at scale, will also be affordable, but they will require all hands on deck, all players to help, and support from governments and policies.
On that basis, do you think there is a premium to be paid by the first movers into the space? Does it not penalize them to take that jump so soon?
So I think here it's one where we have to look into each other's eyes and say, hey, if we wait for the next player to make a move, there is really a risk that we're going to miss the trick here, and nothing is going to happen. So I do feel as society we all need to play a role, and we do need to break the so-called chicken and egg loop that we are all in. So I talked about supply and demand synchronizing. And again, let me go back to the aviation industry to give you an example of what would it take. So if we want to move to hydrogen-fueled planes, which is a real possibility by 2040, 2050, we would need to have companies like Airbus and Boeing having constructed different airframe planes. We would need companies like Rolls-Royce to have different engines. We need companies like Shell to be able to fuel planes through hydrogen, which is a slightly different technology than just jet fuel. We need to transport the hydrogen. We need to produce it. It needs to be green hydrogen, so attached to solar or power or renewable power in general. We need airports to have the infrastructure. We need government to support hydrogen as a fuel, and consumers being comfortable with flying on a hydrogen plane. And that needs to happen not in one airport, but globally, all in the same time, in 1,000 airports. So if you're looking at the challenges that will take, it really requires all players to synchronize around how do you bring supply and demand. And I think there is an element of each player will play a role, and yes, I'm afraid sustainability will come at a cost, at least at the beginning, until we have solutions at scale and we can bring costs down. And you and I have a role to play. Perhaps we will choose for the airlines that are flying sustainable aviation fuels, or we pay for offsets to signal to the industry that sustainability is important.
So you're talking about collaboration there, and you've got recent projects with a hydrogen project in Holland, I think I'm right in saying, and you've got the joint venture on CCS that's gone well as well. So that value chain innovation piece, how important do you see that in the future of the energy systems?
I think it's very important, I think, to think about, I would say, innovative business models. And thinking about every player along the value chains will pay for a piece of the transition. We can talk about producers in a moment, but if I think about, I don't know, a steel company wanting to use lower carbon energy to produce dishwashers, and then you and me go and buy it, and we will, if you're thinking about the cost, how it is diluted along the value chains, actually, if you and me make different choices on the receiving end, not maybe all the time, but sometimes we decide to signal that sustainability is important, I think then that dishwasher becomes affordable. The steel company can go back to companies like Shell and say, okay, I do see my consumers wanting this type of products. And then companies like Shell will continue to invest in some of these lower carbon solutions. So we do need the industry, the whole value chain to come together and distribute some of the initial costs and the initial hurdles. I also think we need bold actions from the supplier side, from companies like us. I think one bold action that I can use as an example is Holland Hydrogen One, is a project we just announced a few months ago that has passed the final investment decisions. 200 megawatt electrolyzer using renewable power, so offshore wind, connected through new hydrogen pipelines to the facility, plus we will then use the hydrogen produced to either go into commercial road transport or to use it to maybe produce sustainable aviation fuels or to decarbonize our own assets. So then you say, okay, fantastic, great you're doing this, but how big is it? Because 200 megawatt is a drop in the ocean versus what the industry needs. But then you say, okay, how big is the electrolyzer capacity that we have today? It's actually 300 megawatt. So in one step, you are actually moving the industry directionally forward. And I think that's an important step. And I think when we made the investment decision, not all the regulatory environment was finalized. So we did take some measured risks along the way. We would also hope that by putting the first electrolyzer capacity around the port of Rotterdam, we will have other companies around us to invest, and we can also invest in addition. So then you create a hydrogen hub, which then becomes the start of a hydrogen economy in Northwest Europe. So you're actually starting to change the industry forward and leading the way. And this is very much in line with what European regulation is trying to do around the 10 million tons of hydrogen being produced by 2030 in Europe, 10 million tons being imported, but also asking the European government commission is actually asking for industries to move towards 50% green hydrogen by 2030 and 70% by 2035. So again, you're getting policies, companies like Shell making the investments, and then consumers making the right choices around sustainability coming together. Very quickly, another example would be carbon capture and storage, where we have worked with Yara, a fertilizer company, to capture their carbon during the process of producing ammonia and then fertilizers. And then that's a project that is looking to capture the carbon and then store it and keep it there for a very long time. And that's a way to already today to start looking at reducing carbon emissions. Is that the only customer? Hopefully not. We are looking for others and other players, again, to make the same. So you're then starting to create a carbon capture and storage economy in Northwest Europe.
So on that note, we've talked about challenges, hurdles, risks that are in front of us, but also terrific progress on those projects. And we have to take these first steps to start laying down the pathway. If you had a magic wand to power energy transition forward, what would you do next?
Yeah, I mean, I always talk about doing things faster, scaling things up, but also I'm very aware that the challenges are difficult. We just talked about the 3.5 trillion cost that this will take. So I think it's very clear to me that it cannot be done by one company alone, and we can certainly not drive all the changes. We need everybody to come together. Again, if I think about the hydrogen example for airports and airlines, I think it all needs to be synchronized at the same time. So I think my wish here would be that we have all the players to come together, consumer, customers, governments, producers, logistics providers, to come together with the same enthusiasm and wanting to make a change, because if we go on our own, I think we may end up being either slow or fail. But I do believe if we go together, I think we should win.
Wonderful. Well, on that note, thank you very much for your time today, Anna.
Thank you.
And good luck with the future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike and Anna. How are we doing? It's 3 o'clock. You've got to 3 o'clock, and I know that kind of the energy starts to dip a little bit in the room. So if you feel like getting up and having a stretch, please feel free. I've also been chatting to your moderator for the next session, Neil, and he's very keen that you all put in some questions and we start getting a little bit more interaction from you. So you're on notice. The Slido QR code will come up, and so please do send in a few questions. But it's my delight now to introduce the next session, which is looking at the new food frontier. So you've got Maggie Rashani, the CEO of Nobel Foods, and Neil Mottram, the Head of Industrial and Energy at Cambridge Consultants, taking us through the next quarter of an hour. Thank you, Neil.
Good afternoon, everyone. As just said, I'm very keen to get some interaction as part of this panel. I'm super excited that we've got Maggie Rashani from Nobel Foods here. So I think that the startup ecosystem has a huge amount to bring to this huge macro challenge of climate-focused business transformation. And with that, Maggie, we're going to try and get into our first question and give the audience a little bit of background about Nobel. We're here to discuss climate-focused business transformation, and that is hugely broad and diverse. By 2050, we'll have 10 billion humans on the planet. We already have a climate emergency with only 8 billion of us here today. With that huge, broad, all-encompassing context, where does Nobel Foods fit?
So hi everyone. For those who don't know, Nobel, we've been on a mission for the past 6 years to make dairy and cheese products without animals. And I'll talk a little bit more about the why and the technology. But just to frame kind of where we fit within this whole piece, every year we're adding over 50 billion tons of CO2 into the atmosphere. And if you look at where that's coming from, there's really 5 main sectors, agriculture being a big one. So agriculture alone contributes to about 20% of all greenhouse gases. And the majority of these emissions are coming from livestock. So animal agriculture is a key part of this. About 14% of total emissions are tied to animal agriculture. So if we're going to have an impact on climate, we really need to as well think about agriculture and our food system and how that fits into the big picture. And not only is agriculture a big key piece in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, but half of the habitable land on the planet is used by agriculture. And it's actually the leading cause of deforestation. And the majority of that land in agriculture is used by livestock. So 77% of agricultural land is to grow food to feed animals and then also grow animals themselves. And kind of that's where Nobel fits in. So by leveraging technology to make products that are as delicious, but also affordable, without having to raise an animal for food, we're able to create products that are much more sustainable, that require much less resources. And that really makes a huge difference when it comes to food. It's something that we all do every day, 3 times a day at least, and being able to impact that in a meaningful way is critical.
So we've got that wonderful play on words with Nobel, no cows and Nobel at the same time.
Nobel, exactly.
Very good. So I think that as an ethos and concept sounds brilliant. But what have been the challenges to get to this point so far?
I mean, there are a lot of challenges when you're starting from the ground up. So one thing I did not mention is that we have been focused on making cheese and dairy. And if you want to make the best cheese and best dairy on the planet, you need to have dairy proteins. So our technology involves teaching plants, like changing the genome of plants so they can produce dairy proteins, so we can make the most delicious products we can make. So basically we had to set up an entire infrastructure from the ground up. When I started the company, and it's been 6 years, I remember so many people told me that it's crazy, it's never gonna work, to stop. Obviously, there's reason to be skeptical, but it takes a lot of time and capital to build new technologies. So that was one big challenge, is just the amount of kind of, this can't work, it's too much work, it's not worth it, it's not worth the effort. The other piece is because we work with plants and we have to basically genetically change the plants, we have to come up with building the entire infrastructure. So usually companies that do that type of work, they're massive companies with billions of dollars in revenue. So being able to build that out from the ground up requires raising a lot of capital, attracting talent, asking people that work at these very safe jobs and big companies to leave that and join your 5% startup that nobody heard about, right? So there's so many challenges I can go through, but those are just a couple of them.
Well, maybe let's use that as a segue to get into the technology. I mean, you talk about being able to create proteins without the animal involved. Talk us through how is this possible? How does it work?
Yeah, so cheese actually has one of the highest carbon footprints in our food system. It's right after red meat. Most people don't realize that. It's pretty high. But if you've ever had plant-based cheese, it's not really the same experience as eating animal cheese. And basically the reason why cheese is so delicious and it melts and stretches and has all these wonderful properties that we like is because of the presence of unique proteins called casein. So casein are dairy proteins that are very special. They're only produced after cows give birth. And they're unstructured proteins. They're very hard to make outside of an animal. So we spend 6 years developing the technology, a lot of scientists working on that problem. And the reason why it's so important to have it is because you can't make delicious products without the casein. So we have been able to successfully produce dairy casein proteins in plants, and then we harvest the plants. We harvest the casein that's made from the plant and use it to make animal-free cheese that actually melts and stretches and tastes as good as the one that comes from the animal.
Sounds very impressive. I almost hesitate to ask this follow-up question. Is this gene editing then of a plant, or is this genetic modification?
It's genetic engineering.
Okay.
So I think that there's such a stigma. It's going away, to be honest, but I think there is this kind of concept of everything we do, all our food system is natural. We don't use technology in food because it's bad. The reality is we're in the largest crisis we've ever faced on this planet. And if we're going to dig ourselves out of this, we need to leverage technology and innovation. And actually, genetic engineering is such a powerful tool to get us there. So we use it, and it's safe. We use it proudly. Yeah. And it's something that more and more companies are starting to use. And once you explain the benefit of the technology and why it's critical, I think then you can have conversations around it. Like, we are able to make products using genetic engineering, but that create a lower impact. Lower carbon impact require less land, less water, and that is interesting to consumers. Traditionally, we haven't been good at communicating what's the value to the individual.
And I think that's a great point, because particularly on this side of the Atlantic, GMO has got a pretty bad rep. And a lot of that is perhaps, as you said, down to the way it's been marketed and communicated. Thinking about the topic of how we drive more adoption of products like yours, what are the big barriers there? What stops a company like Nobel from capturing more shelf space in a supermarket, getting more market share? Because as you've described, the message behind the technology and the benefits seems clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm gonna skip the regulation part. Like, in Europe, it's the regulation. But a place like the US, most people on the planet, when they're making food choices, they're looking at cost, taste, and convenience. So does it taste good? Can I afford it? And then is it easy for me to access? So if we're able to get these things right, then we can have a big impact. So The challenge with a lot of technologies is that at the beginning, they're very expensive, and sometimes even in the long term, they're expensive. So we had to build an entirely new technology platform. That's why we went the hard road, and we actually work with plants, not with some other technology, because it's very scalable and it allows us to make products that can compete as we get to scale with commodity price products. Animal products are commoditized. They're produced at massive scale. And in countries like the US, they're heavily subsidized by the government. So if we want people to actually buy something that's better, they have to be competitive on taste. That's why we're making casein, because it really makes the product so special, and it melts, and it's like everything you want in dairy, casein can bring it, but also affordable with the technology that we're producing.
And on that topic of kind of legislation and policy, you know, where do governments have a role to play here? I mean, can they help kind of naturally or accelerate the adoption of these products, driven by their commitment to climate reduction policies coming out of COP26 last year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to give you an example, most of the food innovation, like any company that's innovating on the alternative protein, making replacements to animal products, it's mostly funded by venture capital. Like, we've had to raise $100 million in outside funding. Governments have not put a lot of money behind that. If you look at the renewable energy sector, in the US, you can get $1 billion as a startup. You can literally get $1 billion from the government if you're working on lithium-ion batteries or on something in the renewable space. There is not the equivalent of that in food, and I think there's a big role for government to play, because a lot of these technologies, one, they take a long time. Like, we've been building our technology for 6 years. And if you can build it on non-dilutive venture capital that has a shorter timeline, that's great. And then there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be put in place as you scale, that some of it doesn't exist today, and that's a great place as well for government to step in.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I know that we're in Europe here. I'm going to make a US-focused comment. That was 2 weeks ago, the USDA released a smart commodities program, and it was $2.8 billion that was purely aimed at carbon reduction. But I noticed it was almost entirely corn, wheat, soy. Nothing went into alternative proteins, as you mentioned. So there's clearly a need, if you like, an opportunity to scale there. Thinking of other startups in this kind of alternative protein new food space, if you like, the best known ones are probably Beyond Meat, Impossible Foods. Beyond Meat did its IPO best part of 3 years ago. They haven't set the market on fire since then. There's been relatively poor investor returns. What message would you give to that community about the opportunity and also the kind of, if you like, maybe disconnect between expectation and reality in the short term when it comes to returns in this space?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I would say that right now, none of the markets are on fire. So let's just remember that piece. But the reality is that if you look at the industries that these companies and my company is going after, they're massive markets, right? So meat is $1 trillion market. I don't know that many markets that you can measure in the trillions. It's $1 trillion market. Dairy is a $700 billion market on its way to become $1 trillion market by 2025. So we have massive markets, and we have limited space where we are gonna hit a limit. Literally, like, only 30% of the land on this planet is still occupied by forests. Like, at some point, we cannot grow any more food without doing something very, very different. So I think that there are still very interesting opportunities to go after these massive markets and have a real impact. But the reality is that, as I mentioned earlier, animal products are commoditized, they're subsidized, and they're operating at massive scale. So if we're gonna be able to change that, we need to hit the taste and the cost. I mean, I'm a huge fan of both Beyond and Impossible. I think that they both have room to grow in terms of the cost. They are still very much at a premium to ground beef, 2-3 times more expensive. And the taste profile is not 100% there, but they're gonna get better over time. So we need more innovation in this space. But that's kind of why we chose our specific technology, because we really believe that we can hit both the cost piece and the taste piece at the same time, which is very hard to do.
And what's that kind of path then to to scale, to getting that cost down and you know, the future that comes with that? What do you need within your business and kind of the industry that you're part of to scale that?
So we have been, you know, most of our time in the 6-year history of the company, most of it has been building out the science and the technology piece. And we, in the past 12 months, have just started actually scaling up our operations. So what that means, we're creating a new ingredient. It's an existing ingredient, but we're doing it in a new way that hasn't been done before. Like dairy proteins usually come from cows. We're making it from plants. So we have to build the entire supply chain. So we've been partnering with farmers, and we need to keep partnering with farmers as we scale our acres. We also need to increase our manufacturing capabilities. So we operate at tiny scale right now. We don't have a product on the market yet. We're looking at sometime next year. So growing both our ingredient supply and our manufacturing at the same time, that's really the focus.
I guess my final question before I turn it over to the audience questions. You know, this event is all about looking to 2030. What does 2030 for Nobel Foods look like? And I guess what would be success in your eyes by that point in 8 years' time?
I think success is being able to get into the places where people are consuming the most cheese and being on every menu and every shelf that we can get into. Obviously, we would love to be in other markets outside of the US. That would TBD. You know, in a startup, 8 years is a really, really long time. But just getting the product out there and putting it in places where people are consuming. In our case, pizza chains are a big consumer of cheese in terms of mozzarella on pizza, and being able to get into every pizzeria on the planet that we can think of, that's very exciting to me. That's what we're going to be working towards.
You heard it here first. So 2030, we can get Nobel cheese in Domino's. I'm going to quickly jump to the questions because I can already see I'm flashing out of time, but I do want to get some audience questions. So the one at the top there, and for the benefit of people online, I'll just read it out. To what extent do you track and measure the impact that these alternative proteins have across the broad set of sustainable related dimensions? There's quite a lot in there.
Yeah, so I mean, for us personally, we don't have a product on the market, so we cannot measure, we can't have a life cycle assessment done yet. We have models that predict what our impact is going to be, but companies that are out there like Impossible and Beyond, they both have published life cycle assessments on the impact their products have. And in both cases, they're showing reduction in, I think, over 90% reduction in land use, water use, and emissions. So the impacts, and it's data-driven, it's scientific, and it's done in the right way. So you can go, and they're published online, you can go and read about them if you're interested.
So this is proper measurement, not just modeling of impact. It's quantitative. I'll ask another one. So the next question on the top of the list is, how can we go about including dairy and meat farmers into the development of solutions that still provides them with a viable future? So this is the usual disruptive technology conundrum.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think farmers are a big part of the solution. We cannot change our food system and make it more sustainable without involving farmers. You know, in our case, we literally rely on farmers to scale. We have plants that need to go in the ground, and we need farmers to help us get there. They have a critical role to play. I think that what most people don't realize is that, at least, you know, I'm going to speak to the US market because that's what I'm familiar with the most, but the majority of dairy and meat in the US doesn't come from small independent farmers. You know, you have like 4 corporations that control the entire dairy and in the entire meat industry. And the small farmers have been actually suffering for a long time. Nothing to do with plant-based, right? If you look at dairy numbers in the US from 1980 to today, we had 300,000 independent dairy farmers, and now we have 30,000. So the consolidation that's been happening has been happening for a while. I think we have an opportunity to partner with farmers. There is a company, and something we are looking into, but there's companies in our space that actually have programs to bring farmers on board and help them convert, you know, their dairy operations, if their land permits, into an almond operation, so they can grow almond trees in California. There's a lot. We can be so creative. There are so many opportunities to bring farmers, especially the ones that have been impacted before this whole movement started by consolidation in the space.
So farmers should view this as a collaboration, not as a competition, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that's something that most people don't realize, but the impacts of climate change are felt the most by people that are operating the land. So they feel it before most of us feel it. Before it's 35 degrees Celsius in London, and now all of us are like, okay, something's off. Like farmers feel it in the soil and the plants they grow. So it's something that they understand, but at the same time, they need to figure out how to create economic opportunities. And I think that alternative protein in general can be a big source of creating economic opportunities, because guess what? We're growing plants. We're still growing things that people are going to eat, and we need farmers for that.
That's great. I would love to continue this conversation and ask more questions. I know there's more questions there. I'm also being told we're out of time. So Maggie Rishani, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maggie will stay where she is because she's on the next panel as well. We've got a brilliant panel coming up, 4 fantastic women who are going to be talking about the CEO of the new era. So Laura is going to be moderating for us. We've got Hala Tomasdottir from the B team. Sorry, I'm in your way, aren't I? And Pamela Dow from the Cabinet Office here in the UK. So I'm going to jump down here and let them get on with it. Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Great to be here, and welcome to London for those of you who are visiting us. The CEO of the new era, our brief today was to make it all tangible. We know why we're here. We know what the problem is. We need to have a conversation about how we bridge that ambition, ambition gap. And you said something very interesting just now in the green room about how action breeds hope and hope breeds action. So that's the conversation we're going to be having today. And I'll start with you, Hala. As CEO of the B team, you're working with some of the biggest leaders in the corporate world as well as political leaders. What is climate leadership? Tell us how we should approach this. Is there a framework we can use to understand it?
Well, thanks, Laura, and hello, everyone. Glad to be here on this important topic today. Let me start by saying, before I go to the framework, that really good climate leadership does not sit in our head alone. We have to drop from our head to our hearts at this moment, because that's where what we care about sits, and no one doesn't care about clean air, food that doesn't kill us, living in communities that are not torn apart, not having happen in our own world what happened in Pakistan and Florida, just to mention the 2 recent events, or the heat waves this summer. We all care about this. But in our heart is also where courage sit. So this is a lot about courage. And at the B team, we really believe it's time to be 10 times bolder, because we are not going to nudge our way from the reality of today to where we need to be. But let me give you a concrete framework, the 4 A's: ambition, action, advocacy, and accountability. And let me give you real company examples under each of them, because climate leadership has been moving fast. B team 7 years ago came to Davos and said net zero by 2050 had to be our unifying goal. Well, no one was there at the time, but 2020, 5 years later, people were talking climate across Davos. Now net zero by 2050 is too far away from people's reality and in time. So now it is about halving our emission by 2030, bringing in nature solutions and putting humanity and climate justice at the heart of this transition. And so our ambition has changed. IKEA now has you heard from Jesper Broden, the chair of the B team this morning, their ambition is now people and planet positive by 2030. So no longer doing no harm, people and planet positive by 2030. Natura & Co., a Latin America company, another B team company, net zero by 2030. And they actually have a strategy called Commitment to Life, and they are embracing human rights and humankind to deliver that. And so, and working really across all stakeholders. So that's a couple of examples about the way ambition is shifting nearer in time and becoming more bold and more about not just net zero, but positive contribution. Now, action. What are companies doing? I'll give you a very concrete fossil combustion engine company, Harley Davidson. Current CEO, co-founder of the B team, Jochen Seitz. He listed last week the new brand, Livewire, a fully electric motorcycle. You can go to 60 miles in 3 seconds. No gears and it's lighter. It actually works for women, I like to say. And so here we are looking at a combustion-based company that went from living for 120 years on the combustion engine, but understanding that the next 100 years can't be about that. So that's an example of meaningful action, of reinventing yourself to be around. And then advocacy. We can no longer let this be, even if the B team was founded to show brave action in business leadership and show this is possible and profitable. We can no longer let do with brave action in our own companies. We have to do collective action to push for the policies, because the government has a role. Even if the private sector is moving faster possibly now, and our governments are by and large all over the world struggling to do the right thing, we need governments to write the rules of the game. And so we need to do advocacy. And one good example of that is Unilever, under Paul Polman's leadership, who was our previous chair at the B team, really put sustainability at the heart. And then they figured out that they belonged to trade associations and business clubs and all kinds of organizations that were actually lobbying against any policy intervention. So we cannot talk about climate leadership and then belong to organizations that are fighting against it. And finally, advocacy. One of our B team members was the CEO of Danone, Emmanuel Faber, and he's currently the chair of the International Sustainability Standards Board. And together with him, we are calling for governments to actually hold us to account by creating a global baseline for ESG standard disclosures, because we cannot really make this happen at the speed and scale that we need without having consistent, comparable, and clear data for investors and, of course, for company leadership to navigate the alphabet soup of asks that we're all facing today. So it's in all of our benefit to get behind those accountability measures. So I gave you a few examples of sort of systemic leadership and business leadership, but ultimately, I just want to really call this out right here. This is about leadership. That is what is missing, and it needs to be 10 times more courageous than what we're seeing right now, and no longer just from private sector or just from governments or just from civil society and citizens, from all of us. No one can be absolved from the task. And if we embrace that, what if the best times are ahead of us? What if we go from this moment and decide right here, right now, that we're going to choose to be the leaders that show up with the courage, the innovation, and embrace the opportunities that are ahead of us if we detach from the old power playbook, which currently has us at war and currently has us in an energy crisis, in a security and affordability crisis, in a fuel, food, fertilizer, and a financial crisis all at once. Isn't that worth working on?
Thank you so much, Hala. So inspiring and absolutely worthy of a round of applause. Maggie, we just heard your incredibly inspiring story of the business that you're building to transform dairy, which, as we know, is one of the major carbon emitters in the food sector. How does the framework that Hala set out for leadership resonate with you? And tell us what you think leadership looks like as an entrepreneur. You really bring that entrepreneur's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I'm in a unique position because I started the company to drive change. Like, the goal of Nobel when I started it was not, let's figure out how to create a business that makes the most money possible. That was not the goal. It was, there is a problem that I personally feel very passionate about, and I wanted to have an impact beyond just me. So I wanted to start a company that can be the solution. So we actually align our business success with our climate impact at the same time, meaning like the more products we sell, the better we do. We do both on the financial side and the environmental side. So it's really like from day one, the core of everything that I believe in and the business. It's funny because I do hear a lot of people that are companies that have been around for hundreds of years, and they're always trying to figure out, how do I do that? But when their business models are fundamentally built upon maximizing profit. And I think that's very challenging. So in that sense, we're lucky that our financial success is tied directly to our environmental impact success.
It's a really interesting point, and it's one we'll come back to, because I know we're going to talk a bit about the leadership and the power playbook and how we change those paradigms around what success is in business. And I hope that we can all soon taste a sample of your cheese. When do we think that would happen? Are you going to give us a...
Hopefully by next year.
Oh, okay, exciting. You heard it here first. Wonderful. Pamela, you lead on skills for the UK government. So you have a very different perspective again, because you're coming from the policymaker side, but also very much looking at the human capital that's needed to drive change. And we've been talking obviously about leadership, and we're CEOs sitting here, but how do you upskill a whole organization of several 100,000 people to be climate leaders in their own right? And I know you've had a really interesting journey on that, which I think hopefully people will be interested in.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here, and I'm afraid I am going to be head over heart over here. For the last 2 years, I've been leading quite an extensive programme to raise the floor and the ceiling of capabilities in the civil service. That is more clarity and precision in the knowledge, skills and networks needed for the 450,000 people in the UK government in the civil service. And that phrase, raising the floor and the ceiling, is really deliberately chosen. It does mean a different bar expected for the universal foundational knowledge of everyone, and then the really new specialist technical skills and expertise we need. And across that whole, every single public policy, this framework applies, but none more so in climate change. I think there was a time, a very long time, when knowledge of biodiversity, comfort and competence in talking about energy or the environment or stewardship of the environment, it was okay for that to be a niche team in one department. That is no longer the case. Everyone has to have the 101 version of environmental literacy and the scientific literacy and the sort of the knowledge and skills, as I say, that will allow you to make schools policy that thinks about climate change, and prison policy that thinks about climate change. So all the things that I mentioned already, thinking in complex systems, they still remain. They have always been the case, but much more precision in the precise understanding of energy, the precise understanding of carbon, the precise understanding of whether, which ESG indexes and which incentives are making people or companies behave in a certain way. And my on this issue, I'm not going to pretend to be a domain expert. I've worked in many different departments in government, and I know a bit about vocational training right now. I am not a climate change expert, but I have seen over the last couple of years that what we need in this area in an organisation, just thinking about the civil service now as a generic organisation, a large, complex bureaucracy, what we need is to take this issue away from completely well-meaning but not necessarily effective staff engagement or awareness raising or HR. And we need to cite it really specifically in learning and development and vocational training. And particularly, I think, with our Gen Zers coming in, that we all know that this is an anxious generation, but a very mission-driven generation. We need to turn them into rational optimists, because only then will they be able to use the knowledge, skills and networks that we equip them with. So and this isn't, it is a rallying call for more STEM skills, as science, technology, engineering and maths, but multidisciplinary teams are needed for this. As we know, we need good communicators, we need storytellers, we need project managers, but we do need more STEM. And once you've had a conversation with a team about the knowledge that helps them understand why we have made such progress since the 1960s on a more energy efficient way to build a house, or a more energy efficient way to light our homes, or how to reduce the amount of aluminium in a drinks can, or reduce the amount of steel in a car. Once you've told that story, you excite people and you give them agency that more can be done in the next 30 years. If all you're talking about is catastrophe, that generation will not feel equipped to use these tools that we're giving them. So I think to the 4 A's, I would add another A and a P, maybe, if we're allowed to use those 2 letters on a Reuters platform. It's precision in the skills, knowledge and networks we need, and agency, giving people the agency to use the tools that we're training them in.
Really interesting and very different perspective, I think, than the one we often hear in these conversations. You mentioned mission-driven, you talked about advocacy. Let's talk for a moment about leadership, advocacy, sticking your head above the parapet, and fear. We know that we're living in a world that is ever more divisive, where public discourse is more arbitrarial, and there are accusations flying around of woke capitalism and greenwashing. Hala, how do we give leaders the confidence to be advocates and to go out publicly when they are potentially paralyzed by the fear of being attacked on both sides?
Such a good question, and because I was also picking up a few questions here from the audience. First of all, I actually want to make it very clear that to me, leadership is inside of each of us. Leadership is not just given to those in power. We all have agency to be a part of and make change wherever we are. And in fact, the CEOs that I see moving most courageously are the ones that are under pressure from their employees, a very important lever, or their own children. I have heard some remarkable stories from B team leaders about how their own children or grandchildren transformed their heart space. So let's be very clear, it is about head, heart, and the hands. So we need the skills, and I actually think it's not just STEM, it's actually we need workers like we used to train. I'm from Iceland, even if I live in the United States, but my dad was a plumber. You know, we need, and he turned his plumbing education into turning commercial buildings into geothermal heated buildings. So I think we need trade, we need to sort of elevate the skills of trade again in order to manage this transition. And I just want to make sure that we understand that it's not just about the elite power in the world, even if I'm working hard at transforming that because we're running out of time. It is about the emerging power of employees and youth activists, and it is about the inside-out power that we need to embrace in our own hearts. And so the only way I know how to meet this backlash that is coming is, first of all, understand that backlash only comes when we're winning, because it doesn't come if nothing is happening. So we have backlash because we're winning, because ESG is going mainstream. And is ESG imperfect? Yes. But are we having backlash because some people would rather hold on to the old power playbook of darkness and lack of transparency about how power actually behaves? That's why we're having backlash. The B team put out last year something we're calling newleadershipplaybook.org. And you can have plenty of stories there of what companies actually are doing. And there's 3 pillars I really want to talk about that I think underpin what I would call this new leadership playbook, which is the only answer to the old power playbook Putin is now pulling on all of us and literally bringing to this entire, not just destabilizing our energy system, destabilizing the world as we know it. And so the new leadership playbook, the pillars I would want to pull out is, 1, we need radical collaboration. There is absolutely no way we can go from where we are to where we could be very easily if we work together. Across the issues, we cannot separate climate from nature from people. We need holistic leadership, and we cannot separate government from private sector to citizens. So radical collaboration is a key pillar of the reset, or the radical reset we need for our economy that isn't working for humanity right now. Number 2, radical inclusion. Pay attention to who is speaking about climate. It is, I'm sorry, largely male, largely pale. The Global South isn't there, and I know you can think of the 3rd word that rhymes with that. It's not innovation. So we need to change who is at the table so we can change how we lead. And that is done through radical inclusion, closing the gender gaps, the generational gaps, the racial gaps, B Team is increasingly using intergenerational dialogue to design the new pathways. And youth leaders are giving IKEA and Body Shop and our B Team companies incredible ideas on how we can do things differently. So there's real business value in that. So radical collaboration, radical inclusion, and radical transparency. We need to have climate transition plans, sharing our goals and our journey to get there, including our failures in getting there, because we can learn at least as much from them. But we need to be a lot more transparent about this journey within sectors, within countries. We can no longer go at this like every company is going to compete itself to a burning planet with a broken social contract. So we need to replace, maybe at the very heart of all of this is that competition is the answer to everything, because right now collaboration and care is the answer to everything. And so maybe finally, it's not in the playbook, but more women leaders would help, although not all of them live up to the vision that, that I have for women's leadership these days.
Let's leave it at that. Maggie, you're an entrepreneur pursuing a very different business model. How have you found it? You obviously need to collaborate with lots of organizations to make this happen, whether it's investors, supply chain. Radical collaboration, what would that mean to you if it worked? What would be the things that would have made a really big difference on your journey so far? Or the things that if they changed, you'd soar and you move into the path and we'd all be eating your cheese much, much sooner?
I think I talked about it earlier, but one big thing is more government collaboration in terms of, the funding models for what we're doing are mostly the venture community, and being able to bring in more patient capital that is not just looking at a return right away. I think that's great for the entire space, not just for my company, but other companies that are in our space. And just to add to something Hella said that resonated with me is that I think that we live in a world where you have the first generation, like the Gen Z, that's actually growing up feeling the impacts of climate change. That's something that has not really happened before in that meaningful way. Almost every week on the news, there's something, whether it's a tornado or heat waves or whatever it is, there's always something big happening. And I think that in terms of recruiting people and getting people to buy your product, unless you are serious and you are really authentic about making a difference and not just talking, but action more than talk. There's a lot of talk, we need more action. It's gonna be really hard to just even get people to join your company or buy your product. So collaboration for me, it extends to just the people we work with. It's also people we recruit and we hire, the people we raise money from. And there's a lot more work to be done on that front because we lead with our mission. Even if you look at the investors we have, I try so hard to even pick investors that align with our mission. Like one of our biggest investors is a climate change fund called Breakthrough Energy Ventures that only invests in companies where they can meaningfully measure the impact you're gonna have on climate. They literally build a very complex model to prove that out. So we have to as well collaborate with people that share our values. If not, it's very challenging and you can't make decisions that are aligned with your values if not everyone around the table believes in them.
Really insightful, thank you. We've got a bunch of questions coming in which are about this topic of employee engagement, and I think, Pamela, you'd have a really interesting perspective on this. How do you harness that sense of mission and turn people into effective advocates? And how do you also avoid tokenistic or greenwashing issues where employees are encouraged to make quite small choices which actually aren't particularly meaningful? So it'd be really interesting to hear your perspective on employee advocacy.
Sure, I mean, I'm looking at that top question there about what methods work best for raising the floor and the ceiling, and my argument, of course, it would be sort of skills and knowledge set you free, don't they? So that we have to be really careful that these issues don't become yet another flank in the culture war. And I think the questioner there has mentioned, reusable shopping bags versus insulating our homes. I don't know the facts and data for that. I look to people like Reuters and others to equip us with the facts. The debate debate on fracking was very fact-free. I thought it became a very polarized debate that really people were identifying with what side of the tribe, what tribe they wanted to be on inside of the argument. Whereas a very reasonable, moderate debate could be had about the data. You know, what precise contribution is fracking in the UK going to make to our energy supply? And then, you know, the cliche of, you know, you can have your own opinion, but you cannot have your own facts. That's the way to I think address the issues of employee engagement, and it's empowering. The other thing that was in my head, and we talked about it just before we came into the room, getting to know each other as a panel. So I was in Denmark last week, and a completely different subject in Copenhagen, looking at just the amazing things Denmark's done in digitizing public services. And one of the many memorable presentations was actually by a white man, a brilliant guy who was in the government and now is leading a leading commentator, talking about every day he woke up and realized he didn't have a majority and his job was to go out and get one. And I think we can all learn quite a lot from that. You're not entitled to a majority in your argument, and the trick is to go out and make the most persuasive, compelling, fact-driven, knowledge-driven. If you have to go and reach out to other networks to help make your case for you, that's how to get a majority. Whether that's in, you know, persuading people in government to focus on a particular public policy approach versus another one, or whether to actually take a message to the public.
Interesting. And we sort of skirted around the issue of diversity. A few of you have touched on it, and we are, of course, a lady power panel here. Hala, tell us about the new leadership playbook and where inclusion fits into that.
Yeah, first I'll say I'm from Iceland, as I mentioned before, and we are famous for renewable energy, and I grew up, you know, living in sustainable buildings for the most part, and with some of the most courageous gender equality champions in the world. I think we've ranked #1 for 13, 14 years now in the world for that. And so I feel very lucky. Not everybody grows up with that kind of reality, and it probably makes me think that that's normal. And that's far from normal. I mean, it's just the fact that I am so often the only woman when it comes in the room when we are talking climate, and it's still happening, and we still have that reality in the boardroom. And I just think the crisis of conformity sits largely in the boardroom. Like, you know, the crisis of conformity makes us think that if we continue to do things in the same way, we will get a different outcome, and that's insane. It's insane because we know we need to disrupt that and innovate and transform our way. So that starts with changing who is in the boardroom, who is in leadership. Let me give you, speaking of facts, let me give you a couple of facts that I think are really critical. One is our governments globally spend $1.8 trillion annually on environmentally harmful subsidies. So we go to Glasgow, meet at the COP, and next to Egypt to set goals for a net zero future, and then we go back home and invest in our own demise, ruining our own lives. This is insane. It's hard to call it anything else. So what if we just repurposed or redirected those subsidies into the future we need? So I want to maintain that we have the technologies, but we're not scaling them, that we have the money, we're investing in our demise instead of our future, but we're lacking human science. So coming back to the new leadership playbook, one thing we're doing now last week in October, and I honestly invite any of you passionates in here today to be part of it, is we are convening virtually a multi-stakeholder, not just dialogue, but design process called the European Energy Earthshot. Because what if the best times are ahead of us? What if this is the bottom that we decide to bounce forward from? Not go back to normal, not go back to something good, but to go forward towards something that the Generation Z knows is possible and wants and deserves. That can happen, but it cannot happen, here's the other fact, in a world where it takes 7 to 8 years to get a permit for a renewable energy project. So thinking that private sector alone can do this, or governments alone can do this, or citizens alone can be in the streets and ask for this is insane too. It's going to take all of us. We need governments to align the incentives. We need them to accelerate permits the way we did when we were facing COVID. We don't need more than a year to get permits for the projects that we need to help us get through what will probably be 1, 2, or 3 difficult winters. I'm sorry to say, it's not one, it's probably a few. But during that time, we need to be really, really courageous. And so the 2 facts I want you to remember, 1.8 trillion, and McKinsey says, if they're right, we need about 1.3 trillion a year to sort of shift over. Maybe rounding error could be here, but let's just think about it. The money is there. Do we have the political will and leadership to redirect it where it needs to be? And the other thing I want you to think about, 7 to 8 years to get permits for the kind of energy we need to do to get off the old power playbook. Is that normal? No, it's not. We can do it in 1 year. We know from COVID this is possible. And then finally, I want to call on the CEOs in the fossil fuel-based sector. They often feel excluded from this conversation. But I really, Laura, can't be on the stage without calling on them and saying, right now we're experiencing a crisis on all fronts, and our biggest crisis is a crisis of trust. And I think the fossil fuel industry is fast losing its license to operate and its ability to attract talent. What if the windfall profits that are being made right now were used to go 10 times bolder in renewable investments, and in particular directed at the global south, that is fast losing faith in the global north showing up for it, because we haven't done that. And they are taking the impacts of climate change like no one else, and they have done the least to create it. So what if you became 10 times bolder? I'm speaking to you, CEOs of fossil fuel companies and the boardrooms, and saying, you could show up and use your windfall profits to do right, and your children will be a lot happier with you, I swear.
Very powerful. So that's your ask, your big ask, fossil fuel CEOs. Turn up, do something with your windfall profits.
And governments.
And governments.
Redirect those 1.8 trillion into our future and stop investing in our own demise.
Maggie and Pamela, I'm going to come to you. What is your one, very brief, one big ask? What's the one thing that you think would really change things?
I'm going to take a different approach, and I'm focused on food. Literally, the company is trying to change the food system. I would say every single one of us eats at least 3 times a day, and I would ask for individual action, more individual action, because at the end of the day, that's what drives the big corporations to change. They're driven by profit. Great. Show them that you are going to spend your money on the things that you believe in, which is a very different future than what we're on track to build. So everyone has at least 3 times a day you can vote with your fork, vote for the world that you want to build. It's not just in the food system, it's with transportation, electricity, buildings, everything. So individual actions do matter, and they add up, and use them to vote for the kind of future you want to build.
Vote with your fork. I love that.
Vote with your fork.
I like that as well. So 2 sets of 3. I would go for clarity, for organizational leaders and corporate strategy, clarity, precision, and accessibility for the knowledge, skills, and networks you need. And just as a final mantra, some of you may be familiar with Jonathan Haidt's book, The Righteous Minds. There's a really lovely bit in there about flipping the hive switch. We are 90% chimp, we act for enlightened self-interest, but we are 10% bee, and we can work in concert. And what can be more unifying for our organizations than flipping the hive switch around this issue? As you said so eloquently, it's really hard to think of something that people can't get behind.
Fantastic. Well, Pamela, Maggie, Hala, thank you so much for inspiring us, challenging us, giving us really concrete things that we can all go away and do, and things that we can all advocate for and ask for. Thank you all very much for listening, and can we give, please, a big round of applause to our panel today.
And thank you so much to you, Laura, for moderating. Really inspiring panel. Thank you very, very much indeed. So we are almost at the end of this this session, so a cup of tea is just around the corner. But before we get to the cup of tea, I'm hoping if I can see them. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Excellent. Before we get to cup of tea, we are now joined by the CEO of Diageo, Ivan Menezes. He is going to be interviewed by, again, this is an editorial interview. He's going to be interviewed by our European retail and consumer goods correspondent, Richa Naidu. So, Richa, over to you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Richa and I cover consumer goods for Reuters News. I'm joined here by Ivan Menezes, who is the CEO of Diageo, which makes Johnny Walker, Tanqueray Gin, and Guinness, as I'm sure all of you know. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, Ivan.
Pleasure.
Ivan's going to talk to us about water scarcity today and the importance of water efficiency in a business. Without further ado, I'll get into questions.
Yep.
So to begin, tell us a little bit about Diageo's water efficiency program. What are you doing, where, and why?
Well, for a company like ours, water is at the heart of our business. And so for a long time, I mean, well over 2 decades now, we've had a tremendous focus on a few things. One is water efficiency, how much water we use to produce a pint of Guinness or a bottle of Johnny Walker. And in the last decade, we reduced the amount of water we use by about 50% per drink. And we've set a target now to reduce it another 30% by 2030. And that requires innovation. So that's one thing. The second thing, and which is even more important, is what we call WASH. In the communities in which we operate, we have operations across Africa, Latin America, Asia, Scotland, obviously. We are huge believers in providing access of water to the communities, sanitation and hygiene. And we are scaling up those programs significantly. We started in Africa a long time ago and now rolling it out across India, Latin America, etc. And that has enormous impact, not just on it. It's hugely important for women and girls in these communities to have the availability of water and sanitation. It helps education, it helps health, and it helps employability. And so that would be another area. And then we're a member of the Water Resilience Coalition, so we've stepped up to all the goals, and if there are any companies here, I'd ask you to join it. This is aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So we also have collaborative efforts on key water basins around the world to build sustainability and resilience in water. So we do a lot of work in carbon and diversity and reducing alcohol harm in society, but at its core, water is our lifeblood. And I mean, you all know the stats. It's the 2 billion people living in water-stressed areas. That's going to go up to 4 billion. We could be 40% short of the amount of drinking water we need. And so to us, this is not just good to do, nice to do, it is fundamental to what our business is about. The final point I'd say is we've committed in our 2030 goals to replenish as much water actually by 26 in all the water-stressed areas in which we operate. And we're making good progress on that. In fact, in India, I think we'll reach that by 2024, the replenishment of the water we consume in water-stressed areas. So those are some things.
I know that you have a new project in Turkey this year.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about that.
It's again, we're expanding it. Turkey is an important market for us, and we make rake, which uses aniseed and grapes. And so we have an agricultural footprint in that country. And the programs, again, there are community-based. We have enormous focus on reducing the amount of water we use, but also ensuring we are have the wash programs and replenish the water we use. And that's come into the fold. Africa was where we had a lot of the focus. So each year we're expanding. We've gone into Latin America, and India is where a number of projects right across India is probably where we've had the biggest scale impact, India and Africa. But Turkey is added to the list, and each year I expect us to do more.
Mm-hmm. What would you say the biggest challenges to the industry when it comes to water efficiency?
I think it just starts with one needs a conviction to be good long-term water stewards. And the solutions are there. I mean, they're not, they come with a cost. And so you need the willingness as business. And we work with governments and NGOs, but businesses need to put the resources against it. The solutions are there. It's not easy, and it costs money. But I think it has to start with the conviction of being responsible stewards of water and of the planet. And water is, I mean, to me, what we do on water, I mean, the two things that stand out, it's at the heart of the climate crisis. And the second thing is there's a lot of empowerment of women that in poor communities and in emerging markets where you can make an enormous difference in terms of creating, now we can't solve the world's problems, but the communities in which we have operations, we can make a real difference. And I would say to companies in this space, it's incredibly fulfilling. Our employees love it. We're able to recruit better talent. Ultimately, our brands, as we talk to consumers, and I see Christina here, our Chief Marketing Officer, sustainability credentials with the consumer base is growing. And so, as I said, we don't do this out of altruism. It is deeply embedded and it's not to the side, it's part of our strategy. In fact, I just got back from India just this weekend. And when we review the business in India, we're not just talking about sales and profits and market share, we're talking about what's happening on water, what's happening on carbon, what are the community programs you're running. And we measure, and in fact, we incentivize our management on achieving these goals. So part of my compensation and the senior leaders across the Diageo is tied to hitting specific goals, including our goals on water.
Mm-hmm. Out of curiosity, how much water does Diageo use every year?
You would have to convert it into, so we produce about 150, 200 million cases, about 5 times that. This is just in the product. But when you take the agricultural input, for example, we have a lot of the equivalent of scope 3 inputs that our supply base uses. So we don't quantify a number publicly, but we have it all broken down in detail, country by country. Mm-hmm. And it is what's in our own operations, what goes into the product, what's in our supply chain and value chain, and we look across all of it. And this is where our measure on reducing the amount of water per drink, another 30%, that's in our operations. That's what we've committed to.
Okay. Are you reducing the amount of water you use at the same rate at which you're replenishing water, or is that faster, slower?
Yeah, so part of when you take water out, say in water-stressed areas, mm-hmm. where we are taking water out to run our operations and our products, that's where we're committing to put it back in, mm-hmm. and stay net water positive. So we would, I mean, the most obvious thing we do is collect water from the sky, mm-hmm. and create or the project I was talking about in India, one of them is we've in the community, we've had created water ponds to collect water. We've desalinated those ponds. We are putting in place agricultural practices which use less water. So we look at the net contribution, but the starting point is to reduce how much water we use. And then we've said by 2026, in all water-stressed areas, we will be replenishing all the water we use from that community.
If I may, which are the most and least water-intensive brands you make?
We don't. The beer business will use more water than spirits, but it's, again, you have to look at the whole value chain. And by the way, we're not hugely intensive users of water compared to other beverages and soft drinks and all this stuff. But we take it really seriously because you just look at the long-term trends. And we're a business where we, so you take Scotland in our Scotch whisky business. Now you think there's plenty of water in Scotland. But you know what? Scotland is a threat in 10, 20 years or 30 years, depending on where the world ends up on hitting 1.5 and everything else. There are scenarios where we could see being water stressed in Scotland. And so our products, by and large, per amount of alcohol, there's not huge differences. But we really have to take seriously not just the water-stressed areas of today, but, and we run scenarios, right? You can run scenarios on the world hitting 1.5 or 2 to 3 or 4 to 5 degrees warming. And it has dramatic impacts on how climate impacts water. And well, you've seen the stuff that's happening around the world right now, whether it's Pakistan or, I mean, we have an operation in South Africa in Durban, which was out of the blue hit by incredible floods. And so we don't think just of water-stressed areas. It's every part of our business. Driving water conservation efficiency is really important.
Got it. And taking a step back, how do you balance investing in sustainability at a time when costs of operating are so high? Is that something that investors are concerned about or talk to you about?
I mean, we've taken a stance that we will invest in sustainability, just as we will invest in marketing or capital spending, etc. And we've been doing it for a long time. I mean, I think from an investor standpoint, and I was at some breakfast forum this morning, what is critical, and this is not easy for all companies, you need to do what's right for the planet, and you need to perform as a business to create shareholder value. And I'd say Diageo is fortunate in the sense that, so we are investing heavily behind water and carbon and the like. I think in the next decade, we're talking about £1 billion in the next 8 years of additional investment that's going to be required to hit our sustainability goals. But we see it as very core to what we are. I mean, people are measured, as I said, as much on financial metrics as hitting their goals here. And it is a source of competitive advantage. So we don't view it as this is something that's being forced on us and we got to tick the boxes and keep investors happy and governments happy. We see it as really core to the long-term health and sustainability of the business. And as I said, we're a consumer business, and so it will translate into consumer preference over time. We have a firm conviction about that.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I feel like, of course, a lot of your other sustainable actions have been of benefit to you more recently with things like your hydro, wind and solar renewable energy. I think that's probably insulated you in Europe, right?
It definitely helps, yeah. And we are more protected. So the actions we're taking here are, and I mean, what we talk about is really always about, we've set very ambitious goals. It's not easy to hit them. It's going to require innovation. It's going to require working with governments. it requires community support. So these programs we run in communities for WASH, I mean, we work very closely with NGOs to really ensure we're making the difference in the right way in these rural and poor communities. I do think as we were talking about, Risha, this is, the more we get into it, the more ambition we set, the more we discover how much we got to keep learning and innovating on. We have a division called Diageo Sustainable Solutions, where we are putting up money for new technologies and entrepreneurs that can come into the space and help us. So it is a continuous work in progress. But I think the thing you got to start with is real conviction and belief that, and that unleashes from our teams and people around the world. I mean, you get lots of really good ideas and new projects that that make a material difference.
Got it. Just a quick follow-up question on something you said earlier. So you said that you are somewhat more protected because of your renewable energy strategy. Is that something that you think will hold you in good stead as energy prices become more, go up?
No, I mean, you're not immune from the inflationary pressure on energy costs, but clearly as we move to more renewable sources, and our motivation in getting to renewability is not so much cost as long-term sustainability.
Got it. But I mean, say if there were blackouts in Europe tomorrow, would you have the renewable energy in Europe to protect you?
Again, I think we should be okay. I mean, we have obviously we look at all scenarios of what things could happen, but we feel we'll be well covered.
That's excellent. And just really quickly, if you have any advice to give any other CEOs in the consumer goods industry when it comes to water scarcity, what would it be?
I would say if you're in any business that touches water, just we do have a crisis. It is it's looming, and the numbers are scary when you look at the next 10, 20, 30 years through 2050. Every company can make a difference. When we work collectively as business, it really protects our license to operate. And so I would actually, on the water point, I'd say join the Water Resilience Coalition. It's a very effective group. It's got a number of large global companies in it. The CEOs are personally involved. And that would be one set of things. The other thing is, I'd say you just got to build the conviction in your organization. It's not an additional task. It has to be core to your business and core to your strategy. And I think when you do that, I mean, it's we have such pull from our organization. It's not like we're pushing these goals down. And then you get the creativity, you get the ideas. People are willing to spend the money in Turkey or India or to make a difference. And it enhances your reputation. And so you can attract better talent, and it's all win-win-win. But it has to be core, front and center in the business strategy and integrated into what you're doing.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Risha and Ivan. That cup of tea is here. So we've got about a 20-minute break for those of you in the room. If you're watching online, we will keep you entertained. Our technology correspondent, Jeffrey Daston, has been interviewing the CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund, Andrew Steer. So we'll leave the online team and anyone who wants to watch that in here, and anyone who wants to come out for a cup of tea, and then we'll be back in here at about past. Thank you so much, everybody.
Worried by a recent drop in the population of the threatened golden lion tamarin, conservationists in Rio de Janeiro built a bridge across a busy highway to help the monkeys circulate over a wider forested area.
And we are really concerned about the risk that we have working with a species that has a small population in a very specific area. This is the only place in the world where we have the golden lion tamarin in the wild.
conservation efforts over the past few decades managed to bring the monkey back from the brink of extinction. But an outbreak of yellow fever in 2018 wiped out 32% of the population.
Today, we can say that we have something like 2,500 animals in the wild. So in terms of number of animals, it's quite an important achievement. On the other hand, in the 2014, our census identified something like 3,700 animals. That means from 2017 until today, after the arrival of the yellow fever, we had for the first time a decreasing of the population, and this called us the attention very much.
On top of that, the golden lion tamarin has lost about 95% of its original habitat in Brazil, conservation groups estimate. They are particularly concerned for a group of monkeys that had become isolated due to a major highway.
Genetically, that population would be isolated, and that's really bad. We are trying to create a landscape conservation area, protected and connected. We need that. We need a large forest, protected and connected, with at least 2,000 golden lion tamarins and 25,000 hectares of forest.
The bridge was built last year. It has been planted with trees, shrubs, and herbaceous plants in the hope of making a natural corridor attractive to the primates. The vegetation is still young and will take time for the monkeys to use it.
Estamos monitorando, vamos estudar. A gente tem uma expectativa inicial que entre 3 a 4 anos tenha alguma fisionomia florestal, como se fosse um jardim florestal mesmo, para possibilitar, aí acreditamos que vai possibilitar essa passagem de primatas. Outros animais já estão passando, conforme nossas câmeras trap já estão pegando e temos esses dados.
This used to be a coal plant, chucking out harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Now the facility in Texas has begun a new life as a solar energy plant. Claudia Moro is the Senior Vice President of Vistra Corp, an energy company that also has other coal-to-solar projects underway at plants in Texas and California.
As an organization, we recognize that climate change is impacting our communities and our country and this world. So, one way that we can be a leader in the transition is with opportunities or initiatives like Coal to Solar and the Energy Storage Initiative.
Moro added that the company will also begin work on a $500 million renewable energy initiative at several Illinois coal plants. It will create 2,200 full-time jobs in the process.
We're ready to commit, significant dollars, over $500 million in the state of Illinois, but just getting through some of those regulatory hurdles so that we can get started with the real work and putting steel in the ground, is definitely a challenge in Illinois and across the country.
Environmental groups like Sierra Club Illinois welcome the coal to solar projects.
This is welcomed and certainly something that finally brings to fruition what we've been asking these companies to do for years. But there's still critical things that these companies have to do to really secure a just transition for these local communities. And that includes proper cleanup of coal ash pollution that's been in many of these sites contaminating groundwater for years.
Coal accounted for 19% of US energy generation in 2021, down from 45% in 2010, according to the US Energy Information Administration. When burned, coal emits more carbon dioxide than any other fossil fuel. President Joe Biden's goals of cutting US carbon emissions 50% by 2030 from 2005 levels and decarbonizing the power sector by 2035 will likely depend on even more shutdowns of coal plants. According to Sierra Club, nearly 360 US coal plants have shut or plan to shut in recent years, compared with about 170 plants that remain active.
Certainly from a climate perspective, from a pollution perspective, phasing out really dirty, polluting fossil fuels like aging coal plants, we should have been taking action far sooner than we are today.
You're looking at pictures of a wheat field and sorghum field, taken on the same day from the same region in France. But while the soil of harvested wheat fields is bone dry due to the extreme heat of 2022, on the sorghum plot, the leaves are green and the plants carry a full ear of grains. The sorghum fields belong to Ude Koot, who's been beating the heat with the drought-tolerant plant.
La culture de sorgho est intéressante parce que ça apporte une nouvelle culture, une nouvelle façon de penser l'agriculture et d'aller plus dans une agriculture durable, c'est-à-dire qui préserve les ressources de demain.
Sorghum is a cereal that is little known in Europe, but used widely in other parts of the world, and can be an ingredient for gluten-free baking, couscous, or even beer. Koot says the advantages of sorghum are that in much of France it does not need to be irrigated, requires no pesticides, and needs only a third of the fertilizer that wheat requires.
C'est pas une solution miracle, mais c'est une solution qui permet, parmi tant d'autres, d'améliorer les choses, de consommer moins de produits phytosanitaires, de consommer moins d'engrais et surtout de préserver les nappes phréatiques et les ressources en eau.
But sorghum isn't totally immune to drought. Koot expects to harvest 3 to 4 tons per hectare this year, compared to 5 or 6 during a normal year. But he says the fact that this yield requires no irrigation is a competitive advantage, as drought is felt across France, with restrictions on access to water. To make his farm more sustainable, Koot has invested in his own stone mill. It turns part of his crop into gluten-free sorghum flour. The rest is sold as grains, which can be cooked and eaten like lentils. And more farmers are turning to this crop. French sorghum production grew to nearly 440,000 tons in 2021, up from 270,000 tons in 2016. That's according to Farm Ministry data. But gluten-free sorghum is still a niche market in Europe. EU data show that only about a quarter of the crop produced across the continent goes to human consumption. The rest goes to animal feed. Koot is working hard to find new markets for their crop. He plans to work with local partners to develop sorghum beer, vegetarian steaks, and other products in the coming years.
Penser l'agriculture de demain dans comment on peut cultiver et comment on peut produire des aliments sans avoir recours à l'eau. Quelles sont les possibilités, quelles sont les cultures que aujourd'hui on peut faire et que demain on devra faire pour préserver les ressources en eau.
Heat waves in Paris have exposed the city's lack of trees. Urban planning expert Tanguy Le Dantec has taken to the streets with his thermometer to measure the heat radiating off the asphalt. This area of Paris, outside the Garnier Opera House, is one of many so-called urban heat islands. Essentially, there are not enough trees to provide all-important shade. Le Dantec's thermometer reads 56 degrees Celsius. That's 133 degrees Fahrenheit. 1 minute walk away, however, in the shade along the tree-lined Boulevard des Italiens, the reading was down to 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Record-breaking temperatures in France have underlined the need to strengthen the capital's natural defences against heat waves, which meteorologists say are intensifying because of global warming.
La température de l'asphalte est entre 56 et 58 degrés, et parce que c'est un matériau qui va accumuler le maximum de chaleur. C'est dû au soleil, c'est dû à la température de l'air. La température de l'air là est à 36 degrés, mais les matériaux vont accumuler beaucoup plus, ce qui fait que leur température de surface peut se situer à plus de 20 degrés au-dessus de la température de l'air. Et finalement, on peut avoir localement une température ressentie supérieure au milieu du Sahara.
Paris ranks poorly among global cities for its green cover. Only 10% of Paris is made up of green space, such as parks and gardens, compared to London at 33% and Oslo at 68%.
On s'aperçoit immédiatement de ce qui se passe dès qu'on met des arbres. Dès qu'on met un groupe d'arbres, il faut préciser, pas juste un arbre isolé, le pauvre, il ne va pas pouvoir faire grand-chose, mais quand on place des arbres en alignement avec une ombre dense, tout de suite, ça devient respirable.
Paris City Hall wants to create islands of freshness and plans to plant 170,000 trees by 2026. It's also ripping up the concrete in dozens of school yards and laying down soil and vegetation instead. Jacques Baudrier is Deputy Paris Mayor tasked with the green energy transition in buildings.
Les courroisies, c'est quand même, à l'échelle de Paris, c'est déjà près de 2 hectares végétalisés sur les 100 cours. Donc c'est des espaces importants. Et puis on végétalise aussi dans les rues. C'est toute la démarche embellir votre quartier que je porte.
However, City Hall's green ambitions have provoked a series of protests. Ledontech and other ecology campaigners say the local authorities have been felling scores of decades-old trees to make way for garden spaces. They say that by redrawing the city's landscape and felling mature trees, authorities are countering their own ambitions. That's because young saplings are more vulnerable to drought and less useful in fighting against heat radiation. In April, tree surgeon Thomas Braille shot video of more than 70 trees being felled on the city's outskirts to make way for Mayor Anne Hidalgo's vision for a green belt around the city.
Ces arbres-là, ils avaient tout le rôle à jouer. C'était des arbres qui étaient en pleine forme, parce qu'à 50 ou 60 ans, un micocoulier ou un platane, ils sont pratiquement jamais malades, il faut quand même le savoir. Ils ont tous les principes actifs pour se défendre des pathogènes, des champignons, des insectes. Et donc ces arbres-là, on les a vus se faire abattre derrière des palissades.
Breaking down plastic using plastic-eating bacteria. That's what these two young scientists in Hungary are doing.
We have a couple of cocktails here, special mixtures for special things.
They've developed a bacteria cocktail that consumes any single-use plastic in 7 weeks without prior chemical treatment or processing.
I'm Liz Madaras.
I'm Christina Levy.
And we're the co-founders of Polyloop, a Hungarian biotech company which has developed plastic-eating bacteria.
The cocktail ingredients are highly secret, but Polyloop's CEO Liz Madaras says if it can be mass-produced, it could mean a significant step in reducing plastic waste globally.
We saw plastic waste pollution as a very, very pertinent issue. So we decided to try to combine biotechnology and chemical engineering to create a media which can actually bring plastics back into the natural life cycle to which they once belonged.
After 2 weeks, the process produces shreds of plastic.
This is how it's going to look like in 2 weeks.
That then becomes a brown liquid sludge by the end of week 7.
In 7 weeks' time, it goes to this, the sludge, which is the end product of our process.
Initial lab tests show that the sludge is safe to use as a soil improver.
The degradation process is very similar to how those leaves disappear from autumn until springtime. A consortia of microbes biodegrades them. And this is what we're doing with our bacteria and fossil-based plastics. If it works on a large scale, it can make a global impact because the problem with plastics up until now was that they lingered on in the environment forever. But once we can biodegrade them, bring them back into the natural environment, they become part of nature again, become part of the global recycling system, not just the human one.
There are successful attempts globally to degrade plastic, but Polyloop degrades all types of plastic, including multi-layer packaging and mixed plastic blends.
There are successful attempts with PET degradation though. But in our case, we do all types of plastics from resin identification 1 through 7, and that includes other plastics as well, such as multi-layer packaging or mixed plastic blends.
Polyloop now has investment to build their first industrial plant, where they'll test the degradation on a larger scale. They're also experimenting with what their cocktail could do with other types of fossil-based contaminants, such as diesel.
From a massive offshore wind farm to a cluster of floating solar panels, the Netherlands has big plans for renewable energy, and the infrastructure is being built now. 10 out of the 140 turbines at Hollandse Kust Zuid are already producing electricity. The 1.5 gigawatt wind farm off the Dutch coast is scheduled for completion in 2023. Electricity from the farm is converted to a higher voltage before being sent to shore.
Only here in the Netherlands we're going to connect more than 20 gigawatt before 2030, and that is equivalent to, let's say, more or less 20 power plants, or it's the same as the usage of an average household of 20 million households.
Oceans of Energy is another major project in the North Sea, a 1 megawatt cluster of floating solar panels. CEO Allard van Hoeken says the company is not far from being economically viable.
And we're going to double it again in the next few months. And then the next project is a 3 megawatt project in Belgium. And after that, we look for the 15 megawatt connection at sea, preferably with the 150 megawatt potential. Because if we reach the 150 megawatt size, we get into price competitiveness.
The Netherlands is also taking its chances with green hydrogen. This is a hydrogen production platform where electricity will be converted to hydrogen and sent to shore through existing natural gas pipelines. It's a process that's not very economical, but engineers are betting on a future where electricity will be cheap, and it may make sense to convert some hydrogen for steelmaking or transportation.
Some dub it Nigeria's black gold. Hundreds of thousands of tires, which would otherwise be abandoned and dumped across the country, are now being reused. Ifedolapo Rushewe has created a company that collects, reworks and recycles old tires into things like paving bricks for playgrounds and other goods that can be used in Africa's most populous nation. The tires are reworked at an industrial plant owned by Freetown Waste Management Recycle. Rushewe is the company's managing director.
Creating something new from something that would otherwise be lying somewhere as waste, as was part of the motivation, like what can we be doing from this in terms of upcycling or recycling, which is why we started out with tires. And most people don't know that for your tires, the entire component of a tire is valuable in terms of the metal in the tire, the fiber in the tire.
The $5 million facility has recycled more than 100,000 tires into everything from speed bumps, floor tiles and soft paving.
So this is one of our products and it's made from recycled waste tires. It's also one of our best sellers, the zigzag interlocking pavers. And usually would find this in use outdoor, driveways, playgrounds, walkways, amongst others.
Waste management in Nigeria is patchy at best. Piles of waste are a common sight in villages, towns and cities, and residents often burn them at night for lack of a safer method of disposal. Tires in particular are routinely dumped and abandoned. Freetown relies on scavengers who collect old tires from dumping grounds. They're paid around 20 cents per tire.
Tires would ideally just lay waste. You would find them in drainages, you just find them in the corner stockpiled. nothing to do with them. But now we are able to, you know, create an entire value chain around the tires. The organizers know that if they get the tires across to us, they're going to get paid.
Freetown started operations with just 4 employees. It now has 128, having experienced rapid growth in the last year. Andrew Shewe has big aspirations for the future.
We do have a 5-year growth plan, which includes expansion and diversification into other types of waste, such as paper, PET bottles, electronic waste, amongst other things.
I'm Jane Waddell. I'm the editorial events editor at Reuters. Hello, welcome. One thing that I just thought I would point out, because it's come up in a few questions over breaks, our foliage wall here has been carefully put together so it comes apart in separate pieces and will be donated to local schools after the event. So it looks pretty and is also being recycled. Moving swiftly on to our next session of the day, which is Accelerating Climate Finance, Green Investment and Managing Carbon. I'm going to hand over to Alderman Sir William Russell, City of London Corporation, to introduce his panel. Stage is yours.
Just working. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody. I know that it's been a long day, but hopefully you will find this just as interesting as all the other panels you've listened to so far. Those who don't know me, I am William Russell. I was Lord Mayor of the City of London until November, and because of COVID, I did 2 years. And those who like their history, the last time that happened was 1860, 1861. Somebody called William Cubitt, who built Cubitt Town just down the road, and as many of you know, built most of Belgravia. Anyway, he did it because his largesse to the city was so great, they said give him another year. I probably was the cheapest Lord Mayor that there's been in the history of the mayoralty. But moving on, sustainable finance was one of my key themes. In fact, I referred myself to as the Green Lord Mayor. And we had COP26 and various net zero summits at the Mansion House, which went very well. And we and the City of London Corporation were a big presence up at COP this year. And I do refer to it as the Finance COP, which is hopefully that is a topic. Well, it is a topic we're now going to discuss. But let me introduce the panel. I'm very pleased to, and I'll start at the far side. Marcus Leitner, who's the Swiss ambassador to the UK, and then Alison Martin, the CEO of EMEA at Zurich Assurance, and then Rianne Marie Thomas, who, I have got it, Rianne Marie Thomas, of course. Rianne Marie and I worked very closely, and she runs the Green Finance Institute. And then Alexia Latortu, who's the Assistant Secretary of International Trade and Development at the US Treasury Department, who is just whistling a whistle tour on her way back to the States. So great to have you all. Right, let's get straight into it. And I'm going to start with you, Alexia. And we have, as you know, many of the innovative global companies in the room today, either online or in person. And several of our panels have focused on the technologies needed to get to net zero. So what can you tell us about how countries can increase the amount of financing available to support their broader market adoption?
Well, thank you so much. May I call you William and
not
Sir?
Yeah,
great,
William's
thank
fine.
you.
Absolutely, very relaxed.
So I have to say that if you had asked me this question back in June or July, I would have been far less proud than I can be today. Because in August, as I think many of you know, President Biden signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act that does quite a bit in terms of being a landmark piece of legislation for the US and our fight against climate change. It does a lot, it has a lot of tax incentives in it, but it also, one of the pieces I'm very proud about, is that it really incentivizes private sector investment in emerging technologies, including, for example, green hydrogen, also air capture through loans, through grants for research and development, through financing to help with production costs. And so these investments, if we sort of look out beyond 2030, will really lay the groundwork for what is needed to facilitate the adoption of technologies that will reduce emissions in a way that I think will make them accessible globally, much like we saw with solar and wind, right? And I think this concept of global adoption is something I really want to underscore, because it is critical if we're to help, and I focus mostly on emerging markets. We really need to make sure that all the technologies that we're developing get to emerging markets as fast as possible to accelerate their transition as well, because they're also trying to expand their energy access, not just clean up their energy. And so that's critical. This being said, I think it's also important to note that according to the International Energy Agency, today, we only have about half of the technologies that we need to get to the net zero reductions that we need on the market, right? Yep. And so we still have a lot of work to be done and to really facilitate bringing emerging technologies to market in a commercially viable way as fast as possible. And then the last note that I wanted to make, also based on data from the International Energy Agency, is a fact that I think reminds us about the challenges that emerging markets still have, which is the following. So according to EIA, in 2022, we'll see a 10% jump in investments for clean energy in advanced economies in China. However, the investment levels for clean energy in developing and emerging markets have been flat since 2015. So I think that's just a reminder of the work still ahead for those advanced countries and the decisions we make internally and what the implications are for emerging markets.
Very good. And as you say, I mean, John Kerry says many of the technologies haven't been invented yet for the green climate change. And Mark Carney says the biggest investment opportunity of a generation, anything to do with the climate change. Ambassador, I'm going to come to you. I was going to come to you, but actually, I just think rolling this, I'm going to go to Rhian-Marie because, you know, as CEO of the Green Finance Centre there and emerging markets, and we've heard, you know, what innovation is needed, and we'll hear from the ambassador more about what Switzerland's doing. But from your perspective, as someone who works very closely not only with the financial institutions but also with innovative solutions, with emerging markets, and we were just talking beforehand around how important they are, and that stat you just gave, makes it absolutely clear what needs to be done. You know, how can remove some of those barriers to the deployment of green capital, particularly in emerging and developing markets?
Sure. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to say a few words here today. It's quite a broad question, yes. Obviously by sector, by geography. The barriers to the deployment of capital are very granular, and they require an awful lot of granular and analytical work to identify what they are and to work through with the policymakers and the regulators how we actually create those conditions in order for private capital in particular to flow. You mentioned COP26 earlier, Sir William, and you know, obviously that was a real turning point in this discussion about green finance when we had 450 global financial institutions all commit to get to net zero by 2050, unprecedented. But what we didn't see was a commensurate commitment from concessionary capital providers, so the development agencies, the multinational development banks, the 11 trillion that sits on the balance sheet of development finance institutions, to help galvanize and catalyze that money. Because money only moves if it makes money. And we do know that there are plenty of opportunities for investment, but then they don't always provide the same risk-adjusted returns as the familiar investments that we currently, that our financial institutions currently support. a bank tracker has come up with a figure of 4.6 trillion of bank lending that has gone into oil and gas exploration since the Paris Agreement from the top 60 global banks. And I don't say that to shame anybody, I say that just to highlight that's an awful lot of fee revenue that we've got to find from other unfamiliar technologies and potentially unfamiliar jurisdictions. And finding ways of de-risking some of that through first loss, revenue guarantees, contracts for difference, FX hedging. This is the conversation that we need to be having, which is bringing the entire financial ecosystem together. Public finance, philanthropic capital, as well as private finance, and importantly insurance, to figure out how do we de-risk these opportunities, and importantly, I think in many middle-income countries, how do we deepen their capital markets so that it isn't just more channeling of finance from the global north to the global south. That's clearly an important channel, but it's actually how do we mobilize the pools of pension capital, institutional capital that sit in many middle-income countries so that they can support their own technology and infrastructure journey. And if we have a moment, we'd love to come back on some of those details, but if not, do look us up at the Green Finance Institute and you'll see that we've been publishing on that very topic.
Marie, thank you very much. Ambassador, we know the capital's there, but how can we make sure that it gets the right projects? And what is the special role that Switzerland can play here?
Well, yes, the capital is there in a sense, and Switzerland obviously is the largest cross-border wealth management center, and we have seen in terms of sustainable finance, we have seen just the statistics out, 2 trillion of sustainable investments last year, up by 30%, and that year on year. And that's the same the previous year. So you see this is a market that is growing rapidly as such. So what we need to do is probably 3 things to help the investors find and identify projects that they want to fund. I think it's disclosures. We want larger companies to disclose their climate risks. We want them to also show their commitments in terms of the way forward. We want them to commit, and we're encouraging Swiss financial institutions, particularly on what you mentioned, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And we want to do, on, say, the product level, we want to increase transparency. We have introduced just recently the Swiss climate score, which provides with 6 indicators a transparency in terms of the product, looking at the current situation, but also looking at the future of the climate commitments that were taken. So the idea is to provide better information for better informed decisions by investors. And that's the way that we're going together with the industry. It's not something that Switzerland regulates. The start is always you reach out to the Swiss companies, but not just the companies, universities, the private sector in general. You'll find solutions that are working in the market.
Thank you, Ambassador. And perfect, go to another Swiss company, not to say you're Swiss, Alison, but obviously very high up in the Swiss in Zurich Insurance. So the transition is not just about investment, it's also about managing risks, which I'm sure you look at a great deal. But what can you tell us about how we can effectively manage adaptation and build that resilience?
Thank you, Sir William. And I think, I'm wondering if I get to be the bad guy on the panel, but maybe I'll see. So I very much agree with everything that's already been said around the importance of finance and the role we can play in the transformation of society that's needed. And we're super supportive of that and put our balance sheet to work in doing that. Unfortunately, the sad reality is we haven't even reached 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial level temperatures, and we already see the devastating effect that has. I mean, we're an insurer, we pay claims. We pay the claims of natural catastrophes. I'm sure you all know what insurers do, but that is our job. And that means we employ thousands of people who underwrite risk, who model risk, who manage claims. We have a ton of risk engineers who help companies to understand how can we reduce the impact of these events when they happen, because they will happen, and they will happen with increasing severity and frequency. And that is a reality. So we have to build resilience. And it's not just about building resilience for companies. And obviously, as one of the largest insurers in the world, that's clearly something we focus a huge amount of our time on, and can give tons of examples of the kinds of things we do. How do you help companies build flood defenses, whether it's with inflatable flood barriers, whether it's flood runoff ponds? I mean, there's a ton of things you can do to help build resilience, but it's also about supporting the most vulnerable communities. Very much agree with what's been said about the importance of getting emerging markets capital to work so that actually they can have clean technologies. But we have to recognize they're some of the most vulnerable communities in the world. So one of the obligations we've very much taken upon ourselves is to say, we manage risk for a living. We're quite good at it. So we take our flood resilience framework, we work with a great network of partners through our foundation. And at the moment, we're helping about 300 communities in the world and helping about 600,000 people. We hope to take that up to the millions very shortly, because flood is the biggest peril that impacts the most number of lives every year. And unless we do manage to limit global warming, sadly, it's just going to keep getting worse.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Now I'm going to stay with Switzerland, going straight back to the ambassador here. You know, what can we learn from Switzerland when it comes to the right policy and a regulatory environment that can enable the allocation of capital to the right projects?
Well, we're not in the business of exporting models or anything. But we have a market-based approach to things. As I said, we reach out to the community, to the stakeholders, and not just to the economy. As I was saying, we reach out and try to find the best solution that is working for the market. And so it's maybe not the fast solution, but it should be, again, a sustainable solution also in that sense. That's what we are focusing on. So we understand the urgency, and we understand that market wants to have certainty. So a lot of people love taxonomies that you can just tick the box, but it's more complex than this. And we have to make sure that we understand the complexity and we are well informed by the different stakeholders to take into account when we regulate.
Thank you. Now, Alexia, you know, in the public and private sectors, there's huge opportunities. And what opportunities are you seeing for greater cooperation to scale up that financing needed to accelerate climate action?
Well, thanks for that. And I heard what you said earlier about the private sector showed up, GFANZ showed up at COP, but the concessional financing was not quite there. And there's a big debate, you know, the public sector side saying the private sector is not coming enough and vice versa, which I think, you know, I won't prolong the debate, but I will talk about an opportunity that's real, that I see in a model that's real, that I see emerging. And this is around helping to facilitate the just energy transition of high-emitting countries, emerging markets. So South Africa was sort of the model announced at COP in Glasgow. And the concept is really to align all the different sources of finance. And I actually would start with the domestic resources of the country, then bring in the private sector, the public sector, the philanthropic sector, behind a country's heightened climate ambition. And this requires a lot of work with the country to understand their ambition, to do the technical analysis of what they can do. For example, if they're going to sort of decommission coal plants, if they're going to even reduce their pipeline of coal plants, of course they're ramping up the renewables. And the just energy transition point to the impact on human beings, right? So in South Africa, where coal workers are is actually not where the new solar is going to be, for example. And so how do you deal with that difficult transition at the individual and community level? So that's the dialogue that happens with the government. And then once you have that strong ambition, the clear sort of investments that are needed by the country, you bring in these different financing sources that finance different types of activities. So for example, to invest in renewable, private sector can do that, I think. To decommission a coal plant, maybe not. Maybe you actually do need grant funding for that. The collaboration, in previous panels we heard about radical collaboration, the collaboration that is needed to align these resources, to build the trust, and to sort of synchronize flows coming together, and sort of even including withholding, to be honest, a bit of the flows until the ambition is clear from the countryside, cannot be overstated. So it takes a different way of working to make this happen. And it's an intense way of working, but I think the upside is pretty phenomenal if done right.
Very good. Well, I have certainly hope so. And certainly everyone I've spoken to about the Biden bill and what's going on in America, everyone's very excited globally. So well done. That's very good news.
Still lots of work to do.
I know, but anyway, but it's very
We're in a better place now.
Marie, so most of us, well, all on the panel was from developed economies, but we know that without significant decarbonisation from emerging market economies, which we have sort of discussed, the world cannot meet the Paris Agreement. And in the run to COP27, what do you see, particularly since it's in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, what do you see as ways we can leverage the UK's strength in finance and support the transition in those critical emerging markets?
Thanks, William. I think picking up very much on Alexia's point, we need to see the JETP succeed. Mm-hmm. We need to see that radical collaboration. It's a fantastic template in South Africa where we are genuinely trying to use, the political dialogue, the local domestic money as well as private capital, and doing that forensic analysis of where do you need to deploy government grant funding. 120,000 people have coal-related jobs. Coal trucking businesses are pretty much all black-owned and very successful. All of that goes to that social piece and the just transition piece. Is that something that private capital can get behind? Possibly not, but there are pieces where the private sector can get behind, which are to do with, new transmission or renewables, as you highlighted. So it's actually finding where do the various pieces of the financial ecosystem fit together, and how do you maximize them working together? We need to make JETP work. The UK, I think we have a fantastic blueprint here about public-private collaboration that we should shout about a lot more, and that is about the success of our offshore wind industry. So 22% of global installed offshore wind sits around the British coastline. That's second only to China, who admittedly have 47%. But this was a multi-year program of the government working closely with private sector, identifying a promising technology, putting in place the contracts for difference that were needed to provide revenue visibility, putting in place the auctions that were needed to show longevity and commitment to those particular electrons, putting the regulation in place that you needed about seabed leasing and other detail, and importantly, having a green investment bank at the time that was effectively a special purpose vehicle to provide the right sort of de-risking capital to an unfamiliar and new technology that has now enabled that sector to be financed through institutional capital. And not only are there 32,000 jobs involved in that industry, so going to again to the social point, it is one of the cheapest forms of financing, with the latest auctions showing, what was it, £44 per kilowatt hour, so cheaper than building new gas plants. So a fantastic template, a green plate, a blueprint, green print, whatever you want to call it, of how you collaborate, that definition of radical collaboration, which I think that is something that we can share with other jurisdictions.
Very good, thank you. Alison, there are a lot of debates and challenges around managing carbon, and how can pricing carbon support the transition to net zero?
So I'm sure everyone in the room, I don't know, we could take a vote, but I'm guessing most people in the room, maybe I should say, believe that carbon pricing plays a role. I think it's one of the most important tools in the toolkit to drive behaviour, because we need to talk about incentives, and incentives have to be aligned to break global economic growth from emissions. So if you put a carbon price on it, it's a no-brainer. However, I'm sure everyone is equally aware of the fact that we only have about 20% of emissions covered, and of that we have about 4%, which is anywhere near the range that's necessary for a 2-degree world, let alone a 1.5-degree world. So clearly it is not working as the tool that we would hope it would be. I mean, for me, I would put it in the frame of we need a roadmap. I'm super supportive of all that the ambassador talked about in terms of transparency and disclosure, because if I think about both sides of our balance sheet, we're a significant asset owner and we're a significant underwriter. What's important for us is to know what's the trajectory. I was proud we committed to net zero by 2050 for all of our business. The challenge is we don't know the pathway that all of the industries that we invest in and insure are going to take. Somebody has to lay out those roadmaps. I think a carbon price can be a really important way of giving markets comfort as to what those roadmaps are going to look like in a way that will minimize volatility. It's clearly not going to remove it, but it can minimize and it can help us all understand what this transition is going to look like. And it will help asset owners like ourselves and underwriters like ourselves to put our capital to work on both sides of our balance sheet to invest in the technologies that are needed. So I think a carbon price clearly is an important part of this toolkit. However, I also recognize it is politically unpopular, and that's a reality. So I think we just need to get on with the things we can do while we wait and, dare I say, hope. And that means everybody in industry, I'm sure those of you in this room as well, there are things we can do. We've committed to be net zero by 2030 in our operations. We're not a heavy emitter, we're an insurance company. But that doesn't mean we can't do everything we can to seed nature-based solutions, to seed direct air capture for our to get to negative emissions. There's things we can do on our investments and our underwriting. So just because we would prefer to have a roadmap isn't an excuse to say we wait and don't do anything.
Very good. Now, I'm going to take some questions that have come from the audience. So I will go to you, but please do all jump in. One of them is, what are the current mechanisms in place for investors to actually find enterprises that are geared towards climate impact? I mean, Marianne, you may know more about this than others, and Alison as well, since Zurich is a big investor, but please others jump in if you want to. But Marianne.
Sure, well, one of the mechanisms is one that the ambassador already mentioned, which is the prevalence of increasing disclosure. So there is a huge amount of data out there on how climate impacts businesses and increasingly how business impacts climate. But again, picking up on your point, Alison, I think one of the really exciting developments we've seen over the last year about disclosure has been the disclosing transition plans. So it is a real challenge in that we have to engage with the hard to abate sectors, the high carbon sectors. But when you're making a decision about whether you're extending a credit line to a company that is still predominantly a high carbon company, which part of the balance sheet does that sit on? Is that you continuing to support the fossil fuel industry, or whichever industry, or is that you actually helping them transition? That's the thing we need to get far more nuanced and sophisticated about, and that can only be done through greater transparency and disclosure.
Anderson, and then
a simple add, because I very much agree with what you said, Marianne, is engagement. I think as an investor, the most powerful tool, it's also the same tool we use on the underwriting side, is to talk to companies. It is to engage, is to use the vote you have with an investment, but to actually understand what has a company put together a science-based target, what is their transition plan, and then to hold companies to account. We really believe that engagement is a way more powerful tool than to say who is right and wrong, because it's going to take all of us working together to solve this. And it's not about saying kind of, okay, we don't want you involved in this. I'd rather bring everybody along with us. But that does require transparency and it does require engagement. And if companies don't want to be part of that journey, then ultimately it does require walking away.
Ambassador, yeah.
Just we try to, with this Swiss climate score that I was mentioning before, we try in a sense to look as well to the future. As Alison was saying, that's the complicated part. We look at the current status in terms of emissions, and the risks to climate change that the company is running. But we want to look as well on the commitment. We want to look at exactly what you said, the stewardship as well. How much influence is somebody taking on the companies that they're investing in? So we try with this score really to look at the future, as difficult as it is. But you have to take it from there and make the best decision based on this. And so that's the idea, to help the investors as well.
And Alexia, from the US perspective?
Maybe less from the US perspective,
okay,
but actually looking at emerging markets again, which is what I actually work on. So two thoughts, in speaking to some of the GFANZ members, I think the commitment they've made, towards net zero is so powerful. And then they're saying, but it's not just being sort of moving away from something, it's investing towards what we want to see in the future. But they're trying to understand where the real economy opportunities are, trying to look at sectoral pathways to really understand, where the opportunities are. I think there's a lot of work that needs to happen on that front to really understand, in the agricultural space, in the infrastructure space, in the energy space, where are the opportunities. So I think that's work that we need to invest in, and there the public sector side, I think, can help play a role. And then the other thing I wanted to say is, I think those, for example, again, staying with the GFANZ example, those financial institutions that already have a footprint, including a retail footprint in emerging markets, I think have a leg up, right? Because they know the market, they know the country, they have some sense of the political risk issues, and then they're trying to understand on the transition side where they can play. But that's the gap is a bit shorter to close. And so I find that starting with those subset of financial institutions that have that presence deeper in emerging markets, I think that's the way to start, and then their peers will learn from them as well. So that's sort of an idea.
Well, I have you, because I know you've just come in from Manila.
Yes.
And so I'm interested,
yes,
and I'm sure the audience will be interested to hear, what did you learn on your trip out there, related to, the capital flows, what they're feeling as they look to the outside world as well?
So I was there for the Asian Development Bank annual meetings, and actually this is an example of a development bank that is really trying to innovate around how it uses its balance sheet to be able to mobilize in capital from the private sector. And so, for example, on this issue of coal decommissioning, they've created this energy transition mechanism that has money from the Asian Development Bank, can accept money from the private sector, from philanthropy as well, to be able to actually help decommission from coal as well as ramp up renewables. And so they're trying to create vehicles that facilitate the commingling of different sources of finance that have different risk appetites towards a goal. And I think these are two very different worlds that you have to do a lot of translation across a development bank and an insurance company. But I think we're starting to see progress. In reinsurance, for example, I think there's a huge role for reinsurance. And right now the development banks are leaning on that primarily in the financial institution space, not yet in sort of real economy, but I think we're starting to see some progress.
Yeah, Marie, yes.
I just wanted to pick up on that. I mean, the development finance institutions have been pioneers in this space for decades. They have huge amount of default data. They have huge amounts of expertise. I think now is the time for us to be having a really constructive dialogue with them to figure out how can we maybe change part of their mandate so that they can be supporting this wall of private capital that needs to invest but is struggling to find the right risk returns. So nothing but respect for a number of these organizations. And I'm conscious that every time there's some sort of development issue, everybody bangs the table and says, oh, the development banks need to change and address this. But I do think we're in unprecedented times because we've brought the private capital providers to the table. And now that's the hard work. Now we have to structure these types of solutions. And blended finance, those types of solutions that bring public and private capital together, have been around for over a decade. Something like $160 billion have been structured in this way, which is obviously a drop in the ocean compared to the trillions that we need to mobilize. But one of the stats that, if you look up Convergence, who are a particularly helpful data provider in this space, they say looking at these blended finance transactions, 62% of them are done by an organization on a single-use basis. They don't replicate, they don't scale. They do the transaction once, it takes years to negotiate, and then they don't do it a second time. And that is unfortunately something that we absolutely have to focus on, is how do we make these things far more agile, far more standardized, and that we can then actually have these negotiations that are a lot quicker.
May I jump in? Because actually just right now, we're about to go into the annual meetings of the World Bank and the IMF, and Treasury actually, I'm working on quite a bit of work trying to say, now that we have a use for these institutions, and it's been coming for years, but we really need to accelerate to have them not only use their balance sheets well, but to really use their balance sheets to really mobilize private capital. Are there changes that we, shareholders like the US, need to actually make in these institutions to allow them to play that role of mobilizing capital in a far greater scale? And I think the answer is yes. But I do think it is, a bit of a responsibility of the shareholders to say your purpose today, unlike when you were first created, which was project financing, reconstruction, post-war, is actually really the value of your impact is not just your finance, but mobilizing others. So changing the incentives or tweaking the incentives, the operational approaches, the range of instruments, the vehicles to make it possible. I think the time is really right now to push on an open door.
Completely agree, all of the above, and looking at the AA or AAA rating that a number of the shareholders insist that these development finance institutions.
Aha. So no good panel without some disagreement. So I know that's a popular view. And as a government shareholder, when I know that I need these institutions not just to fund a lot today, not just to mobilize a lot today, but to also be there to play a counter-cyclical role when and if trouble comes, and trouble is coming more and more often, I think makes the calculation around AAA or no a bit more complex.
Okay, we'll move on.
We can move on from that. Anyway, very good to have that. Another question, and Ambassador, I'm going to throw this one at you. What do you think about the disconnect of incentives, time horizons in business and politics versus long-term forward-looking strategy required to deal with climate risk?
Why don't you take mine?
Yeah, great. Well, yes, that's obviously, we're looking at something. We have made a commitment 27 years down the line, or 28. And so, yeah, if you look at political cycles, obviously that's so far out. There is this, I wouldn't call it a disconnect as such, but obviously there are different timelines. And in addition, it's not just 27 years out, we have scaled it in a way that we need progress needs to get up through the years. Because at the end of the day, you need as well the political commitment. It was mentioned, you need, in Switzerland, you vote every 3 months on issues. You need to win the votes. Governments need to be re-elected every 4 years. You cannot walk faster than the music, but you still have to push the envelope. I think the urgency has clearly been seen and seized. We have seen this at COP26, that we are now in the implementation phase. It's not about announcing, it's now about what your Prime Minister is saying, delivery. And so I think there is an understanding that we have to have this music play faster, so we have to walk the talk faster.
Rhiannon, I'll come to you. Alison, any thoughts on this?
I think it's a dilemma all the time, whether we're talking about climate or not climate, and I kind of view it as it's your P&L, which is your quarterly earnings pressure from your shareholders, versus your capital stresses, which is your long term. As an insurer, we've been in business, we're celebrating our 150th anniversary this year. We fully intend to be in business for another 150. So that does mean when we think of our capital base, we think of it with stresses which are definitely a lot longer than the next quarter's earnings. But clearly, yes, investors would expect you to be able to tell the narrative of how the two connect. So what are the risks that you're putting to your capital? How do you expect to have volatility emerge in your quarterly earnings so that actually over the long term you're going to generate the right risk return profile? I mean, it's a point that Marie was saying, actually. It's about getting the right risk return. I think actually the top question is really about that as well. One of the ways that we try and think about impact investing is to say, and I know you disagree, you can deliver great return to shareholders and meet our fiduciary obligations, but also do good at the same time. And the way we measure it is we measure it by the amount of emissions that are saved or reduced by our investment and the number of lives that we positively impact. But at the same time, we do say to our shareholders, you can keep giving us money because we're going to keep giving you a good return on your money. And you can trust us that as part of our overall balance sheet returns, we're going to keep generating an appropriate level of return for you to earn the license to do this. So I do think you can do it as an and, but it does mean that there is a more limited set of projects that can meet the and definition. But I do think, to the question, it is really important not to just measure it in return, because when we're looking at trade-offs in impact investing, we're very much looking at where, at the moment we've got about 7 billion in impact funds, and it's about which of the projects we can invest in that are going to have the best bang for the buck, and that bang is all about impacting lives and saving emissions. And it's really important that it isn't just about the return.
Yeah, totally agree.
I'd love to disagree with you on that, but there's nothing you said that I disagree with on any of that. But I was going to make a slightly different point on that question about the long-term forward-looking strategy, which is implicit in the question are two things, which is short-term versus long-term, but also forward-looking versus the way I think in highly regulated financial institutions, we tend to look at strategy which is trying to extrapolate historical trends. And so I think I heard someone in the previous panel talk about the need for bold leadership in politics. We need bold leadership in the private sector too, more entrepreneurialism, more risk-taking. Maybe that's where we maybe disagree, but it's the points about extrapolating historical trends because you feel more comfortable about how your models have looked historically when you're in the face of disruption that is this profound, requires real hard questions to be asked, and it requires the right sort of leadership that are really encouraging that sort of thinking in our private sector institutions.
Perfect way to end it, the right sort of leadership, and hopefully, and I know we have the right sort of leaders on this panel. Thank you very much for being part of this, and thank you to everyone in the audience. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you very much to the panel. As they exit the stage, I am able to say that we're moving on from accelerating climate finance to a deeper look at a topic that was briefly touched on during that session, and that is the pursuit of environmental justice. For this session, we have Samaila Zubairu, the President and CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation. We have Mo Ibrahim, founder of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, Sadie Morgan, Founding Director, DRMM and Chair, Quality of Life Foundation. And they are all being hosted by Amol Mehra, Director of Industry Transformation at the Laudes Foundation. So over to you.
And thanks so much to everyone here for making it through the day. We have an exciting panel. We're going to bring the energy to all of you, and we hope you give us back that energy through putting up your questions, using the Slido link here, and making this a real dialogue, because I'm thrilled to have 3 speakers that I've met this afternoon today, just sort of discussing a really critical topic that often is neglected in conversations around the climate agenda, which is the people part of this story. So today we're going to be discussing the pursuit of environmental justice and the business role. As mentioned, my name is Amol Mehra, and I direct industry programs at Laudes Foundation. We're on a mission to make business a force for good by tackling the dual crises of climate and inequality. And we do believe that these two crises are connected, and we need to explore those connections in our work to really make climate action lasting and complete. And this panel is really about that conversation. It's really about asking how we can bring dignity and justice into conversations alongside decarbonization and net zero. And fundamentally asking the question of where a just transition comes into the agenda for climate action. So I'm really thrilled to have some of the leading minds in the business, philanthropic, and finance sector walking us through their perspectives on these issues. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask them a set of questions. We'll have a conversation up here. And again, please do use the links to bring yourself into the conversation. We really do want to make this dynamic as we carry on with the discussion. So I'll start with this question to our panel up here. What do concepts of environmental justice and just transition mean to you? And how do you go about addressing them in your work? And maybe, Smaila, I can start with you from the perspective of the Africa Finance Corporation.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. So just transition really has to focus on reliable access that is affordable, for a vast majority of people. So we all know that Africans don't have much access to electricity, that 80% of the people without access to electricity globally live in Africa. And even amongst them, we have about 900 million people without access to clean cooking. So just transition for us is first access to energy, and then access to energy that is affordable and cheap, access that doesn't compromise economic development in Africa, and access that allows for the key challenges around financing, adaptation, to all happen at the same time. Economic development should happen at the same time. So when we look at projects and we look at opportunities, we're trying to see how can we build an ecosystem along value chains that allow for carbon neutrality as we go along. But the focus is on economic development. When we look at Africa's position in the world today, look at the intersection of all the challenges that are facing the world, the food crisis, the energy transition, we think that there's an opportunity for Africa to seize the moment and build in a responsible way, build ecosystems that allow for the trees that currently absorb most of the carbon to remain on the ground, to allow for access to cleaner cooking fuel for the vast majority of women that have to collect firewood. They won't go to school, they're not able to do anything meaningful, they just focus on feeding the family. And for most of them, it's also very dirty fuel that they're using firewood, which we know is depleting the forests that currently as carbon sinks. We need to find alternative cooking methods for them. We need to find a way to develop the resources that are available in Africa. So Africa has a lot of energy sources. We have significant solar resources. We have 60% of most of the best solar sources on the continent, yet only 1% is built. We have significant hydro resources. They're not built. We have significant natural gas not developed, and all of these, can play a key role in all the challenges facing the world today. So the challenge we have today is really a physical challenge, not psychological. It's about resources and their misallocation or reallocation. So we need to invest in these resources, to be able to create circular economies that will create jobs and provide economic development.
Okay, fantastic. I'm picking up themes of access, of inclusion, but then also the huge opportunity that you mentioned around the development of resources. Mo, can I come to you now? Given your vast experience in the business context, in philanthropy, how do you see these concepts of environmental justice and just transition, and how do you go about addressing them in your own work?
Yeah, let's talk first about what you mean by environmental justice. You cannot talk about environmental justice without talking about energy justice as well. And the case is very simple. Africa contribution to the carbon up there is about 3%. That's the total contribution of Africa. However, the 10 most affected countries by climate change are all Africa. The problem, people polluting in the north and the guys in the south are bearing the brunt of it. It's just really unfortunate. And the devastation in Africa is huge. We expect 40 million migrants in Africa. By the way, before you run out of the room here, They're not coming to UK. Most of them stay in Africa, actually. But because of desertification and the devastation of the environment, we have major problems. We have conflicts. The conflicts between the herders and the farmers because of desertification. And that goes into, produce violence. We had violence in Nigeria. We had violence in Sudan, or my own country, in Darfur. We had in the Sahel, terrorism, etc. All that has really an environmental element underlying the problem. So we're having a lot of suffering when we did not put this stuff up there. And then at the same time, we all understand that you can measure any development countries by the amount of carbon it put up there, because they are really closely correlated. The more developed you are, the more carbon you're putting out. And I found it so ridiculous that some people, well-meaning people, came to Glasgow last year, and they decided that we will stop financing fossil or gas in overseas, international development banks or multilaterals, etc. will not do any funding for. Now, Africa, 600 million people has no power, nothing, no access to power. And what those guys gonna do? Without power, you have no education, you have no health, you have no jobs, you have nothing. You don't live. You are not a human being. What do you do without power? And those well-meaning people have never thought of that. Actually, they're not aware of this, maybe. And that has been always a problem. The global north always talk on the sides without understanding whatever happens in the global south. And the global south is supposed to listen and, oh, yes, sir, and do whatever those guys decide. This is so silly and stupid, and we cannot continue to run the world like that. And what is happening now? Because of the war, European leaders now running around Africa, oh, can we have some more gas, guys? Can we have some more gas? Excuse me. You're trying to deny Africa right to its go. Africa has a lot of gas, by the way. The African reserve of gas is about 500 trillion cubic feet of gas, huge amount of gas there. And we are not allowed to use that gas. Actually, at the moment, half of our gas is sent to Europe. Half of our gas is sent to Europe. But for us to use our own gas, no. I mean, this cannot continue. This kind of injustice, this kind of stupidity cannot continue. And people need to understand that. And African people in the South must have a seat at the table. They don't have a seat at the table. And nobody listens to them. And then we talk about justice. What justice? There's no justice.
Okay, Mo, I'm going to come back to this point about how we overcome this political dynamic that pits the global north and the global south in what seems like a stalemate here. I want to come back to that in the second round. But Sadie, I do want to bring you into this conversation, because I think what we've heard from Samaila is this sort of perhaps opportunities for finance to really come help support this transition. For Mo, some of the sort of challenges at the political level. I think what your work does is really show in a sector of the economy how inclusion can work to drive a more just set of outcomes. Do you mind sharing a bit about the work you're doing with quality of life and the work you've done with DRM, et cetera, that addresses this idea of justice in the context of the climate crisis?
Sure. I mean, and thanks for the invitation, and it's been really interesting to hear your perspective, sitting in London. I run an architecture practice, have done for many years, and we've always been interested in designing and building architecture that's socially useful. I also sit on National Infrastructure Commission, Board of Homes England, where practically we've been trying to think about ways of encouraging those who are building and designing all infrastructure of national significance to do so in a way that thinks about climate, people, place and value. And the way in which I think we encourage others to think about these things is to just give them some really simple principles and ways in which that they can develop their processes. And I've taken that sort of way of thinking and 2.5 years ago set up the Quality of Life Foundation, really to try to understand what it is about our built environment that improves people's quality of life. And how do we encourage developers, house builders to build in a way that thinks about those things and first of all understands what those things are. So we did we did a nationwide piece of research, 6 principles, 6 issues came out of that. So sense of control, sense of belonging, access to nature, freedom of movement, sense of fun and wonder, and a healthy home. And that has been the bedrock of all the work that we've been doing since then. But I suppose, how do you create justice? You create justice by actually inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And you can talk about diversity and inclusion at the top table, and I totally agree. I think it's really important that we have all of those voices, but actually understanding what it is and asking those people within the communities that are affected what just transition means to them, understanding what it is in their local environment that really matters to them, I think is a really good way of starting to understand how you can make change in a way that is granular but also will take hold and is sustainable. Because a lot of what we do is talk, and I'm so interested in finding practical ways on the ground to make change. And I think the starting point is to ask people what it is that they want and how it is that they live in their communities and those things that affect them and how to make change accordingly. And if we understand it, we can measure it, and then we know what we're doing better, and we can learn and continue to do that.
Yeah, I think, Sadie, I want to stay with you because I think you've unpacked perhaps a wisdom that we can apply to this broader conversation, which is that sometimes the small things help you get to the big thing. I just want to ask you if you could go a little bit further on the role of business you see in driving a trust transition here. What can help encourage business to engage more deeply? We know your sector, the built environment, is one that is a huge carbon contributor, but also one that is perhaps a bit, how do we say, conservative or staid in its approach. So how are you engaging business on concepts of just transition for us to be able to get that sector to move?
I think you're right. I do actually think there's a real impetus and wish to do better. I think the industry doesn't really know how to do it. Mm-hmm. And one of the ways that we are trying to help is to show what makes things better, and to show that small changes will feed back in to those developments and make improvements. So we're doing a lot of post-occupancy review, for example. So we're beginning to try to understand what it is about developments that make them better for people, that encourage people to live there, that ultimately make them more desirable. And we are playing that back to the development sector. We are independent, so we don't tell them what they want to hear. And sometimes just listening and understanding those nuances help to show that actually social value, environmental value, when it's played through from an early stage, improves return and makes your development more attractive, and you know, it allows your investors to to invest in a way that hits their targets. Mm-hmm. And I think that the work that we've been doing at the foundation, the work that we've been doing at Homes England to set up a cross-cutting committee to really try to encourage from procurement all the way through a business's the methods and the leverage businesses have to make these changes is to show by making those small changes, by encouraging a business-wide culture that thinks about these things. Big change can be made. And I'm really hopeful that if you offer a carrot, you're a critical friend, you help and encourage businesses through small and pragmatic measures, that it will become a snowball that will get bigger and bigger and faster and faster.
Okay, thank you for that. And Samaila, maybe let's come to you, and then we'll kind of go back to Mo's, I think, big challenge, and we can unpack that as a group. But, you know, you mentioned some of the investments that you see that could be transformative in the context of Africa. Maybe can you talk to us about the way that you, and through the African Finance Corporation, are looking at working with business to be at the table on these concepts of just transition and equity?
Good, thanks for that. I think the best way to start that is we think that we need to be pragmatic. We think that perfect should not be the enemy of good. We think that the world needs to have real conversations about what achieving net zero really means. I think that we want to build consensus, you know, amongst African leaders in both politics and business about the real challenge that climate poses for us as a people. So the climate challenge, you know, puts Africa's GDP at risk by up to 35%, and that is growing. You know, the challenge with the fact that we don't have infrastructure that's resilient to the impacts of climate change, you know, can significantly increase the cost of damage. So considering all of these factors, we want consensus that the way to be pragmatic for Africa is not to reduce the emissions that we don't have currently. You know, I mean, Mo talked about our low emissions, which is true. You know, our emissions are just about 3%, you know, compared to about 21% for China, about 19% in the US, and I think over 15% in the EU. So these are real emissions that are happening. You have several swaths of Africa that are at zero, and even offsetting the emissions of other parts of the world. So the pragmatic thing to do, you know, is looking at the way the world is and how trade is happening, looking at the challenges with supply chain, and the fact that for us to achieve the net zero transition, we need to use a lot of electric mobility, we need to use a lot of solar resources, we need to change the way we do things. So if you look at the current production system of the world today, you know, we have a lot of mining taking place in Africa in a very primary way, and you're exporting just primary products. This causes all the stress for African countries. You know, we need to move away from that to more value capture in a way that you move from just mining to stage 3, stage 4 before you export. You know, so currently now most of battery capacity is in Asia. You know, and there is projection of, let's say, 100 million electric vehicles by 2035. Right now we're doing less than 10 million electric vehicles. So for us to achieve 100 million electric vehicles, it means that we need to mine maybe 500% more of what we're doing now. And that's what the World Bank tells us, that we're going to mine 500% more minerals and metals to be able to achieve net zero. If you look at the minerals and metals in an electric turbine versus a wind turbine, let's say a gas turbine, we're told that you need 5 to 11 times more minerals and metals in a wind turbine than a gas turbine. We're told that you need 6 times more minerals and metals in an EV car than a normal car. So all of that tells us there's a lot of mining that has to happen. So it can't be that we're shipping all this output to Asia and then shipping it from Asia to the rest of the world.
Right.
That is not pragmatic. We have to do processing in Africa or do processing closer to the market. Those are the kind of changes that make sense. You know, we need to avoid or reduce wasteful ocean-going vessels and shipping. If shipping was a country, it would be the 6th largest emitter after China, US, India, Russia, and Japan. So these are the things that the world needs to face. Yeah. We can't do the same thing and expect different outcomes. You know, we need to build resilient infrastructure. You know, we need her point, we need to build more resilient infrastructure. And for that, we require a lot of investments in adaptation. You know, and it costs money, so we need to be able to find a way for the countries that have polluted, you know, the world to make efforts to build resilient infrastructure. We need to, again, I come back to research on reforestation. Right now, we know that the forests absorb a lot of carbon. They absorb 1,500 billion tons of carbon dioxide. That is enough to offset 320 million cars of emissions. So those are the things that we need to look at. We need to look at what is the research for reforestation. Yeah. You know, what we do is we have our industrial zone, and that has been certified carbon neutral. And we do that because we take pains to ensure that where we can use solar sources or renewable sources, we use them. Where we don't have renewable sources, we use them. So for example, to your question on investment, we built the first the first wind farm in Cape Verde, provides 20% of the energy requirements of the island. We're building the first independent power project in Djibouti. It's going to replace imported fuel from Ethiopia. We also built the first gas-fired plant in Ghana because it's going to replace imported diesel and fuel oil. You know, we're also building a gas-fired plant in Senegal as well that will utilize naturally sourced gas from Senegal. So for us, we need for the world to be pragmatic. You know, you can't say don't use gas when the alternative is to import diesel and fuel oil or coal from Europe. Yeah. You know, when you have a local resource right there available to you on the ground. So the way we look at it is, how do we reduce emissions progressively? So this gas-fired project in Senegal reduces emissions by carbon emissions by up to 30%, reduces SOx and NOx by over 80%, reduces the tariff by up to 20%. So you can see real development, real impact in that activity. You know, we build ecosystems. We focus on how do we reduce the risk for a transaction or a project, and we work with the government, we work with sponsors to reduce the risk that allows for investment to happen. So we look at it from how do we create development, how do we accelerate development impact while reducing carbon emissions? How do we choose the energy sources that are most efficient, that are available, that are affordable, and that can be reliable, as opposed to just building a pie in the sky?
Yeah. Okay, so I want to go here, Mo, because I think one of the things that you triggered in this discussion is the bigger question about the reality that there needs to be a transition that happens. And I think Samaila detailed sort of the what that looks like. What did you say? 5 to 6 times more metals will be needed for mining that need to happen as part of this transition. Put that in context with the bigger conversation of a climate crisis and a world on the verge of collapse. How do you see those two things as relating? What are the pathways where we can move the agenda to one that is about action on climate while recognizing that societies need to come along? Go big, go elder statesman for us on this.
Let me start by stating some facts maybe are not obvious to people. Yes, while we are arguing for the right of development for 600 million people, or clean cooking for our
900 million.
You know, it doesn't mean that we are not aware or doing our bit also in moving forward with green, our green economy. So in Africa today, 21 countries, their main resource of energy is renewable. Get that number? 21 countries. No continent matches that. No continent. So we're doing our bit. We're moving whenever we can do renewable, we do. And our renewable is not just windmills or solar. Geothermal is the main source in Kenya, for example, and a large source in Tanzania. Hydro, we have a lot of hydro power generated in Africa. So we're doing more than anybody, although we are really polluting less than anybody else. Not only that, the Congo Basin forests is the second largest carbon sink in the world. Remember that number. Number 2, it sinks 4% of the annual emission you guys are putting out. That is more than African emission at 3.3%. So we are actually sinking carbon. We are not emitting carbon. People need to know these facts. As for the, so we are going for green, and will always remain green Africa. But we need to balance our energy to take those guys out of poverty. We need to develop, and that's the right of people. And the issue, I think what he mentioned here was very important. All the minerals needed for green technology are in Africa. Most of this is in Africa, and that need to increase at least 500%. Right. Here is the role of the private business. You guys need to come and develop this, but please do it honestly. We had enough of all the crap happened before about the resource scarce in Africa. We need transparent contracts, clean contracts. We ask for business to stand up and show it has also corporate governance. That's very important. We fight, my foundation, maybe you don't know about it, but we are fighting for good public governance in Africa. But good public governance cannot happen without also good governance at the boardroom of business. I give you a number. Illicit financial flows out of Africa, annual illicit financial flow is between $89 billion and $107 billion. Two numbers, please remember them. The total aid to Africa is $52 billion. Who is funding whom?
Yeah, wow.
Right? What is this illicit financial flow? Vast majority of it is profit shifting and mispricing. Who is doing that? You gentlemen. I should say ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. You doing that. Okay? Can we stop that? We need to stop that. Because this is money people need to sort to build close to schools, business, etc., etc. So we're fighting for better governance there to improve our whatever we're doing, but please, you also need to improve your governance, both in business and also in public governance, because this world order is creaking now. We don't have a public or global order anymore. It needs to be sorted out. It needs to be open to the South. We don't still dealing with 5 guys sitting in the Security Council because they won the world war and excluding everybody else. They had red cards of vetoes, and they just have impunity themselves and their clients. Then we end up with total paralyzed in the water. We cannot. Putin goes and hits Syria, we cannot do anything because he has a veto. America goes and hit Iraq, nobody can do anything because America has a veto. And then they come and talk about public order. What is global order there? So we need governance in these governments, we need governance in business, we need governance in Africa. That's what we need, gentlemen.
Yeah, okay, that's fantastic. And I agree. Oh, yeah. I think you took my charge well. That was a very elder statesman answer, and I support it, and I will do what I can to contribute to that outcome. But let's go with a question from the floor. I promised at the beginning we'd bring you in. I see one question. Hopefully people are putting more in, and I also see a red flashing sign that says 0, 0, 0, 0. So I think that means time's up. So let's do this relatively quickly. Maybe we'll take this question. I'll ask the panelists if they have a contribution to make to it, and then we'll wrap up our panel before we go to the last speaker of the day. The question before us, panelists, is what needs to happen at COP27 in terms of climate justice and a just transition for Africa? Are you hopeful for yet more talks? Maybe we can start in the center and go around.
I think one person should answer.
Okay.
So I can have two questions.
Okay, let's go ahead.
So we are hopeful, yet again, that there will be pragmatism, by the leaders. And for us, what will make sense is for us to have access to finance. Really, that's what it is. We have a lot of positives. We need finance to be able to keep the trees on the ground. For me, I like to start with that because it's something that we know already works. I know we're spending a lot of money on carbon capture and storage. We're avoiding or ignoring what works and will continue to work. So we need to find a way of keeping the trees in the ground. We need to find financing to build resilient infrastructure. Africa is 70% on the coast, so we have the impacts of drought, sea rise, floods, everything. So we need to build the infrastructure that will be resilient to the consequence of climate change. And again, I go back to my need for us to build local circular economies. We can't continue to ship everything out of Africa and import everything back. We have a massive initiative now, the African Continental Free Trade Area, that is going to require 2 million trucks for us to be able to move goods and services within the continent. It can't be that we're using diesel trucks. We have to use electric trucks, and we need to build those in Africa.
Okay, great. I'm going to close, since there's no more questions on this, by asking you a question about hope, which is the sister of justice. So here, if there is something that gives you hope for this decade of action, what is it, if you want to jump in with something?
Sadi is very
good. There we go. I like that.
Bright soup, maybe.
Start over there.
I'm just like miss hope. I mean, like, I don't think I'd do half of what I do if I wasn't a massive optimist and have huge hope in the future. What gives me hope is when we go around the country here and we ask those who don't often have the opportunity to speak or be a part of the discussion, and they are full of energy and ideas and on-the-ground pragmatic ways of making change. And I have hope that if we ask and include those people more, that we as leaders and as professionals will have the richness, the diversity and the credibility and the ability to make change, because we are asking the right people and not just relying on our own experiences, which are not always as diverse and as and have the wider perspective that they should be. And I think we can, and I think today's discussion has shown that incredibly well.
What gives me hope is young people, because I think our generation has been a failure, frankly. We are into immediate gratification. We are too selfish. We kick the can, we don't care. This climate will change, our kids will deal with it. Technology, somebody will come, Bill Gates maybe will come and find a software code which solves the climate. We are not taking the actions which needed to secure the planet. We're happy to talk. Petrobras goes a little bit, then on the streets demonstrating. A politician come and offer us tax cuts or whatever, and we're happy, we elect them. Look, we are not consistent, unfortunately. I'm not very enthusiastic about our generation, and I hope I listen to young people and I see different attitude from ours. So those young people, I think, give me hope.
Okay.
Not our generation. I think we're hopeless.
So I'm hopeful because I think for the first time, Africa is actually the solution to a lot of the challenges facing the world. So that gives me a lot of hope. So a lot of the things that I'm talking about works both ways. It solves urgent challenges on the ground for the world, and it provides avenue for Africa to move forward and seize the moment to develop.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, well, what gives me hope is conversations like this and folks like you who stood with us at almost 6 p.m. through this meeting. We have one more session left and it's going to be incredible, so please sit where you are because we're going to quickly swap out of here and pass the floor over to Sanda, the CEO of the Global Compact, who's going to talk to us more about just transition, I believe. But let me please thank my fellow panelists with me. It was a really rich discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
you guided this discussion.
I'm essentially just going to say what Amol said. We're on our last session of the day. Thank you for sticking with us for this. And we are extending the discussion really around a just transition. If I could welcome to the stage, please come in and take a seat. Thank you. We have Sanda Ojiambo, the Executive Director of the UN Global Compact, and she's being interviewed by my colleague Sarah McFarlane in this editorial session. Sarah is the Chief Correspondent for Energy Transition at Reuters. All yours, Sarah.
Thanks very much. Sanda, thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you all for hanging in there. So Sanda is the CEO of the UN's Global Compact. The Global Compact was set up about 22 years ago to engage companies in the work of the UN and what their responsibilities are around human rights and the environment. So Sanda is in regular discussions with CEOs from around the world about climate change, about COP, about what their responsibilities are in all of this. And I thought I would start off by just asking you, Sanda, about an initiative that was launched by the Secretary General last year at COP, where he was keen to get companies to give a little more detail around their net zero commitments. I wondered if you could tell us kind of what progress has been made since that announcement and what the thinking was behind that initiative.
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for all those hanging on here just towards the end of the day. So yes, after COP26, certainly the Secretary General of the UN did set up an expert panel to look at what climate credibility would look like. As we all know, the world is filled with a plethora of commitments, and I think around climate, given the climate crisis that we face, it was really important to be clear on what really, a net zero commitment looks like. This panel, this group of experts is examining these commitments, not just for business, but for essentially what we call non-state actors, so that's businesses, investors, cities, regions, anything that isn't falling within the remit of government. Mm-hmm. So the committee has been set up. They've been working, actually since formation, headed by Catherine McKenna, who's a former Minister of Environment from Canada, and a very broad and international group of committee members. They haven't yet shared any of their outcomes, but we do know they've had active consultations with those who have existing climate standards, looking forward into what commitments look like. And we do anticipate, although I won't really speak on their behalf, that there will be some outcomes, before or around COP that will talk about what this is. And it's just really important because given the urgency of the climate situation, the urgency of the transition, I think some parameters around what a credible commitment looks like is very important. At the Global Compact, we co-founded the Science-Based Targets Initiative, along with 3 other entities, the CDP, WWF, and the World Resources Institute, WRI. And to date, that's been the most widely used standard for climate credibility, and used by over 3,000 companies, a lot of them being very significant players in global economy. So, we do welcome the piece of, the examination around further credibility, but also working on the fact that our research and data shows that companies that have already signed up to the Science-Based Targets Initiative are progressing around decarbonization twice as fast as others. Mm-hmm. So it's very clear that target setting is important. Clarity on what a net zero commitment looks like is important, and certainly that you can progress with this type of certainty.
Thank you. Now, that wasn't the topic of our discussion today. The topic of our discussion today is just transition, which I actually think is a really tricky topic. I think of it as a term a little bit like sustainability, where it's actually very hard to wrap your hands around what does that mean. It is open to many different interpretations, and I'd really like to understand how the UN would describe what a just transition actually looks like.
Right. So concept, and actually a lot of the previous panelists spoke to it. You know, at the heart, yes, is the actual energy transition. There's the scientific or the energy-driven part of it, but there's certainly also the social transition. What does this mean for people, for economies, for communities, for cohesion? And there's certainly a governance part of it. You know, what does this look like? How is it governed? How transparent and how credible are these transitions? So, you know, if I was to use a typical ESG analogy, I mean, a just transition will definitely look at the E, you know, the environmental, the energy part of it, the social part of it, because I think any transition that is just has to make sure that it's bridging gaps, not widening already existing global divides, and certainly has to be equitable and fair. And so putting that in the context of the energy transition, as we move towards more renewable energy sources, what does this look like in terms of countries that, you know, where energy, you know, there's a debate around this energy security, but also energy access. How do you make this transition without creating a wider divide between those two very important components? What does this look like in terms of workers, communities, businesses that are transitioning out of fossils or others into renewables, and certainly in terms of transparency, equity, inclusivity, and I think most importantly for me, solidarity, because this does have to be a global transition that is done in solidarity across the world. Those for me would be some of the key components.
I guess thinking about some of those components, it raises the question of whose responsibility are these things? You know, are companies responsible for energy access? Should that be the responsibility of governments? You know, where is the line between what governments should be taking care of and what corporates should be taking care of?
Right. You know, in the ideal world, government sets policy, creates a fantastic enabling environment that allows private sector to come in and do what it does best. I do think we need to look at the energy transition as a huge investment opportunity for the private sector. If done well, I think can reap immense benefits if done well and equitably, as we talked about in the just transition perspective. So I think there's room to play for everybody in this one. I don't think it's purely a government responsibility. I don't think it's purely a private sector responsibility. But I think given the massive challenges that exist around global trust, global solidarity, transparency around this, we do really need the two working hand in hand. There's also actually space for civil society and others to look at really what is the accountability around a just transition framework as well.
I guess one of the examples that does come to mind of a very early stage model for a just transition is the deal that was done last year at COP with South Africa, working with France, Germany, the UK and the US, the idea being that these countries would help South Africa finance getting off of coal and greening its electricity system. And then that was an $8.5 billion deal, and then that model could be replicated for other countries that needed help financing their transition. As I understand it, that's actually been really difficult. No funds have been released at this point, and it wasn't necessarily just grants, it was also by loans, by different financing structures. But it seems like it's actually quite complicated to do this, to create a just transition or to create a model for how one might work. I wondered if you could give us a bit of an update on the progress of that and if there's any learnings already. I know it's early stages, obviously, it's only 10 months ago.
10 months since, yeah. I mean, that was a real, you know, towards the end of COP, a real, you know, incredible announcement that came up in terms of the fact, I think the EU was involved as well in it. So a couple of complexities arise. I mean, I'm not in there in the intergovernmental discussions, but I would imagine as a first, just the configuration of having these 5 entities work together would be, I think, one of the biggest challenges in terms of getting it up and running. I do think the model in and of itself is a good way to demonstrate, I think, first of all, the solidarity, understanding, as is the case for many countries that are aiming to transition out, that access to capital has always been an immense challenge. So I think this model brought together, as you said, by the 5 countries is probably something that we should be able to replicate further and faster. But as you say, you know, not up and running yet, no financing. I'm not very sure, to be honest, a lot of the reasons behind all of that, but I do really think that it is important to get it up and running. As we enter into COP, I think the concerns around unfulfilled promises, undelivered commitments is going to be one that is really critical. What I do know is post the South Africa announcement, I think it was Senegal who was also eyeing some sort of similar type transition, but we certainly do need to get this one up and running and off the ground. I think one of the challenges we will find, obviously, is the world has changed immensely since last year. Now facing, the war in Ukraine that has refocused not only just, attention, but I imagine resources as well. So whether these commitments will hold, whether the ambition will still stand, I think is extremely critical. And it leads to the point that we were talking about earlier on, the just transition. These are global commitments, but we're also in a time when national commitments and national priorities are increasingly beginning to overshadow what are global commitments to many issues on the energy transition and on the climate transition. And that really is a key part of the just part, just keeping to these commitments and being accountable.
I also wanted to ask you about what a just transition means for the countries that have got undeveloped resources. There's obviously a lot of countries around the world that have oil, gas, coal in the ground that would like the opportunity to monetize it the way in which other countries have been able to. And it feels like a bit of a point of tension at times between those that are setting ambitious climate goals and those that feel it's not fair. They haven't had the same opportunity to monetize their own commodities. And yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, look, I think that is really at the heart of when I talk about global solidarity and what it really looks like to transition in a just way. I mean, part of the things that we hear from private sector and from CEOs, and just 2 weeks ago, actually, in New York, as part of our convenings, we had 2 really successful convenings. One was a private sector forum where we brought together about 500 CEOs. We also had an initiative called the Global Africa Business Initiative, where we brought together, about 100 speakers really invested in talking about private sector accelerating the African continent's development. And, one of the things that we heard consistently was, and I'll respond to your question in the context of the African continent, was you have a group of countries that is close to or emerging middle income. Mm-hmm. The concern here is that for manufacturing or economic growth to continue, there are existing resources that you say are underutilized or run the risk of being stranded, but at the same time, there's a global commitment to these energy and climate transitions. I think a position would be, because we do have global commitments to meet, yes, we agree that perhaps do not fund any new coal or new fossil fuel, ventures. But I think the question is, what do you do with existing energy sources, and what commitments do you have in line to phase out? Because we're not asking, none of the goals that we have around a climate commitment or an energy commitment are for an immediate stop. The question is, what long-term commitments are you setting, short and long-term, for 2030 and beyond? And I think therein lies the question, as I said, of solidarity, of trust, of making sure that we're not creating wider divides between the North and the South and economies, as opposed to bridging what we do need to do to make this transition just. So, certainly from a private sector perspective and what we hear from CEOs, there's a desire to be sure that economies can grow and can develop as they can and can transition. I mean, I don't think we've met a single private sector leader who is not committed to a transition. The question is, how can that transition also further economic growth as well as decarbonization, because the two certainly can go hand in hand.
And staying in this kind of theme, I wanted to ask you about how we avoid a resource grab. We saw in the EU's repower proposals that they want to import a lot of green hydrogen, just using this as an example, and North Africa could be the source of that green hydrogen. To create green hydrogen, you need renewable energy, which you use to split water into oxygen and hydrogen. And a lot of these countries in North Africa don't have green grids. In fact, they barely have any solar or wind power at all. So what Europe is asking them to do is help Europe meet its own green goals, potentially at the cost of pursuing their own. What is the UN's position on this? Is it a concern? And how do we sort of avoid the mistakes of the past and what we've seen in fossil fuels?
Right. I mean, I don't think there is a formal UN position, but let me just talk about, as you said, avoiding the mistakes of the past. There's hard lessons to be learned, and I think the sort of exploitation of one region to the advantage of other, and then leaving another region or the same region underdeveloped or under, not able to make their own progress is one that really lies at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals, the idea of leaving no one behind. And I really do think it's a trajectory that needs to be examined very carefully. If anything that we've learned, one of the reasons why we do have the climate crisis as is, or indeed the energy crisis, is a lot of countries have been working to develop and exploit fossil fuel, but not necessarily for their own consumption. The South Africa piece is one example, Nigeria's stance is another. And I do think it's time to really look at some of this development as more equitable and look at, if you're investing, invest in a way that also allows the economy or the country to develop on its terms and in the way that it needs to develop. I just don't think right now, and that's why I keep on repeating the term solidarity and trust and transparency. Look, these are global crises, and there's no point of half the world benefiting and the benefit of the other. We do need to move along progressively as a whole to be able to address both the climate crisis as well as the energy crisis.
I also want to take advantage of the fact that you're engaging with so many CEOs globally to find out what's on their mind. When it comes to meeting the climate agreements that are made at COP, when it comes to a just transition, you could probably talk to both in terms of, on a broader level, what worries them about how they're going to transition their company, and then in particular whether there are issues around a just transition that are quite challenging for them to address.
Well, I'll answer that in two ways. So let me first start at a global level. A lot of CEOs who we've spoken to in the last year will say that this is probably the most risky decision-making environment that they've been in for the longest time. I think no matter where you sit, no one would have anticipated the challenges that we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years. So a CEO will say, look, if I want to take a big risk and innovate, I'd love to be able to do that and put my resources into it. But I don't know what the future looks like in another year or two. What could be the next big macro shock? Nobody knows. But at the same time, because there's an increased citizen awareness, consumer awareness, everyone is following really the role of business a lot more, you don't want to sit and not take any action. So one CEO I spoke to just said she's never had to think so hard about making a decision around what to do next with business. And most importantly, I think just making good principled decisions has been really critical. But then again, I'd layer it differently. I think if you're a CEO sitting in the global north, what keeps you awake at night is probably very different from a CEO sitting in the global south. And that would apply in many contexts in terms of what does economic growth look like? What do challenges around climate and energy look like as well? And so I think it also gets very nuanced in terms of what keeps CEOs awake at night. But I think what keeps me awake at night, you didn't ask me.
I think I would like to hear
is actually just a really important factor around the fact that I think now more than ever, the private sector is being called upon to be able to drive innovation, provide solutions for societal transformation, and have a space at the table. I think the opportunity really lies in really strong dialogue between governments and private sector to make sure that we have the enabling environment to allow private sector to do what it does best.
The lights are flashing. A final question to wrap it up for the day. I was just wondering what you would really like to see to come out of COP this year in Egypt in November.
Yeah. Two things. First, solidarity. It's been my keyword throughout the course of our discussion. I think now more than ever, we need to have a COP where the outcomes work at building bridges and not widening them. So I think we do need to continue to look at the climate crisis as a global crisis and set goals, targets, ambition levels that make sense for the North and for the South. Otherwise, we will not make the transitions we need to make for humanity. I think second is not to have any more unfulfilled promises and commitments. I think we run the risk of complete disillusionment from society, from private sector, from citizens. And I think it's just very important to be able to demonstrate commitment around, be it adaptation funding, be it around keeping credibility around mitigation. And also, I think one of the most interesting things we heard from private sector, actually even last year, was a lot of private sector felt that governments were not being ambitious enough. So CEOs were calling out governments and saying, look, raise your ambition level because we want to do more, put the incentives in the right place, put the policies in the right place, and then private sector wanted to step up and be able to achieve and commit more.
I mean, I think we're finishing on a really optimistic note there. Thank you so much, Sandra. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Thank you very much. I think you're right. I think that was an optimistic note. Solidarity seems like a good word to end day one of our climate conference. Thank you so much to all the speakers today who've really created some thought-provoking discussions and debates. For those of you still with us in the room, please do join us outside for a drink to continue the discussions there. For those of you watching on the live stream, we will be back tomorrow morning with another day of discussions on how global business is driving climate action. Thank you.